Bring the drums in. At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. and gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles, so you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello and welcome to the NSC Hearthstone Spring 2020 Championship. I am Jev, I'm from the University of Sussex. I'm joined by Sir Salty.
Hello.
And we are bringing you some exciting new meta games today. We have the University of Oxford versus the University of Cambridge. The top universities going head to head in the top level Hearthstone competition today. So if we take a look at the decks that they have brought with them, we have on the side of Oxford Spell Druid, we have an interesting Egg Warrior, and we have the classic Demon Hunter. On the side of Cambridge, we have the Mage, which is a
Highlander Mage, yeah.
A Highlander Mage, that's it. We have the Highlander Hunter, not seen as much on the ladder, but
Hey, they believe in the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza to carry them. They believe.
They believe in the Zephyrus, and they believe in the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. They also believe in the Nagran Slam, and hopefully that belief is well placed. And they are also bringing the Warlock, the Galakron Warlock, which we've seen a lot of on the ladder.
Yeah, so it's actually really interesting. Neither team has any shared decks. Well, they did before bans, but after bans. Now we have a Druid Warrior Demon Hunter versus a Hunter, Warlock, and Mage. So no shared classes, no shared decks. So very different approaches, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we're going to have some very diverse matchups coming into this. So if we take a look, I mean, I think the first discussion we need to have is the discussion surrounding the fact that this is a completely new meta. These players have not played at all in any tournament setting, likely, with these decks. It's completely new. So with the new meta, obviously we saw the introduction of the Demon Hunter class. Very overpowered straight away. We saw day one nerf, probably the fastest nerf we've ever seen in Hearthstone's history. It was quite spectacular how fast they turned.
Oh yeah, it was quick. It was wild. You have to wonder whether Ixar and the team are actually balancing before they release, or they're just like, you know what, let's just release these wild cards. And
I mean, Demon Hunter is fun to play, I think. So I think they succeeded there. Obviously,
oh yeah, I hate it. Yeah,
it's easier to balance cards as opposed to redesigning entire class philosophy. So in that regard, they did well. But the nerfs obviously were to Skull of Gul'dan, up from 5 to 6 mana. Imprisoned Antien, I think I'm saying that right. That was up from 5 to 6 mana. I-Beam used to cost 0, so it was a 0 cost, deal 3 damage to a minion, and heal 3 health. So obviously that got put up to 1 when it is outcast, which is the new mechanic of the Demon Hunter class. When it's played from either the extreme left or the extreme right hand side of your hand, it has normally a bonus effect.
Normally a very strong bonus effect.
Oh yeah, they're very powerful. So the Skull of Gul'dan, if you cast it for the outcast, it will reduce the cost of any card drawn. So it's a 6 mana, draw 3. If you draw when it's outcast, it will reduce the cost of any of those cards by 3, which is incredibly powerful. And then Warblades, Eldrachi Warblades was a 3 mana 2/3, but it had 1 reduced durability, so it's a 3 mana 2/2 weapon with lifesteal. So going into the bans, we have Cambridge banning Warlock and Oxford banning Demon Hunter. I think if you look at the meta now, take a look at what's performing well. Those two decks are the ones that are performing well. So I think these are they've picked decks that they don't like, and they've just outright banned them and said we don't want to play against these decks, which I think is a fair call.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lineups, it's Conquest, so you would think there's 2 approaches you can take in Conquest traditionally. Either you try and hard target one deck, sometimes that can make you have wild tech choices, wild like just choices in decks as well. If you're like really trying to like heavily hit one deck. But the problem with that strategy is often a deck like Demon Hunter and Galakrond Warlock. Sure, they'll have a couple of decks that counter them, but 4 decks that can strongly pinpoint them and counter them. That deck gets 1 win against any 4 decks, and your whole strategy's over. So it seems like both teams are more just leaning towards slightly like more conventional, or at least Oxford especially, just leaning towards a very conventional, just the best 4 decks lineup. Cambridge taking a slightly different approach with the Mage and the Hunter. Will be interesting to see exactly what they're targeting with that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's very possible that the Hunter is a deck that they played before. So it's an archetype that existed before the new expansion came out, Ashes of Outland. So it's possible that they've adapted the decks that they played before and are just playing a deck they are comfortable with, but with slightly adapted cards. Towards the end of Galakrond Awakens, you had a sort of Dragon Hunter package, which is obviously incorporated in the lists that they have brought here. It's got the Storm Hammer, it's got the Dragon package. Interestingly, they've got Zixor Apex Predator, which Death Rattle is shuffle Zixor Prime into your deck, which is an 8 mana 4/4, and it's with Rush that summons 3 copies of itself. So obviously a very powerful card if they can draw into it, which is obviously the issue with this new Prime.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not too familiar with the new Highlander list, but traditionally you could get through your deck at decent speed, but it's very reliant. It's like the thing is you have tracking and things that help thin out your deck. So because of that, you can get through your deck at a reasonable pace. But like, to be honest, compared to most decks in the meta, the biggest weakness of Hunter can just be you just run out of tools in your hand. You just have like 2 cards in your hand. You just draw a card a turn, draw a card a turn, draw a card a turn. At that point, you're just trying to like get there with the hero power. Maybe get crushed to finish it out. So it can be definitely a weakness, the lack of draw in this deck. And just, I mean, if you look at the curve, it's so light. There's a lot of secrets, there's a lot of early minions, because you really do need to get bored and tempo with the deck. So yeah.
Ideally, you want to be dropping that Phase Stalker so that you can hero power, thinning your deck of the secrets that are inside of it, so that when you don't draw into them later in the game, because drawing a freezing trap later in the game is a lot less impactful than having it early on, because it's so much easier for a deck to deal with it later on, because likelihood they'll have more minions aboard, so they can just sacrifice 1 into that. Interestingly, they've got a new card, Scavenger's Ingenuity, which is draw a beast and give it 3/3. I've not actually seen that played, so we'll have to see if that is good. That can tutor into the Phase Stalker. It can... What else can it tutor? It can tutor the Escaped Mana Saber, which I could imagine will be quite powerful if they can get that. So Escaped Mana Saber is a newer card. Whenever this attacks, gain 1 mana crystal this turn only. It's a 4 mana 3/5. Beast with stealth. So if they can drop a stealth beast with it would be a 6/8. That'd be quite powerful and quite impactful, I think.
I mean, 6 damage to the face is always good.
With ramp on turn 4, yeah, I can see that being good. So that card will only target 2. Actually, no, it will also target the Diving Griffin. Sorry, which is there's a 3 mana 4/1 with Rush.
Do you looking at the specific matchups for this Hunter? So there's obviously the Demon Hunter, the Warrior, and the Druid it has to play into. Against the Demon Hunter, I feel like it's gonna come. The nice thing about this, the Highlander Hunters, is more of a mid-range deck. So it can either play as control, it can play as aggro, depending on what the matchup is. So what do you think is like against like the Demon Hunter versus the Druid? I feel like it's gonna have very different game plans, right? So against the Demon Hunter, do you think it'll be more like aggro approach?
I feel as if they will have to take the back seat on that and try and control the matchup a bit more. I don't know if this Hunter has the capabilities to handle the aggressiveness of the Demon Hunter by trying to counteract in an aggressive format back. If what I'm saying makes sense. With the Druid, I believe that they'll have to take the proactive sort of stance and become the aggro deck in that situation, trying to win out before they can come online with their ramp through overgrowth, or the getting a larger board through Glowfly Swarm.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be rough against the Druid, right? Because you can't really contest the Druid's wide board that they can produce, so you really are reliant on getting things like the Animal Companion down early, the Fairy Dragon down early, because the Druid can't really contest those early. So
you want to be in a position, once they've got the wide board out, you want to be in a position where you can sort of swing in for...
You can kill them.
Yeah, basically you can just win. But
yep.
You want to be in a position where they can never recover, and they're always forced to trade with your creatures, your minions. There's no flame trap in the... not flame trap, sorry, explosive trap. There's no explosive trap in their deck, which may be quite problematic. The thing is, if going into this, you know that Druid is a powerful deck. You know that Demon Hunter is a powerful deck, and all those decks run sort of 2 health creatures. So it's really interesting to see that Explosive Trap is not in their deck. And
yeah, I mean, especially considering they didn't ban it, right? Like Demon Hunter, a deck you're expecting everyone to bring. So I feel like you either plan to ban it or you plan to tech for it, right? The other option is Conquest, so they could just be like, hey, we'll just let Demon Hunter kill a free win. And tech hard try and target something is maybe what they could have done. I'm actually looking at the stats for the Highlander Hunter versus the Druid, because I'm not too familiar with the matchup myself, and according to HS Replay, it actually says it's slightly favored for the Highlander Hunter. Looking at the cards with the highest mulligan win rate, I mean, it's just like the early minions pretty much that you can get onto the board. Zephyrus as well, of course.
Yeah, so we'll have to. I think it's a rather untested deck, but let's pivot away from the Hunter for a bit. I feel like we've given enough airtime to the Hunter, but let's talk about the teams. So we have, as mentioned previously, we have Oxford versus Cambridge. Interesting note: the games that Cambridge lost coming into this were versus Oxford. They lost 1-3 and they lost 2-3, and they also dropped a game versus Birmingham. So Cambridge coming in with 6 of their 9 games won, whereas Oxford came in with 7. So this is sort of definitely a rematch. They faced each other before, and Oxford have come out on top, but if we look at the decks, maybe that provides insight as to why they've. I
mean, we've discussed already, right? Oxford just has the more decks, the more conventional decks. Yeah. And I think personally, as a previous tournament player, you normally, if you're confident in your own ability to just outskill your opponents, you should just go for the best, strongest conventional decks. Oftentimes you feel like, oh, I need to beat the meta, I need to find these counters, these interesting deck choices. But honestly, if you think you're the better team, you just play the best decks and win.
Here we go. We are into the first game. We have the Hunter on the side of Cambridge versus the Egg Warrior on the side of Oxford. Oh,
it's not actually an Egg Warrior, by the way. It's a Bomb Warrior.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I was
no worries.
To the
the spicy Egg Warriors we've seen going around. Ball Control recently Swiss bracket of Grandmasters just a couple of days ago with it, so definitely receiving some hype. All right, I'm not gonna lie. I'm seeing these names for the first times. Toxfin's Murgle.
We have Cantabs. So.
Already rooting for Oxford with that name. I do love my Murlocs. 0 Murlocs in their decks though, but hey, maybe they'll make up for it. Oh, it looks like we have a little bit of a screen issue. Hopefully we can get that resolved quickly.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect.
So...
All right, so what do you think about this matchup between the Warrior and the Hunter? Who's favored, and what is the positions from either side?
So looking at the deck lists here, I would say that the warrior is favored. It can go quite wide with the so with the card just drawn, the 3 mana 2/3. Every time it takes damage, it will spawn a boom bot, and it can go quite wide with that. And it can sort of put a lot of pressure on the hunter that perhaps they can't deal with. So now they've got the choice of drawing a weapon with the Corsair Cash, buffing it with a +1/1, or they can drop the injured Tolvir, a 2/3 with Taunt.
I mean, it's not a great play to play this Torvir because it does just die on board to the hero pound the 1/3. And they don't have a great way in hand either to clean up the 1/1 that's left over on board. So there's a little bit of an awkward line this.
Yeah.
I guess they just feel like they have like if they force out the hero power, that means the hunter can't coin a 3-drop, or they can't play a 2-drop, so they're just okay with that. They really can't afford to fall too far behind on board as the warrior, because honestly, reactive cards they don't have the most in the world. They have some rush and some weapons, but they need to be constantly fighting for this board.
Yeah, as you said, Cambridge going ahead and clearing up the Tolvir. So now Oxford have the option of either dropping the anchor and drawing one of their pirates, cleaning up the 1/1 on board, or dropping the Bomb Wrangler. And I think we're going to see the Ankar come out so that when they drop the Bomb Wrangler next turn, which is looking likely, they can defend it a bit more with the Ankar.
I mean, it's close because the Bomb Wrangler just gives you a lot of stats, and it's not the easiest for your opponent to clear up. They could commit the hero power, but honestly, that's a lot of like mana to use on turn 3. Looks like they are just gonna get the anchor though. They want to find some more plays for future turns. Right now, their hand is a little bit clunky, so just getting that anchor down to draw some pirates, I think is a fine line. Maybe not not the highest tempo line, but definitely one that's just going to help them out in future turns.
Yeah, but looking at their hand, it's going to be quite awkward to empty, I think.
I mean, if we just quickly take a glance over to Cambridge's hand, sure they have some late game cards. But if they can just get to turn 7, turn 8, oh boy, it's gonna be Dino Tamer Brand coin Alex Strasser the following turn. The warrior can't beat that. So this is just they don't know it yet, but Oxford is really on a time bomb right now.
Yeah. Going back to the talk we had about the Demon Hunter versus the Hunter, I think here is the warrior is going to have to be a bit more proactive if they want to pull out a win versus this hunter. New card drawn there, Blood Boil Brute. Very powerful, it's been discovered. But looking at this...
Oh, this is awkward. This is very awkward.
For Oxford, really.
Well, if they really wanted to, they could go like risky skipper into bomb and just try and snipe this with the boombot. I think that's I think you would rather honestly just play the bomb wrangler first and then the risky skipper second if you want to go for that line. Because I think you'd rather your bombs just be on the board and not explode them yourself. Just let your opponents explode them. It's the hunter can't really punish you by you just keeping your bombs alive. They could go on.
They could swing with the Ankar and then drop the Horde Pillager.
Yeah, the Horde Pillager does contest the Firefall quite well. Even
there's no optimal play that I'm seeing, unfortunately.
Yeah. What removal going into 4? Does the hunter have any premium removal that deals with the 4/2? Not really, right? They have like yeah, there's nothing.
Rush minions.
Oh, interesting. They're going for it.
Yeah, I think that was I mean, it does set up a good Blood Boil Brute next turn if these can stick. And there's a lot going on. It's going to be hard for the hunter to deal with them. Okay, dropping the face.
Hunter, interestingly, choosing to hero power here rather than playing the tracking. It's to get a secret from their deck, which is definitely fine.
Yeah. So
It's a little bit awkward because they don't have that many secrets. They have how many secrets? They have 3 secrets, right? Yes, they have 3 secrets.
looking at it, yeah, they have Snake Trap, Freezing Trap, and a new one called Pack Tactics. When a friendly minion is attacked, summon a 3/3 copy.
I wonder if production could hover over the secret so we could see what it is. But either way, yeah, just playing on curve seems good. It's that they need to find like they just need to find 2 turns. And honestly, then they get to Bran and they're in such a good spot. They did use the coin, so they won't be able to coin Alex, but they figure the tempo from Bran will probably be enough that if they get to that turn 7 and aren't too far behind on board, they'll be in a fine spot and can get to the Alex in 2 turns later. So yeah, they just chose to coin out the 5/4, which we saw was a pretty big deal for Oxford to be able to deal with.
Now looking at this could be a really large swing turn for Oxford. They can perhaps damage the Phase Stalker, dropping the cost of the Blood Boil Brute down to 4, and then playing the Sky Raider, allowing them to spread the board a bit wider and sort of putting the aggression onto Cambridge. Okay, they're gonna go with.
Oh, what are they gonna choose?
Oh, they've chosen the Brute. Okay.
Seems fine. It's a lot of stats. It's pretty hard for the Hunter player to deal with a 6/7. The only real removal is Deadly Shot, and the 1/1 just makes it so much harder for them to deal with, especially considering that like they're only on 5 mana, right? So they can't play the Desert Spit and the Deadly Shot, which would probably be the cleanest way they have to deal with the 1/1 first. So yeah, Oxford just acknowledging here that this is quite an awkward board for the Hunter player to deal with. And yeah,
realizing that the only hard removal they have is Deadly Shot, and by keeping as many tokens on the board, it's just gonna be harder to take out the big stats.
Yeah, for sure. There obviously is Rottenness Drake, which I guess is the one concern. That would be a huge punish for this line here. I mean, honestly, was it really worth playing into that card so much here? Do you think, or
I think so, because if you can drop the Bloodsworn Mercenary on this Brute next turn, I don't see how the Hunter comes back from that.
Yeah, that's a fair point for sure.
Ooh. And as mentioned, the Rush minion comes out, the Diving Griffin buffed off of the spell.
That's actually perfect and devastating for Oxford now. Oxford no longer can really make a board very easily, to be frank. They have utility in hand, they have weapons, they have some damage, but honestly, in terms of actual threats, it doesn't look like they're going to have enough here to be able to threaten Cambridge before the Brand turn.
There we go. Yeah, that was a really nice turn, and it sets up the Evasive Worm for turn 6, going to be able to deal with any sort of residual minions on the board. And then turn 7, you had the Dino Tamer Brand, and then...
Yeah, I'm really concerned here for Oxford. I mean, from their perspective, they're going to be feeling pretty awful with the hand they've drawn, but
yeah,
with this hand, how do you play this hand to win? What's your win condition at this point?
So the win condition, I would have to assume, would be going as aggressive as you can with these Wrench Calibers. So they've buffed that to a 4/3 stat line on the right-hand side of the hand, which is good, but I don't know if it's enough. They just have nothing impactful in hand.
Yeah, I think the other issue is if they're like tracking the hands, which is a team of 3, I'm sure they are.
Oh, I'm sure they have that on lock. But
I'm just thinking that it's gonna be quite awkward here because they know that the 3 left cards have been kept in the hand since like turn 1 to turn 2. Like Cambridge has literally been playing their top deck card every single turn. So Oxford has got to suspect that either Brown will come down, Siamat will come down. There's going to be some bomb on 7 here that's very likely to hit the board. And knowing that's going to happen, you want to set something up into that, like in advance. But they just have nothing. All right, looking like they're going to play the Clockwork Goblin here. Maybe just play the Horde Pillager as well. Just get the 2 most statted minions on board.
Yeah. Hopefully that can re-equip a Wrench Caliber. So
yeah, I mean,
they can push. Okay, re-equip the Anchor.
Ooh, is that good? What pirates can that draw still that are still in that deck?
Let's have a look. So...
wow, there's really not much at all.
No, so I
There's
believe
one Sky Raider. I think that's it.
Have they played both Risky Skippers?
No, you're right. Yes, one Risky Skipper and one Sky Raider. Okay, so we'll get full value 2 cards. But you don't really want to be drawing the Risky Skipper at this point.
No, I mean, what will those 2 cards be doing? Okay, so that's actually pretty good for the side of Cambridge. They can discover one of the other 2 cards that is obviously not the bomb, and get that out of their deck.
I just realized I've made a rookie error and forgot that the bombs do in fact hard counter Highlander decks, so they actually couldn't just slam the brand down because they had multiple bombs in their deck.
You've made me realize that I have also made that same error. You're right. This Bomb Warrior has actually just turned off the Highlander deck.
So there's 3 bombs in the deck, correct? Because there was 2 Wrench Caliber swings and there was Clockwork Goblin play.
Yeah, but they have just discovered one off of tracking, so that makes 2 decks.
Yes. Either way, though, the Alex is going to be a big deal, but just that delay in tempo from the Hunter side might be enough for the Warrior to sort of get a claw back into this game and honestly just push enough damage as well.
There's the Risky Skipper. That Bloodsail Raider, sorry, is quite a nice find. That's quite a nice find as well.
I mean, they're just gonna go wide. The only way that the Hunter is unleash the Hounds, and well, unfortunately, they do have the 1 copy of that in hand. But even so, the Hunter play is getting very low. They don't have much healing at all in the deck, if any. No, I don't think they have any healing in the deck, do they? I mean, previously they would have had Zilliax, but that's obviously rotated now. Yeah, they have no healing in the deck, so...
We were counting out Oxford 3 turns ago, but now they've turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, I just forgot they couldn't play the battle.
A blazing battle.
I'll be honest.
It's not what you want to be finding on turn 8 either.
So they can attack with this escaped Manasabur here if they do want to play the Alex, if they feel like they are that desperate to just try and get some like insane taunt dragons or something to claw them out of the game. I do think this is the more sensible and reasonable play though, just getting that Unleash the Hounds, clearing up some of this board from the Warrior. Next turn you can play the Alex.
Will Alex work though? Is that not a duplicate?
Oh yeah, you're right, it won't.
Not looking good.
Yeah, wow, Cambridge's hand, we're like, oh, nutty, Alex nutty, there's no way the Warrior can beat it on the clock, but man, of course, the bombs.
If this Mana Saber lives, however,
oh yeah, I was about to say.
They can ramp into the Grand Slam, which might be what they need to come back.
Do you think it was ever correct for them to keep the Manasabur stealth and then they could guarantee the slam the following turn? Because instead of playing the 2/2 and the hero power, they could have just deadly shot to kill an extra minion as well.
I think that is definitely a play that perhaps they were considering it, but I think in thinking of the long game, maybe that's the play they needed to come back into this. Because now that Oxford can go for the full clear, and they can draw a lot off of the risky skipper damaging their minions.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think they really had to try and go for that slam because now they're just deck, and like honestly, looking at the hunter list, we were saying like this is their issue when they're just drawing one card a turn. It can be a bit awkward for them. Obviously they do have like very key cards still, like the Zephyrus, the Tiamat they can draw. So definitely can't count them out yet, especially because there's no like Leroy from the Warrior anymore because he rotated. So Warrior does have to get there through bombs and forward. That is not the top deck you are looking for.
No,
It's
that's
the
just
Hunter
not
play
impactful.
here.
So that's the new one, the Hunter Prime card that got released with the latest expansion. 3 mana, 2/4 with a rush. It shuffles stuff into your deck, but I don't know if it's going to matter.
Oh, I mean, they can clear the 2/2 that summons a Boombot. Oh, it's not looking good. So how much damage is actually on board? There's 4. The most damage the Warrior can do is an Inner Fire to 6 and then a Wrench Caliber, which is 9. So the Warrior actually lethal from hand right now. They can even enrage the Boombot afterwards to try and push even more damage to that.
But they've still got Wrench Caliber in hand.
Yeah, exactly. I'm counting that for the 9 as well.
Oh,
And that's not looking good. I think this was correct though. You have to like try and hope the Deadly Shot lands on the 2/2. I was thinking whether they can ever get away with like just slamming an Alex or like the board, but
yeah, but that's going to be game 1 going into the way of Oxford with a win with the Bomb Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty terrible draw, but just, I mean, Cambridge, really, the 3 cards from turn 1 and 2, they just could never play them because obviously early game they're just unplayable, and then by the late game they had multiple bombs in their deck, and that just bought enough time with those 3 dead cards that, I mean, we were saying before the game started that Hunter, like, they rely on their draw. They don't have much card draw, so every draw they get needs to be something impactful, or they need to thin the deck from secrets. And I mean, 3 dead cards the entire game. Even though the Warrior had a pretty rough start, it just sort of got there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, half of the reason that you play a Highlander deck just being shut off is not optimal, and
yeah.
Another important factor, I think, is the fact that they've got such strong decks, Oxford, going into the next games. They've got the Demon Hunter and the Druid, which are sort of the top tier decks that you're seeing played at the moment. And now that they've pulled a win off with perhaps the less powerful deck, the Bomb Warrior, it looks like sort of smooth sailing from here on out. I mean, obviously we can't count out the decks and the players on the side of Cambridge, but the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's Hearthstone. Anything can happen, but
the lineup on the side of Oxford is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Cambridge just has like this mage, which doesn't really beat anything from what I can tell. The mage like, can definitely high roll and just take the game out of control with the Conjurer's cooling. So it's a very explosive matchup. It can really, anything can happen. But I mean, you can honestly, like, I don't think it's gonna do that great against the Demon Hunter. So, and against the Druid, like, maybe it has a chance, but
it has a lot of board clear, so perhaps it can stall out and win through that. But
yeah, I think the Mage's best matchup is now gonna and it looks like we are gonna get this matchup. Okay, so if Cambridge doesn't win this, like, the Druid versus the Demon Hunter, sorry, the Mage versus the Demon Hunter is like 40% or something. So it's they really need to get this win. I mean, not only would they be 2-0 down, but they would also have like the strongest deck left, debatably, from Oxford that they would have to beat with all 3 of their decks. So
no, you are right in that respect. Demon Hunter is incredibly strong. So going into this, we have the Mage versus the Druid.
Ooh, okay. Not a terrible hand from the Mage. Twilight Drake is a card that Druid will struggle to deal with. Traditionally, of course, Druid just struggles with removing large single threats. They once had Naturalized, but that was removed by Blizzard now. So definitely a defining weakness of the class, and it's the same. It's no different for this particular list of Druid.
So we're seeing now Oxford have the chance to use Rising Winds. Likely to see a card draw for that, I think.
They have the Kael'thas. Is the game already over?
uh, so interesting fact is that Blizzard have announced a new round of nerfs. Again, another entire round of nerfs because the last ones weren't enough, and Kael'thas was included in there. They are looking at him and they realize that his potential to high roll games is very high. So they are looking to perhaps take him down a couple of notches. Drawing another card off the Rising Winds. Drawing into the Ironbark. Druid got some interesting cards this expansion, which allowed them to play these sort of low impact cards, but as soon as you hit 7 mana, they become free, which is combos well with the Kael'thas. Looking to innovate out the Glowfly Swarm, perhaps. They're hovering over the Innovate. I think they want to.
Ooh, this is gonna be kind of awkward for This will be awkward for the Mage if this does come out because they can coin Blizzard in one turn, but it's. I mean, they can play Twilight Drake. The thing is, though, is they had the option to coin Twilight Drake the previous turn, which was a very strong Pele.
Hang on, they've found the rolling fireball, so they can coin the rolling fireball, and that will take out 4 of these 5 flies. The problem is that if they don't do this, Soul of the Forest will come down.
Yeah.
And then how do they ever clear that?
This is kind of a risky play from the Mage because if Druid does have another way to create a board, the Mage will just fall massively behind. But it's a risk they're willing to take, and looks like it does pay off because the Druid doesn't have another way to create a board. I mean, honestly, Druid doesn't have too many ways to create boards now.
No.
Yeah, they really don't with this deck. It's not really the same as your traditional token druids. I mean, it's not really classified as a token druid anyways.
You're looking to synergize off the power of Kael'thas to just sort of play as many spells. Well, you have the tokens, but the problem isn't that they're going to be coming back every turn. The problem is that they've been buffed so incredibly high that you can't deal with them. So they've drawn another Glowfly Swarm, but they don't have another 0 mana spell going into the next turn to activate the Kael'thas. So they'll need to draw either another Moonfire, another Innovate. As soon as they hit 7 mana, the Ironbark will become free, but by that point, the Mage's high value spells and minions are going to be coming online. And if you look to the far left-hand side of the Mage's hand, they have Reno.
What to do?
And
what to do?
If that Reno is played into a board of sort of Death Rattle, Soul of the Forest enabled minions, it's going to be huge for the Mage because they're all going to be taken off the board. None of those will be activated, and the board will be reset.
Yeah, but I'm sure I'm sure the Druid knows this, and Oxford will acknowledge this, and they'll try and make sure that they get a Soul of the Forest board down going into the turn 9, because especially because they did play first. They are gonna be like, they can have their turn 9 into, and the Mage will have 9 mana the turn after to react. So they can definitely trance up that Soul of the Forest board into the Reno. I mean, assuming they can't get it off earlier with Kael'thas, that is as well.
Oh. If they play this Glowfly Swarm, it's going to be playing right into the Blizzard, which could be incredibly rough for the side of Oxford.
I mean, there's only one copy of like all of these removals in the deck, and honestly, there isn't even Rolling Fireball, there's Blizzard, there's the Reno. But I mean, yeah, there isn't actually that much removal. I guess this is placed directly into both Reno and Blizzard though, so it does make me a little bit hesitant whether that's really the line you want to take.
The issue here is obviously that they had the Kael'thas. Now they've drawn some 0-mana spells. They've got 0-mana spells.
I mean, they just don't really have a way to generate a board. They've played both of their Glowfly Swarms, which is the main way this deck can generate that initial board of
Yeah.
tokens.
So they can go Innovate, Kale, and then into Overflow, but that would overdraw them, I think, quite significantly. It would, well, perhaps not significantly, but there's no guarantee that what you'll draw will be playable.
It would only overdraw them one card.
Okay.
But I think you have to do that. I don't know. I don't see how you're getting back into the game if you're just like playing this very slowly, letting them get to their Reno turn. The amazing Reno, that is. Also, like Caligos and Alex, Dragon Queen Alex come down, and the Druid's just gonna they're just gonna die, honestly, from those like sort of threats. Wow, they're actually opting to play this slowly though. It's because they want to try and get double value from Kael'thas in the same turn, right?
They'll need to find, if they want to have a chance, they'll need to find Forest's Aid to be able to, or perhaps an exotic. Gonna see the Mage Prime and the Ooze played out, just to contest the board a little bit. There's the Mount Seller.
Oh, that's actually a really big deal. That's one of the few other cards that can help generate a board in the deck. The Mount Seller and the Forest Aid are sort of the last two token generators. In the deck.
There's quite a high amount of spells that can be played. So they can play the Ironbark, they can play the Crystal Power, they can play the Innovate, they can play the Moonfire.
Yeah, this should be a great turn for the Druid. It honestly might swing them back into the game. There is the Totem Pilgrim from the Mage hand, but that can't even like fish any removal really. Maybe a puzzle box.
Yeah, and that's a really good find off of the Mount Caller there. The Griffin with Rush. That can be played directly into one of these minions.
Yeah, it's definitely an above average 3-drop, I would think. In this certain situation where it has Rush anyway. Especially because it just helps play around removal and spells. What do you So from this stage, the Druid is obviously starting to develop a board, but we are sort of in the later mana stages of the game where the Mage does have access to some of their more powerful threats. Who do you think is sort of favored right now, or is the Druid's gonna have a rough time with this Reno coming down soon, and also just the Alex, even though it's not in the hand, the Dragon Queen, the Puzzle Box, the Caligos potentially coming out very shortly as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the deck as a whole, now is the time that the Mage is going to have sort of large threats to be able to deal with this, but in the hand they don't have them. If this board sticks, I mean, they have the Savage Roar in hand. Is that enough damage to push them to lethal? And
I mean, if any board ever sticks with the Druid, I honestly think they kind of just snowball and run away with the game from there.
Yeah, so looking on board at the moment, they have... How much damage do they have?
Alright, so what's Mage looking to do here? They can either play the Pilgrim and try and go for a puzzle if they're sort of in desperation mode. Looks like they're just going to play this Rustied Raider. It allows them to play this Icicle too. Yeah, I mean, I guess killing that is quite important. The odds are that your Pilgrim hits the puzzle box are not, they're like below 50%, maybe even lower than that. And there's no other like removal or impactful cards that would really help them out in this situation. So I'm fine with just taking the safe approach here.
How much damage is this?
Ooh, the Savage Roar and the Gift of the Wild?
Yeah. That's going to be 4, 6, 6, 8.
It's 20, right?
While a minion has stealth, it
When a minion has stealth, it cannot have taunt.
Oh, and they got the ice barrier up. So... Some helpful tips coming from the innkeeper there.
Oh, while a top deck. Okay, this can give Brew, right? Is there any other removal that will be more efficient here?
They had one more mana. If they had one more mana, they'd be playing.
Yeah, if they had one more mana, then Nether would obviously be great, but they don't. So I think it has to be Brawl, right?
What to do?
Problem with Brawl is that it will kill these porcupines, and those porcupines will deal 4 damage each. So their death rattle is when they die, they deal that damage across all enemies based on their attack.
Yeah, man, that 3-drop to get from the Mount Cellar is actually huge when it gets buffed now as well.
So that could actually,
because that's exact lethal with the 4 damage of heat plus the overflow plus the hero power from the druid is lethal.
So they're going to play they must be thinking, how can we maximize Zephyrus and what's it going to offer them?
I mean, it looks like they're intentionally pinged first, so they would have 5 mana left to try and manipulate into giving Brawl. But I think it would have given them Brawl anyways, and I might have preferred to see them play like the Doomsayer afterwards instead of the ping. Just play the Doomsayer onto that empty board afterwards.
Okay, so we see the.
I mean, it's just lethal, right? Oh wait, Overflow doesn't deal 5. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And it heals the.
I remember it does a lot of things. Yes, it heals the.
Are you sure? Has your mind been passed back to 2015?
Yes.
Ultimate infestation, yeah.
My apologies, I got confused. I knew I did a lot of the same stuff, but I got the heal 5 the wrong way around.
It's a reverse UI.
Yeah. Alright, well, so it's not as bad for the mage then, honestly. They have Reno coming down to here. The druid probably doesn't want to commit too much of a board into this Reno. I'd be surprised if they play the Power of the Wild, especially because they can go Forest Aid plus Power of the Wild on the following turn. Maybe they just want to like play a very aggressive here to force the Reno out. Like we've seen the mages had quite an awkward time dealing with the druid's boards. They've top decked the Zera, sure, but they've like used all the rest of their removal now. So just maybe this might even just by itself force the Reno, which would be like amazing for the druid, obviously.
So puzzle box off the top, but do they want to play that? Normally I feel as puzzle box used as sort of a get out of jail free card. There's no guarantee of what it'll be doing, but hopefully it's going to bail you out of a tough situation. But that's perhaps not the situation that Cambridge has found themselves in here.
Do you think that... Okay, they are just going to play the Reno. I was just thinking whether they can maybe go for Pilgrim into Power Creation and just build a board and hope that the Druid doesn't have 5 bursts from hand.
The problem is now is if Oxford start building the board with Forest Aid, they have no way to clear it.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna just have to like go for this puzzle box now, which is why I was wondering whether try to
fishing
maybe go for the pill. Like there was like that was like their sole turn where they could have attempted to. I mean, it doesn't do anything though. These are asleep.
Now what is?
You're in my hands.
Oh, they're going for this. They're going to try and hit the Frost Nova, I guess. They've already played the Rolling Fireball and the Blizzard. There's no Flame Strike in the deck. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, this is why I would have liked to see them do last turn. They're doing it this turn instead, but now there's like a wide board, so any buff will probably present lethal from the Druid. Whereas before there was, I don't even know if there was a way for the Druid to lethal on the previous turn. With a 2/2 on board and being... I mean, they're just... Are they dead? There's no burst though from the Druid's hand, is there?
What is left in the Druid's deck is getting thin.
Well, there's definitely... Oh, the Druid only plays 1 Savage Roar, and the Druid only plays 1 Gift. So there's actually not that much burst left at all, is there? There's 1 more Power of the Wild, I believe, which will give make these become all 3/3s, which would be 12 damage. The Druid will still be 1 off if they hit that.
Can Bog Beam to clear up the board a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like the Druid's just gonna have to like try and get her through this chip damage, which makes me wonder even more why Cambridge just didn't do like this exact play that they did 1 turn earlier though.
When they had the free board, when they had no.
Yeah, there was less pressure on board. It like they can save Reno for like when they really need it. Oh, that's a big draw though for Cambridge.
Is this just a Kalagos puzzle box play?
If I could just.
You can also play the other dragon with puzzle box if you want to as well. Kalagos does give you the discover. I mean, I feel like you always play the other dragon plus the puzzle box because it's only like active this turn when you do have the Kalagos in hand. So if you play the Kalagos first, it'd be a bit awkward. And then you even have mana left over, like to play a Doomsayer if you want to or something. It's more just you maybe want to play Kalagos because it can actually give you something that's better. But Blizzard here doesn't really do anything. I mean, I guess it kills off 2 of the 2/2s.
Thought I had more time.
I feel like we're going to see a snap puzzle box player come in. But they're running out of time.
Oh, looks like they are going for the Kalagos.
Discovering power of creation. That's good.
So why are they going for this instead of the Dragon Caster though?
Oh, that's huge. That's going to get through the death rattle on the treants, and it's going to take them out.
Wow, wow. That's a puzzle box right there. That is. Oh.
Oh, goodbye Kalagos.
Hello, Bonery.
Oh, a taunt as well.
Wow, this was a insane puzzle box. What?
That has saved them.
Huh? Why didn't my puzzle box do this in Soul? I'm just having flashbacks to Soul right now where my puzzle box was disastrous and my opponent's puzzle box is always one of the game.
I don't see how the Druid comes back from this now.
Yeah, they really don't. I mean, I feel like the Druid played fine even. If anything, I'm questioning the Mage players' plays the most this game. The one play I think the Druid maybe could have done differently is they played their Glowfly Swarm so aggressively, and I think maybe they could have saved it to try and play it with Kel'Thas. Yeah. Also, like they also innovated out a Glowfly Swarm, right? Maybe they could have waited to try and like use the interface with the Kel'Thas as well, or just I don't know. They had options, but they just coined Swarm into another Swarm into like the Reno Blizzard turn, and I mean, was it really necessary to take that risk?
So at the moment, this is comboing with the. Well, that won't do anything, but the other secret is this one, and that is going to buff all of them.
Oh.
So I believe this game is over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about the Druid and what the Druid could have maybe.
Yeah, I think there was a key turn around turns sort of 5 and 6 where they could have innovated out the Kael'thas, then played the Glowfly Swarm on top of that, and allowing them perhaps to get a buff on that board. But they played the Glowfly Swarm on its own, unprotected, and that allowed it to just be taken out by the Blizzard and by the Rolling Fireball. So they presented their threats in a very sort of a very fair manner to the opponent.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Allowing them to just get taken out one after another.
Like the whole purpose of this deck is to sort of cheat mana in a way that allows you to make sort of layered boards that shouldn't be fair for your opponent to deal with in a 1-for-1 trade. If you just play your cards out one by one, it allows your opponents to trade like 1-for-1, right, with each card. Yeah. And that's exactly what we saw happen this game. It's like how you would always just be patient with the old token druid and play your Soul of the Forest with your Whispering Woods. You would just, even if it just meant hero powering for like 3 turns in a row, you'd just be patient. And we just didn't see any of that patience come out from Oxford here. Sure, it makes sense. Cambridge does have like some really powerful late game tools, But I think waiting for 1 or 2 turn, knowing that window of opportunity on turn 8 and turn 9, that was their opportunity to shine. But instead they pulled the trigger on 5 and 6, and it's really come back to bite them now.
Yeah, and really unfortunate. They've got the overflow, and 2 overgrowths and a fungal fortune.
Oh! Hold up a minute. We're counting. We're counting.
We've counted out. We've counted out
that.
Oxford. Reno might be able to swing this in favour of Oxford.
Uh-oh.
Reno, the double agent, he has been paid off.
Make us rich.
Ooh.
What would make them rich? Perhaps winning the first prize for the NSC Hearthstone tournament. That would make them rich. £100 richer. But we'll have to see. So Reno is...
If I could just cast that.
I feel like all eyes are now on Reno. What's he going to do?
I mean, so obviously, Cambridge here has to remove the Panther. What's their most efficient way to do that? They have to Plague of Flames it, right? It's the hand that allows them to move that 100%.
I believe so. I have lost track of what that other side quest they have is.
Oh, this is a taunt. Oh, that's fine then. Yeah, just jamming the taunt is completely reasonable. Yeah, this seems fine. I mean, really, they should know that they don't need to save the Plague of Flames. I mean, I assume they're tracking and they'll know every single card in the hand here from Druid. So they know that if they just keep the board wide, it will decrease the odds that Reno will kill himself. Because if you have more targets for like these fireballs and frostbolts to hit. So yeah, honestly, the only way that Cambridge here loses is if a frostbolt or something goes to their own face. So just keeping the board as wide as possible definitely seems like the move. Just playing around those small percentages where you can in fact lose the game to what you know like 100% of the 4 cards in your opponent's hand is.
How long can Oxford hold out, hoping that Reno will in fact cast a damaging spell on him?
Why is Cambridge trading here with the 2/2s and not the 5/7?
I'm not sure. Ideally, you'd want to have that 5/7 killed off as soon as possible. Is the fact that
it gives life. It makes a lifesteal minion, right?
Yeah.
And also, like I was saying, just going narrow here can be awkward in terms of your hero power frostbolt going on your own face and not maximizing the number of targets. Anyways, looks like they do just up 1 turn lethal though. Will this hit their own face? No, it cannot. And that will be game 2 going to Cambridge.
Yeah, I mean, this mage, we were saying before, how's it going to get out the win? And
I mean, we were saying that it had to specifically win this matchup, right? And if it didn't, it was going to be in a lot of trouble. And they do manage to queue it into the Druid, and they get the win with it. And now they honestly have a fighting chance, really.
Yeah, I mean, going into the next couple of games, they've got some they've got some powerful decks. They've got the Warlock, the Galakron Warlock, which is in itself a very powerful deck, and they don't have to face that up against the Bomb Warrior. So all of their Dragon Queen will be online, and so will the Zephyrus.
That is true. That is true. Is there any albatrosses though? Wait, let me just take a quick look for any albatrosses. No, I don't believe there are any albatrosses. So that's good news for the
only albatross is on the side of the Warlock.
Yeah.
On the side of Cambridge.
Cambridge has an albatross, but it doesn't actually hit any of Oxford's decks. Alright, so we have Oxford has the Druid they still need to get a win with, and the Demon Hunter. Cambridge, of course, has to win with that Warlock still, and the Hunter they lost was earlier.
Yeah. So now, obviously, Cambridge having to swap off of the Mage, and they got a win with it. But will we see Oxford queue up that Druid again?
I mean, I'm just trying to see like what you're trying to hit with the Druid. Like what matchups do you want to go for? I mean, some people here like it just comes down to like a 50-50 of what matchup you're gonna get. You can try and outsmart your opponent, but it's just gonna be like what matchup hit. And It looks like it is going to be the druid versus the hunter, though. Okay.
I think that's really good for the druid, though.
I don't know.
I think
It's
the tools that the hunter has access to are limited when it comes to clearing a wide board.
that is true, but at the same time, I wonder if the hunter can just get early board control and then just kill you with it.
That's also a possibility. But if you look at the side of the warlock, they have stuff like Plague of Flames. They have the Mortal Coil. They have
The warlock is druid versus hunter.
Yeah, but I'm just considering if they'd lined up the warlock into the druid.
Oh yeah, but I mean it's all just like RNG, right? There's no
Yeah.
real control or mind games in the situation of what
No.
deck. So we have the 2 decks, and it is going to be the druid versus the hunter.
Okay, they've got the overgrowth. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's really good. They have the rising winds as well. Just getting that 3. I mean, with the overgrowth, you are more incentivized to draw a card with it. I wonder if they will ever play it for the 3/2. I imagine they probably won't, but they have the crystal power in hand that they can use as well to help themselves. Like, although you do want to be sort of trying to mitigate as much as this early board damage coming in from the hunter and early pressure, you still kind of need to stay true to your game plan, and you can't just coin the rising wings 3/2 into like iron bark, for example. That's just like something that you can never do as a druid, even though it may seem nice. Like, no, you can't just.
No, that's definitely a losing play.
Yeah.
An interesting thing about the rising winds is that with the glowfly swarm, it essentially counts as sort of 2 spells in one if you draw a card off of it, because you're drawing one, but it's also a twin spell, so you'll still have a copy in hand.
Yeah.
So you're going to be maximizing the amount of sort of glowflies you're going to be getting off of that one card. It represents another 2/2 power on the board.
All right. So the hunter just playing their 2/3 here on curve. They have the 2/3 into the companion as a weapon if they want as well. Looking like a good start for the hunter here. Druid has some tools to work with. The overgrowth is nice, but I mean, they have lots of draws still, so we'll have to see. But I think I should be on the hunter right now and just see how much board and pressure they can put up, because the hunter really is under a lot. Like, they really have to put as much pressure onto druid as fast as possible here.
Yeah, definitely. They want to just explode onto the board and just take them out before they have the chance to play.
That's an unfortunate animal companion, but that is also a really good top deck that drew with the evasive Feywing. That's going to threaten a lot of damage onto the druid. And honestly, if anything, these evasive cards that the hunter has might be the tipping point into
they're going to have to be taken
game
out with minions, and those minions you'd rather be buffing and just sending straight to the face with the buff damage that you've got on them. You want to be using these sort of the bog beams, the moonfires, the wrath to take out the minions and clear up the board.
Yeah, I mean, also just being forced to defend yourself with your minions. Minions, they can't. Druid doesn't have rush minions. They can't like attack straight away, so you're guaranteed taking damage. And as the hunter here, like you just push damage, and the druid is just gonna die. They have overflow for heal, sure, but overflow you lose a lot of pressure if you play that. So it's like a card you can't really actually use too defensively most of the time, unless the hunter's pretty much completely out of cards.
Yeah, whilst they can in theory play that overflow next turn, the hand size is awkward. They have a lot of their sort of buff spells, their damage spells that they'd want to be outputting onto their minions that they just don't have on board.
I mean, I don't think the druid can really afford to play overflow. You just lose too much pressure on the board. But at the same time, what other options do they have in hand, right? We'll have to see what they top deck. I think they're really got to be praying that they top deck something good here. But I think the hunter's just going to Stormhammer, Hero Power, push this damage face. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's 13 damage to that.
Yeah, it's looking kind of rough for the druid right now.
Taking them down to 12, and then they've got the kill command on top of that. So that represents another 7 damage with the hero power.
Like the hunter just had the curve, right? Like we've talked about this already. Like hunter, it's all about the cards they draw. I mean, it's obviously like that for every deck, but hunter is just more so like, do you get the cards, the bombs you want to play on curve, and they got every single bomb for every single turn, and you just see the druid just has nothing they can really do in response. They need time to get online, and now they're just forced in an awkward position where,
The
I
question
mean,
is how do they survive this?
What to do?
So
I
they have,
think they actually do just have to go for an overflow, because if you don't play overflow this turn, you're just going to be in the same spot next turn, but in an even worse spot. So I think you probably like play this crystal power to heal, then you can coin out the overflow, and then maybe next turn you'll hopefully have like answers to this. But right now you're just trying to delay things by a turn. Like you're healing for 10, which it is problematic because that is less healing than the hunter can output in one turn, and you're just allowing the hunter to stack up a board even further. And it's like there's no spreading plague or anything like that anymore. If the hunter has a board, the druid can't really deal with it.
you can see them targeting the Moonfire on the Leok, but hoping to draw into Bog Beam, which they have done, but it will just heal it back up. So
Yeah, it didn't really matter what they targeted with that Moonfire.
the Zephyrus, 'cause that may offer them lethal.
Let's see.
What could it give them? It could give them a Fireball, but they've already got Kill Command, so that's 7.
I don't think there's any lethals here.
I wonder.
No, I can't see
No.
any lethals here. No,
Any
there's
damage
no
that could be
lethals
output by
here.
Zephyrus would be.
It would have to be like Kill Command Sinister Strike would be your max damage. Oh yeah, that's not enough. How much damage is there though? Because sometimes Zephyrus does just offer you things like Savage Roar. So Savage Roar would put them to 5. It would put the druid to 5 health. Huh.
And you have the Kill Command.
I mean, you probably just hero power Kill Command this turn, and the next turn you just play Zephyrus and
Yeah.
get like the Fireball or whatever, right, to finish them off.
Or perhaps get the Master Spell to get through any taunt that they may put up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking like it's over, right? Like you.
Yeah, they have drawn into just sort of nothing of really high value. I mean, high value in terms of mana cost, in terms of the effect, but you don't.
I mean, I don't even think it's about. It's not even been about the draw this game. It's just the hunter's draw has been too oppressive, and traditionally this sort of style of hunter play has been one of the biggest counters to druid, because druid just can't deal with that animal companion. It just can't deal with the elusive minions. It just can't deal with the weapons and that constant sort of damage output that's just hitting you for like 10 damage every turn.
They can't deal with this evasive failing. They can't target.
And they're just gonna pass over the turn, not gonna concede, just gonna let them kill them. And Cambridge is on match point to take home the title for
A really,
the series.
really surprising win coming out there with the Hunter, I think.
No, I think the Hunter's actually favored against the Druid. Like, I'm pretty sure it is. Like, it definitely like looked even more favored that game than it probably is, just because they drew like the perfect curve. But I mean, there's just always been the case of Hunter, and HS Replay agrees with me that you just like play your minions on curve, and the Druid can't do anything about it, and you just take too much damage as the Druid. And you saw like how defensively the Druid is then forced to play.
Yeah.
Like the Druid didn't really have any board generators in hand, but even if they did, like the last 2 turns, they probably wouldn't. They wouldn't have been able to play on either of the last 2 turns. If they had, they would have just died. So, all right, looks like we are just going to jump straight into what could possibly be the final game here between the Galakron Warlock and the Druid. Would you like to break this matchup down for us, Jeff?
Yeah, so obviously we've seen the Druid being played. You've just got your minions, but on the side of the Galakron Warlock, you want to be maximizing the potential, obviously of your Galakron, but hitting the invokes off of your stuff like your Dragonblight Cultists, your Devoted Maniacs. But it also plays a really, really high amount of board clears. So on the side of Cambridge, sorry, they have stuff like you've seen there, the new card, the Moarg Artificer. doubles the damage of any spells being played. And you've got stuff like Nether Breath to handle singular minions. You've got your Dark Skies to handle a board. Plague of Flames again to handle a wide board. It's got a huge sort of early game presence of board clear, so that you can later in the game get these invokes and play a really large Galacrond to win. And it's also got 2 more board clears in the form of Crazed Netherwing, which comes on around turn 5, which is really painful in this matchup, because that's when you want to start playing your wide board on the side of the druid.
Okay, so what it sounds like to me is you're saying that if the druid plays sort of, the warlock has plenty of removal and can easily out remove all the threats the druid can play, similar to the mage game we saw.
Yeah.
Like the druid can easily just like not generate enough stuff,
Yeah.
and the warlock has more than enough removal. So I think it's going to be very key this game for the druid, similar to what they sort of failed to do against the mage, is to do that like sort of ridiculous turn in one go with the Soul of the Forest that the warlock can't remove, right?
Yeah, I just want to highlight a turn that might be coming up here, is the Overgrowth on the turn following this one. And I think Oxford have realised if they Overgrowth on turn 4, putting them to 6, the turn after that, which is turn 5, they'll have 7 mana, and they'll have the exotic Mount Seller active, and they will have 4 spells that they can play. They'll have the Iron Bark, they'll have the Moonfire, the Coin, and another Moonfire that represents.
And they have 2 turns to draw more cards they can play as well, either 1 mana spells,
Exactly,
or just as so. Yeah, it's actually looking quite promising, because just this cheating this Mount Seller out so fast. Sure, Warlock can probably remove all the 3-drops, but it's going to be hard for them to remove the 3-drops and the Mount Seller unless they already have a board, which they might do here. It looks like they are going to sort of go wide, but obviously the Druid does have the Moonfires to clear up some of this. So
they don't have, whilst they have board clear in hand, they have the Crazed Netherwing. They have 2 Crazed Netherwings. They have the Unstable Fellbolt. They don't have enough. I mean, it's what we were saying. With the Token Druid, it cheats out really, really sort of expensive cards early. So whilst you may be able to deal with part of it, and it was going back to what you said about the layered board, you can deal with part of it, but the board will just be coming back through Soul of the Forest, or it'll be buffed with Gift of the Wild. So you won't be able to deal with all of it. You can deal with perhaps a fair amount of the board, like we saw in the Mage game, but you won't be able to deal with all of it.
I mean, let's just take a minute to slow down here and actually analyze the state, because we're saying all this, but I actually think they will be able to deal with all of it. Sure, this Mount Seller is going to come down and make a lot of 3-drops. However, the Mount Seller has 8 health. So what the Warlock can do is they can just trade all their minions into the Mount Seller, and then they can just play their Crazed Netherwing, and that will just like deal with everything. So I think what the Druid does need to do here to play around that is give one of their smallest minions taunt with Iron Bark, because what that will do then is it will prevent the Warlock being able to trade their 2 minions into the exotic Mount Seller first.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important that this Iron Bark doesn't go on the Mount Seller and it goes on one of the smaller minions instead. Even though it seems kind of counterintuitive, because you feel like you want to give the health to your big one, in terms of playing around AoE, it's much more efficient to give it to a smaller minion.
Yeah, so with the Unstable Fellwing, that will deal 3. So, but the Crazed Netherwing, and you've got the Unstable Fellbolt.
So they're still a little bit off though, right? Because they can do 9s, but the Mount Seller has 11, so they're still going to be 2 damage off. Does that Dark Skies change anything?
No, they have
1,
no,
2,
yeah, you're right. Sorry, they have 9.
9 cards in hand. The Dark Skies then will do 8. They can trade both of these in.
Hang on, if they play the Artificer, all minions take double damage from spells. With the Dark Skies,
that's yeah. Yeah, they can clear this for sure. They can even just like Dark Skies plus Unstable plus Mortal Coil is enough as well.
Yeah, that should.
They have multiple ways to deal with this.
Oh, they're not going to take the.
This is fine. The Coil and the Unstable always
Oh, no,
guarantee full clears this.
That's
yeah.
still a clear. That's perfectly fine. Interesting to note that the Unstable Fellbolt can still be played if you don't have a friendly minion on board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's where a lot of the strength from the card comes from, right? Because otherwise mirrored effects can be quite tragic. All right, Druid looking here just to slam that Forest Aid onto the board. Just hope there isn't a crazed Netherwing in hand.
Oh boy.
I mean, the thing is the Forest Aid never really becomes much better, right?
No.
So I think it is just correct to play it here, and they'll see the first Netherwing come down. They'll okay, yeah, whatever. We'll just play another Forest Aid. They won't be able to deal with that one. And then the following turn, we'll have a beautiful set with Soul of the Forest, Power of the World, and maybe even Savage Roar. But that's not going to be the case for the Druids.
This will be the fastest Netherwing ever played.
Not quite. They tap first, not last. Correct order, lol.
These...
Yeah, and we see the second one come down as expected. This is what they have to do.
I think the real question is, how fast will the concede come up once that second Netherwing hits the board?
I mean, the concede comes out. That's the end of their split after. You already feel the pain though for Oxford here. We thought they had the bear decks coming in, but I don't know. The play was fine. It wasn't terrible. There was definitely alternative lines they could have taken. I think both teams did play fairly fast as well, which I'm kind of surprised by, especially considering sort of how new this meta is. People are still working things out, and I feel like a good quality player, you definitely won't have time to work out everything before the game starts, but you can definitely be thinking of long stuff out during the game. But anyways, they do top deck the Kel'Thas. Is that going to do anything for them here? It will allow them to play Soul of the Forest with double Power of the World, but they're just dead on board, right? They have the Overflow.
Well, they're not dead yet, but it is close.
Can they draw 2 0-mana spells here? There's one. They need another 0-mana. Oh, that's 2! That allows them to play the Soul or Gift for free, or Glowfly even. Oh, dude, wow. What a broken card. Is Kel'Thas gonna bring them back into this game?
They've got Plague of Flames in hand though, they can clear it.
Yeah, that is true. The Warlock has all the removal.
But they can draw 2 more 0-cost spells.
Okay, these 2 innovates doesn't actually let them cheat anything else out though, so it doesn't actually accomplish that much. They are able to hero power 1/1 though, which it doesn't actually change Plague of Flames though, so I wonder if it was correct to play Soul of the Forest here instead. I guess they figured that they can play Glowfly Swarm plus Soul of the Forest at the same turn, because that's 9 mana, but they don't have that many cards in hand even for the Glowfly Swarm. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be a Snap Plague. I mean, they could maybe remove this by just trading their minions and playing Dark Skies, though. That might be a more efficient way to remove things, especially if they can create a wide board again, which they probably can by playing like Invoke cards, even though they don't have any in hand currently. Let's see. So Dark Sky shoots for 7, so that'd be 2 damage off.
I wonder.
They have this Artificer, obviously. What if they just play the Artificer plus the Dark Skies? It will shoot for 6 times, so it will deal 12.
Almost out of time.
They'll have the 1/1 left over. Is that better than just playing Plague of Flames, though?
I don't feel as if it's a better play than Plague of Flames.
Oh, right. They can just tap and then it's 9, right? Yeah, this is fine. Okay.
They can Glowfly into Soul of the Forest.
It's not terrible. Does the Warlock have means to go wide? Not really, right?
No. If they had any invoke cards in hand, perhaps, but right now I think they're thinking of do they want to bog beam and clear the 5/4?
I wonder.
What you hero power it instead of playing Soul of
Yeah.
the Forest?
I'm not sure about that play.
I think if you don't Soul of the Forest here, you're just never gonna have a board again to Soul of the Forest onto, to be honest. And they do have one more Glowfly Swarm in their deck, but they're not gonna have enough cards in hand to actually make a meaningful board out of it. So I think they do just have to play Soul here. They could preemptively Bog Beam, but there's not too much reason to. So yeah, just playing the Soul of the Forest here I think is the most reasonable play. The Warlock is actually in quite an awkward spot now, though. They got pretty unlucky, I think it's fair to say, by not drawing any invoke cards, so it's impossible for them to go wide, which makes their Plague of Flames like useless. Before, so it's kind of interesting, right? Because earlier they could have removed with the Plague of Flames, or they could have removed the board with the Dark Skies. They had the option, both completely full cleared the board. So it's just what they valued more going into future turns. And they said, okay, we think this Plague of Flames is more valuable going into future turns, so we're going to use the Dark Skies to remove. But it's coming back to bite them, and yes, it's because it's kind of out of their control. They didn't draw invoke cards to go wide, but it's really screwing them over right now. Looks like they're just gonna manually play some minions. Play with the Plague of Flames. This has got to be painful.
That is really quite painful. Quite. Oh, they're really investing in this.
Yeah, but I think you have to, right? Because you know the Druid only has so much board creation they can have, so... And also, there's 8 damage on board, plus the 10 from Savage Roar is 18. With the hero power, it'd be 19. So,
Had they tapped first...
Wait, that was,
They would have found the devoted...
Pretty big misplay here coming up from Cambridge tapping last.
Do you draw one off of the Wrath, off one of your own minions, is the question.
Okay, so if they do Savage Roar here, that's going to be plus 8, which is 14 damage, plus the hero power is 15, that'd be 4 of lethal. The Druid deck has literally no burst in it, though. They've played both Moonfires, it only runs 1 Savage Roar. So playing the Warlock to 4 health doesn't actually achieve anything. The Warlock also still has Alexstrasza. They also have the lifesteal spells.
Question is how close are Cambridge to having their single cards active?
Yeah, I'm referring to the Alexstrasza though, to just like heal the Warlock back up to 15. Yeah.
There are too many Alexstrasza in this game. We've seen this game swing so wildly between different teams, and now I'd say it could go either way, but I feel like the Warlock still has some optimal clears here.
Do you think the Warlock just plays Alex here, or do you think they clear the board? I think
I think you clear the board. I don't think against this.
Yeah, I agree.
This
play Devoted, play Plague.
They don't have to leave anything on board, and with a deck that's whole game plan is based around sort of buffing your board and dealing damage to these tokens, you don't want to take any risks.
Okay, so let's just break this down real quick. Druid, the Druid only has so much board generation. So let's count what they've played so far. So they've played the 1 Forest A, they've played both copies of that Twin Spell, they've played the Exotic Mount Seller, obviously they played that very early into the game. They've played their Kel'Thas, they've played 1 Glowfly Swarm. So their only board generation left, they have 1 Glowfly Swarm, but their hand size is tiny. So I think the only way Druid actually wins this is by getting Fungal Fortunes into Glowfly Swarm maybe, and they only have 1 copy of each of those.
Ooh. A huge amount of healing coming through.
Yeah, I mean the Warlock doesn't even need to play Alex, just able to heal so much there with the double sacrificial pact onto the 1/1 sun from the invoke. Yeah, so I think we've determined the way Druid gets back into this game. So the Warlock player just needs to, like, the Warlock player is favored from this point. So they just need to try and, like, play around the Fungal Fortunes into the Glowfire Swarm. I think the way they do that is by having a Plague of Flames ready to clear the board. Oh, the Druid. Oh, no, disaster.
Those tokens are something they really want to be holding on to as well.
Oh, those tokens are actually ways they can make a board, but not only that, they just lose so many. They lose so many of these flies now. Oh, this is not looking good. Warlock has taunts. They have removal.
Zephyrus is activated. I think this is over.
Zereth comes down. What it gives probably consecration. They have 4 mana left over.
Or it would give you Holy Nova.
I don't think it would give Holy Nova, right? It would just give Quank.
No, Holy Nova's been buffed. It is now 4 mana.
Yeah, it would never give Holy Nova. I mean, you can never play the Zephyrus and the Taunt, right? So you just play this. I mean, you just play the Zephyr and remove this board. We've already discussed this. This is literally Druid's last board they can ever possibly make. Like I've gone through all the ways they can make things in their deck, and there's literally nothing else left that can generate board besides like the Rising Winds, which summons 3/2s, which you can deal with. Wait a minute, what? Baron. Okay, it gives them Baron though. I guess that's fine. I mean, it's like, oh, Baron's better than Consecration here, which debatably is.
Oh,
either way, though, I think this is it. I think this is it, Jeff. I think Cambridge
have done it. There's no. I don't see a single possible way.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a few turns now, there wasn't really a way for the Druid to get back into the game.
Oh, the Starfall is the last card, and they're going to. They're not giving up. I'll give them that. They're not giving up. Their entire game rides on the back of this eagle.
Oh no. The bald eagle is the Americans' signature animal. surely that's enough to carry the Druid player here, no?
Like the hobbits at the end of Lord of the Rings. They're hoping this eagle's going to carry them away.
But it looks like that's not going to be enough, and that Cambridge is going to take the win and win the entire spring split.
It's an incredibly, I wouldn't say incredibly surprising, but I think our analysis at the beginning, we weren't being as favourable as the results have shown to Cambridge.
I mean, this Druid has really just been...
It hasn't performed for Oxford at all.
Yeah, did this Druid go 0-3? The Druid did go 0-3, right? Yeah, it did. Because they won their first game with Warrior and they just haven't played their Demon Hunter yet. So this Druid just straight up went 0-3.
Yeah, it's really surprising to see how strong the package in this of the Kael'thas sort of spells is. What is going on the side of Cambridge?
Are they BMing? I think they're BMing. They're like, yeah, we can just skip a turn and we'll still win. Oh no, the BM not like this.
And the last
no,
Galacrond.
They might even rip out another turn here. They actually can, I think. Wait, did they AFK? There's no way, right? They must be BMing. They must be BMing. Man, this is kind of crazy, but I mean, this is what you get.
Is this
tournament?
The comeback? This is the comeback. They want a game 2. They want a game 2. Sorry, they want a game 5. They want another one.
It has to be BM, but I mean that's a lot of conflict.
I don't know. Perhaps
they are in fatigue. They have to do this calculations very carefully. Otherwise, they will just die to fatigue. Did they actually disconnect?
I'll check with production. See what's they're saying.
I mean, normally if you did a player I mean, there was literally Warlock 100% always wins the game. So if they did disconnect, then it looks. If the Warlock player did disconnect, then they should be given the win because it's 100%. There's no like ever scenario where the Druid player can. Wow, it looks like the Warlock actually just disconnected.
Congratulations to Oxford. They've pulled out a sneaky surprise win.
We'll have to see what the ruling is though for this because the ruling in official Hearthstone Esports is if there is lethal on board or no way for the player in any situation to ever win, then normally it's granted. I mean, normally it is strictly if there's only lethal on board, otherwise they will rematch. Obviously, though, this is a bit different because the Druid player literally can never beat the Warlock in any world, no matter what the Warlock player does.
As soon as that taunt comes down, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter, right? Like, so...
Yeah.
But I mean, really...
What to do?
Why hasn't it paused? I don't know what's going on. Has production said anything?
No, I think we're waiting on someone to get back to us on the ruling. Let's see what's happening.
Waits for no one.
Well,
We have had a player disconnect.
a slightly anticlimactic ending.
The penultimate match. Oxford perhaps not swinging with the Eagle.
Okay, well maybe let's go back to we can show the lovely caster faces here, and we can just we can talk about the. Oh, it looks like the Druid concedes though. Does that
What happens?
maybe that was a respect concede? They're just deciding that they're like, we know we lost, we'll just a win. We're not going to try and cheese a win for ourselves. That's like the good thing to do. The
We like to see friendly competition.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we should just assume that Cambridge won because I mean they did win. There was no way Oxford could ever win that game. So I'm gonna go ahead and say congratulations to Cambridge with a little asterisk. But I mean, very well played to them. They had They definitely had a couple of plays on their mage, which was a little bit on the shaky side. But besides that, I think overall very solid play. Definitely playing to their strengths in the matchups. They sort of knew how to pilot the matchups, I feel like. The Hunter is quite linear, but you can commend them for just knowing how to pilot that into the Druid. I mean, they just knew how to beat this Druid really with all their decks. And
definitely.
I don't know if that's at the fault of Oxford for not being as comfortable on this Druid deck, maybe. I mean, this meta hasn't been around for that long, and it is a bit of a weird deck. It's like a very, very different style to other decks because there's literally only 4 ways in the deck you can actually make a board. So because of that, it can't, like, you saw it in the Mage game, they just like, oh, we made a board, oh, it's dead. Oh, we made a board, oh, it's dead. Oh, wait, we can't do anything anymore.
Yeah,
so,
I think you want to treat it more as definitely as a combo style deck.
Yes, definitely.
You don't want to be treating it as playing as a token style deck from previous sort of iterations, where you'd just be playing sort of fair minions, but over time it would overwhelm. But this time you want to be hitting the board quite early as well, with really unfair combos through Kael'thas and through the 0 mana spells you can get out on around turn 7.
Yeah.
But obviously the Druid didn't come through for Oxford.
I don't think that Cambridge was even particularly like targeting it or anything.
No.
Tower there went 0-3, so...
Okay.
Oh well, it's unfortunate though. It happens, but ultimately I think, sure, the decks from Cambridge maybe are a little bit more not the most standard decks you would expect. They did pilot them fairly well, and ultimately I do think, play from both sides, that Cambridge played slightly better. They deserved the wins, and I mean that's it. They won the split. They were the better team on the day, and
yeah. I mean, I have just got confirmation from the admins from NSE Hench himself confirming that Cambridge have won. So congratulations to them. Yeah, as we said, they played very well.
The Oxford rivalry is over. Cambridge has confirmed their university.
Yeah.
Question mark.
And end all those rowing competitions.
Yeah, who needs rowing competitions? Cambridge has proven their dominance. Yep.
bring those boats back in off the river. We don't need them anymore. But yeah, congratulations to Cambridge. They brought unconventional decks, I think, but it paid off for them, and obviously it's what they were comfortable with, and it's obviously what they were good with, and yeah, it's paid off. So congratulations, Cambridge. Thank you for joining me on the cast, Salty.
Yep, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you to production for setting all this lovely online tournament situation up. Obviously, we aren't coming live from Nottingham again, which is unfortunate. But
I'm in my house. You're in your house, I assume.
Yeah, someone else's house.
But Monka.
No, obviously, big sort of challenge having to pivot all this to online. So thank you to everyone that was up.
Sorry, my hair's a bit messy, but what can you do when you can't get it cut?
Yeah,
Not shaved.
My the Bieber haircut I had when I was younger is coming back. It's a bit upsetting.
Oh yeah.
You got some exciting games. I believe it is Super Smash Bros. Coming up next.
Ooh.
And then I think in the afternoon, in the evening, you've got FIFA. So got some exciting sports ball coming up.
Not Hearthstone, but I mean,
it's not Hearthstone.
Stick around.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll be back next split. With some more.
Yeah, maybe we'll actually be at like in a LAN event with like.
Oh, I can only dream.
Anyways,
but yeah,
should we wrap it up there? Stay safe, guys.
Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the weekend that NSC have prepared.
Bye.
Goodbye.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Bring the drums in.
Download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite, available now from the Nintendo official store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
Hello gamers one and all, we are finally back from the break with our second game of the day. We just had, it was Cambridge take the win over Oxford when it came to the Hearthstone, and we are now moving over to Nintendo's home console / hybrid DS replacement. And we're going to be playing Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo Switch. I am KNT Elixir, and I'm joined by my co-caster.
Yes, we are doing fantastic today. Of course, we all still stuck in quarantine, but that's okay. We're gonna make the best of a bad situation by playing some games. I'm gonna play them online. And no, Smash isn't necessarily known for having the best games online, but if any of you saw the Soaked series, which Moist Critical ran, it can still be very, very entertaining, and I'm sure today absolutely will.
And we definitely have the best level of competition that we have at university level. We have 3 people who qualified through the online circuit, playing weekly, back-to-back. And we have 1 player that made it through the only LAN that we were able to do, qualifying through the Newcastle LAN event. But we're going to be starting things off with 2 members of the online circuit. The player that made it through, just about avoiding the a tiebreaker situation between him and a member of Bangor University. We're going to be having Browboy from University of Birmingham, and Edinburgh Napier's very own Nades, who got 2nd place in the last split, will be the top seed of this, also coming in through the online qualifier.
And then wait, did you go over the 2 other players? I don't think you did, right? No. So SB from University of Brighton, another familiar face if you watch the University Smash scene, plays a formidable Robin. And then Whammy, who is the player who qualified through, I believe that you said the 1 LAN that we had.
Yeah, the Newcastle
this
event.
This is the player that we're lacking information on. So this is the dark horse, is the one we want to look out for and see if they can try and pop off. But for these 4 players, it's trying to beat Nades here, really. It's hard to try and make that an understatement, because he is clearly, from results, he is head and shoulders above the rest of them, and we're already into game 1.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to be seeing the Toon Link versus the Ness. These are 2 characters that we've been seeing them rock the entire time. Nades actually didn't drop an entire game playing through the online circuit. Going for a full 2-0 scoreline for all 6 of his games. So it's no surprise to see him rocking his main here, not flexing onto the banjo just yet. And Browboy, I don't think I've ever seen him not rock the original Earthbound boy.
Let's see, the notable thing about Browboy is, generally speaking, his movement. Particularly with his psi magnets, his like B reverses and stuff like that, he just feels so fluid and so comfortable with this character. And also worth mentioning that psi magnet is very strong against projectile characters, which of course Toon Link is, but Nades is a good player. He'll play around that. It's the same as like when you're a Snake versus Ness. It's a hard matchup, but there are ways to deal with it, and it's often with your other neutral tools.
And as he takes the first stock, we're seeing a little bit, if you tuned into some of those online circuits over on the Unifight Games channel, when these 2 played before, we saw a lot of boomerang usage from Nades, as the Psi Magnet actually only gets hold of energy-based projectiles. So things like the bomb explosion would get absorbed. However, the physical boomerang actually makes it through that down B.
That's really cool. And you can see Browboy constantly trying to weave through all these projectiles, trying to absorb the energy-based ones, but then, yeah, there's the boomerang in his face. And so far, it's not going too well for him, but getting the return stock Nades, unfortunately, I believe that was an SD by the looks of things.
Yeah, it looked like a forced error. I think he was expecting the head of the PK Thunder to clip him towards the stage and was getting ready to tech, but Browboy actually arcing it away, just forcing the air dodge out as an up smash comes out of shield here from Nades.
That's real smart, but 141% on Browboy right now. It's a difficult situation to try and get back in this. Do you know if it's a best of 3 or best of 5?
I would hope in this top 4 we'll be going for the best of 5, but we'll get confirmation from one of the admins in a little bit. At the very least, even if it is a best of 5, you still want to be winning this first game. And the Helium Shield actually not reflecting his own arrow, but chases the rollback with the up smash, does Nades, and gets the 2nd stop.
Yeah, he's out of there, right? Browboy needs to end this stock soon.
And definitely a character that's capable of doing it. It's just whether he can get in. We've basically been seeing a lot of Nair out of shield to punish some over extensions, but no crazy nest strings that we're used to from Browboy.
it's hard to get strings on a player as good as Nades because you know he's DIing, he's SDIing those perfectly, and you have to keep track of them to try and get the kills in the back throw on the wrong side of the stage isn't going to be able to confirm into a kill.
I do wonder if he was maybe trying to bait some really bad DI. Usually up throw is the situation there, or go for forward throw to get the ledge set up, but instead maybe trying to trust that Nades had the good DI and maybe get a turbo DI back throw as the back head doesn't connect off of that setup.
Just watching Nades though, he just feels so comfortable with these setups, but unsafe attack onto the shield gets punished with a nair from Browboy. And now it's an 89% lead, make that 104% for Nades, and Browboy's got a difficult time trying to come back from this.
Gets caught dropping shield with the jab there, and honestly, Browboy's done a really good job of keeping this close between these two. Nades has never lost a game to him or anyone else in the online circuit, but Browboy is one of the few people that has managed to make it close when he's not throwing on the banjo.
Alright. I saw him look for the back throw there and I was like, oh no, Nades is dead, but you know, even at 13%, it is Ness. He has a very strong back throw.
And
He might be able to
speaking
kill.
of...
Yeah, 178% to be fair, but good call. Good catch.
First game of this best of 5 going to Nades. No surprise there in terms of seeding, and honestly, in terms of just seeing these two play against each other, very, very unsurprising to see Nades take that first game on Pokemon Stadium 2. But for those of you that aren't aware of how we do things, what the players will do now is they will, the winning player, Nades, will ban, I believe it's 2 stages out of the around about 7 legal stages we have for this format. And from there, Browboy will be able to pick which stage he wants to go to, so he can now play on his home field advantage.
So what type of home field advantage are you looking for of your Browboy? A smaller stage, a wider stage, one with slants, or just try and throw him up on Lilac?
To be honest, I'm not sure what he's going to want to do, because in terms of taking a smaller stage, Nades hasn't really been camping. Like, Toon Link is a character that is very much capable of running the clock, using those projectiles to keep you out. But Nades has been holding forward the entire time, so if you don't give yourself enough space to back off a bit, you might just get smothered. But at the same time, you don't want a too big a stage because you want to give yourself those kill options. Nades banned Lilac and Final Destination. So we will definitely be looking at platforms. And I'm surprised he banned Lilac. I guess he just doesn't trust it. As much as it's probably worse for Browboy, because of the way his recovery works, having to arc that PK Thunder down, I guess he just doesn't want to deal with it.
I could also see the up B from Toon Link getting messed up by Lilac. Lilac's just bad. Like, it just doesn't work a lot of the time. WarioWare exists, by the way, people, admins.
Oh man.
An alternative, a small stage. What is this? That's a discussion for another day, which I'm sure me and you are both on the same side of. We're into game 2 of this best of 5.
All right, so Kalos Pokemon League. Wow, the get up attack actually allowing him to low profile that grab? That's crazy.
Small characters, dude. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
nice.
small characters, but small hitboxes as well. Hurt boxes? You know what I'm saying.
They're young lads. Haven't quite drank enough milk to have them big body hurt boxes.
True. I mean, you know what it is? Quarantine. There isn't any milk in the stores. Can't go for any.
Well, that's why we're seeing Toon Link here instead of the
punish?
young Link. All right. Ooh, the second one misses.
That's
that
the
honestly might have been
SDI
stock. Yeah, that might honestly have been the stock if Nades didn't SDI that up. Or, like, it's technically, it's a very weird one. PK Fire. Oh! Catching the tech there, the miss tech. PK Fire is a weird one because even though it is a multi-hit, to SDI it, you can actually just hold in a direction like conventional DI, working more like Melee or Rivals of Aether's ASDI. So, for those of you who don't know, hold up or down, just hard commit to one and make sure you are ready for the option. And speaking of options, the moment he lands, up the outer shield.
Up the outer shield is strong for all the links. I don't know if Toon Links is the strongest, but even if it isn't, it's still strong regardless. I want to say Young Links might be because there is just no ending lag to it.
Yeah, like at low percent, Young Link definitely has the best one, as it's the one that sets up the most combos, as it is the one that actually allows him to do so. But Toon Links, people forget about it because he's not got as much raw kill power as regular Link. This character actually hits surprisingly hard.
Yeah, the problem right now is either Browboy is just underestimating how long the up B lasts, or he's not leaning his shield towards the sword so that it doesn't get shield poked, because he keeps on getting hit by the up B whilst shielding.
Yeah, I think it's also forgetting that the back hitbox does actually still connect. Nice air dodge to the ledge there to get away from the situation. He's taken center stage back. Gonna hopefully not aggress as he pushes a second button there, not giving Naze the ability to shield grab him.
That's a habit which Browboy goes for a lot, is looking for the PK Thunder 2 on himself, like all the time. All the time, and sometimes it works and it gets him those early stocks from 40% onwards, but the other times it just results in him being punished over and over.
For a second, I thought we were watching Eunice also coming to the Nintendo Switch. He did like the assault jump in there with the wave bounce on the side B to give him the momentum for the jab.
Hitboxes, by the way. Nice up there.
He had to respect the boomerang there, so as much as he wanted to aggress, and he puts a spot dodge in to maybe mess up the timing, but Nades was still privy to that, and the back throw gonna get the lead here for the Edinburgh Napier player.
Yeah, if you're not going for spot dodge, cancel up smashes and the sort like that, you aren't playing Smash Ultimate properly, ladies and gentlemen. The spot dodge cancel is just unreal. It's one of the reasons why people consider this game to be spammy, I guess you could say. That and jabs being real fast, but either way, what an amazing string from Nades.
He honestly just never stopped aggressing. He found one opening and built the 29%, and then the moment that Browboy air dodged and burned that resource, he just decided it was time.
Was Browboy just trying to land there, like directly on top of him with an attack, or was he actually looking for some DI to try and get away from that?
So he mixed it up. The first time, it looked like he tried to push a button. The second time, he burned the air dodge, but the long-lasting hitbox on Toon Link's up air caught the end of the air dodge. He went for the neutral air dodge, which didn't change his position. It just made him invulnerable for a short amount of time, and because the hitbox was so long, it still caught him. And from there, I don't think he was ready for just the follow-up bomb into forward air to clean things up.
So just rock, paper, scissors won, like multiple times in a row by Nades, and that is just player experience. And we're going into match point now for Nades. It's on Smashville.
Yeah, I like this pick. That final stock was actually ended thanks to him making use of those side platforms on Kalos Pokemon League. So taking away those side platforms, making it a lot more central, definitely makes sense for Browboy here. He didn't really get too much off except the first stock being taken.
I love the forward smash from Browboy onto the arrow. It's so niche and it does so little, but it's hilarious every time. Okay, looking for a combo again.
Ooh,
Nades with the DI downwards.
I like what he went for there.
How'd you do those?
So to do sliding F tilt, you basically dash forward and then you hit in the other direction. And usually, if you have your C stick set to attack, which you should in this game, it is near paramount. If you hit the C stick in whichever direction you want to tilt, you'll actually cancel it into the sliding animation, which for characters like Chrom is fantastic.
I'm gonna use that. Nade's edge guarding here has been incredible. What was that?
That is a man that senses blood. That was horrifying. He got two-framed every single time. Like, two-framing is difficult, but the fact that he was getting tipper F tilt two-frames every single time and the parry into the up B.
And then he even had the audacity to just go off and fire an arrow. This is disgusting. Browboy in such a difficult situation. Back throw not going to kill at this percent, surprisingly.
It's this is definitely an uphill battle as he sees the misinput there, probably going for either PK Flash or Thunder. Air dodge being burnt now. He is going to have to go for it. Nades. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, Nades. He went deep, looked for the arrow, but didn't find it, but then colliding with their up Bs. One of them teched, and one of them needed to.
It's real unfortunate as well, because I don't think Nades was actually making it back. I think if Browboy had just gotten off of the ledge, we'd be looking at an even stock count.
Yeah.
So unforced error there, possibly trying to rush it, trying to confirm that he gets something as he misses a grab setup yet again.
This is a clear demonstration, though, from Nades right now, like, why he is expected to be the winner.
Yeah, he only lost to one player, and that player isn't here.
This is domination.
This is what we saw week after week from the Edinburgh Napier player, showing that his less common pick of Toon Link definitely can put in the work alongside the others.
What? Who's his alternative pick?
His alternative pick would be the banjo. And
oh, that's spite. I want to see that.
I'm upset, honestly, that he didn't pull out the banjo with a 2-0 lead.
You know what? His ledge trapping makes sense considering he plays banjo as well, because that character's ledge trapping is disgusting.
His grenade play is really good as well, as we see an F tilt there, dramatic finish to finish out our first set of the night, 3-0 in favor of Nades. So unfortunate there for Browboy, as not able to get a point on the board, but the fact that he made it this far, only 4 people left in the country, they're able to play at this level right now. Still good stuff to him, and hopefully we'll be seeing him put some work in his second set in the lower bracket.
Yeah, of course. Reminder, this is double elimination, or perhaps that's new information to you. This is double elimination, which means the players get to lose at least twice. So Browboy can try and run it back in that losers bracket. We'll have to make it all the way through to losers finals, win that, and then get back to grand finals to try and see if he can take down Nades. If Nades ends up there, which is expected, and he'll have to take him down twice. So it's a hard road ahead of Browboy.
Yeah, luckily he doesn't have to make a crazy run. Unlike other conventional tournaments where we'll be streaming the first round and you lose in the first round on stream, it's like, oh, good luck making it to the top cut. He's already in the top cut. His journey to losers finals, I believe, is only like 1 or 2 games. So we'll be seeing him for sure, possibly a little bit more of him depending on who he gets matched up against. So I think we'll be looking at, who is it? Wamu and SB when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere.
Download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch, available now at Nintendo official UK store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
And we're back with NSC's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals. Singles and teams. We're doing singles at the moment, and we're in still round one. This time we're going to be watching Whammy versus SB. I'm Ollie. I'm joined by Elixir.
So, this is going to be an interesting one. We haven't actually seen Whammy play, as there was no stream for the Newcastle one. Very few venues actually do streams for their LAN setups. We actually don't know anything about Whammy. But SB, we have seen week after week, like literally actually one of the most consistent people we've seen, as he plays not only for singles, but he played in the teams format as well as the captain of the Brighton Pirates. A very, very talented Robin player. Makes use of all the tomes, the Levin Sword. And this one definitely will take a little bit longer than the previous game.
Yeah, again, we have no information about Whammy. He is the dark horse, or she is the dark horse, no idea. And they could come in completely tear through this tournament, or not. You know, we can only vouch for SB because we've seen SB play, and we know that is one stellar Robin, but that's a Wario, and I kind of have to root for Wario, especially with that bubblegum skin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that. I've honestly played with SB so many times that I'm so used to seeing the way that he plays. But Whammy only seems familiar in name. The character also rings a bell, so I'm not entirely sure. We may have seen this player last split, possibly during the last chance qualifier. But until we find out more about them, all we know is that during the stage picks, Whammy banned FD, and then SB banned Lilat and Battlefield, meaning that Whammy was the one that took us to Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah, so far, Whammy's been struggling to get in, but SB hasn't really been punishing him that much. And at the end of the day, the longer the game goes, the more in favor it is of the Wario. So SB needs to be finding more hits as he's also continuing to avoid Whammy's initiations.
Nice double footstool there from SB to keep resources and also escape from pressure. He's definitely happy to slow this down. He just needs to be careful that when he does choose to throw projectiles, he needs to know which ones that Wario can eat with that bite, so he's not charging Waft even earlier. Nice air dodge out there to make sure he doesn't get caught by the up air setup, but once again gets challenged by the forward air.
Wait, if you eat bike, you get Waft even sooner?
Yeah, it's why you see sometimes Warriors will break the bike open in order to eat the tires.
You know what? I never knew that, and I've played Wario like quite a bit, so thank you for informing me that. And I hope someone else in the audience also got informed as well.
SB going a little bit too low, maybe didn't get the cancel on the Thunder Charge. Definitely looked like they were going a little bit too low, and you saw them actually just throw the Arc Thunder before going for the L win, so it's entirely possible it was a mistake. I think he's going to wait for like at least 30%. He doesn't have the full head of rage on him just yet.
Yeah. You can probably look for the 40% string. It's like up tilt, up air, or like landing up air into it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for it there, but chooses not to go for a button.
Trying to find it.
And honestly, these command grabs have been really useful. What's the back air? 40% on SB.
The DI couldn't have been better there, to be honest. There's no way he was living that.
Yeah, back are actually a really, really strong aerial, especially when you've got the Levin sword equipped. We see the dash attack allowing to low profile the arc fire. We've seen SB attempt to anti-air with it a couple of times as he commits to the rapid jab. This has been good for Whammy. There's some questionable DI there from SB, going to be forced to drift, but Whammy gives him the full setup.
Wow!
F-tilt. Such a strong, such a quick button. And,
what was the option that SB could have gone there to survive that ledge trap?
The shield button.
Was it quick enough?
I think if he'd gone for neutral get up and the shield button, or maybe roll on and just taken the bike instead, he would have lived. I just don't think he was ready for the F-tilt to come out. It's one of Wario's consistent but surprisingly less common kill options. Man does have a full arsenal of things that can end your stock at a moment's notice. And it looked like, did SB catch the Levin sword with that F smash?
Perhaps.
This character requires some actual noggin. And this catches the tech, but doesn't commit to the button.
Oh, man, Whammy's really impressed me so far. Especially the, what's the word I'm looking for? He's saving this waft. He doesn't need it. The constant fear that he's exerting onto SB by having it is resulting in him winning trades anyways. It's not even required for him to try and win this game. SB at 112% now, with a stock deficit almost dying to the back air. I don't see how he comes back.
And he doesn't. A 2 stock for the first game here on the side of Whammy. Honestly, I think that was really solid. He was forcing SB to air dodge out of the blast zone, which was resulting in him having to commit to a very linear recovery path. So he was able to just throw out the long-lasting hitbox, didn't even need the waft to clean up that first game. And if I'm SB, I would like to be more cognizant of the command grab. We saw a lot of chomp, just going for short hop chomp and catching SB and then taking away that stage presence. If SB wants to play it fast or if he wants to play it slow, he just needs to make sure that if he is going to be using the shield a lot in this matchup to deal with the fast buttons that Wario has, he needs to make sure that he is at least aware of the opportunity that Whammy has to command grab his shield.
Maybe a couple more spot dodges, but the main thing which SB has as his advantage and is the biggest weakness of Wario here is range. Robin isn't, it's not the biggest sword in the world, but there's also spells as well as having the sword, and that you have to utilize them to your full potential to try and outplay this Wario. Of course, he has superior drift and mobility if you think of it that way, so you have to space it and time it correctly to avoid him getting on you, but you should be able to, provided of course you play it perfectly, which obviously isn't humanly possible a lot of the time, but if you play it perfectly, you shouldn't let Wario hit you.
Yeah, I think we saw early on a lot of anti-airs with the Arcfire with SB, but then we saw the adjustment from Whammy to make sure that he was changing up his timings, going for empty hop approaches to avoid that. As we go to Town and City here, Whammy banned Lilat and FD. So we've gone to the largest stage that we have available and be making use of the 3 platforms and an occasional FD variant here for our Fire Emblem Tactician.
There it is, the Trump again. It's just, it's being a really good option.
But he's going to be able to make it back. But the question is, how long is he going to find himself off stage? Yet again, without a jump, this Elwind is looking very, very spent. A well-read book. And
He only has it one
nice
last
misstep.
usage of it.
I have a feeling he's probably going to commit to the jab or something like that just to get the refreshes. In this game, Elwind actually is only offline for a very short time, and the stretcher comes back in, but Whammy says, absolutely, take a look at my bike, pimp my ride, good sir.
Every single time Whammy gets close to SB, he's pressing that neutral B button, and it's working. SB just not spot dodging and not calling it out by attacking first, and a back air takes his first stock.
Honestly, this is just more of the same here from Whammy's B. Actually, playing more aggressive. I think he's built the data that he needs for this second game. And now he's running with what he knows.
Running the bike straight into him, comboed into a back air. Don't think that was true, but it's still 27% tagged onto SB right now. Probably looking to lap him if things continue as they are, but SB making use of this FD style stage and just poking him out with the spells.
And I'm not sure what SB is going to do to make his adjustment here. He's been trying to play it slow, trying to build irritation, but so far Whammy's just shield. He's just chill. Having a command grab, especially one that's as fast as Chomp, is so useful in matchups like these where you have platforms. A lot of people will like to shield on a platform because, you know, a good 70-80% of the cast have to commit to a button if they're going to try and pressure that shield. Otherwise, they're going to try and land perfectly on the platform and standing grab you, which is most human beings have the reaction time to be able to deal with that. But when they're coming through the platform with the instant command grab, there's definitely a lot less of a window for you to drop that shield.
For sure. And we are talking about online Smash as well, so reaction times are even more important due to the delay.
Yeah, unless it's like -15 on shield, pretty much Wi-Fi safe. So we see him trying to jump from ledge.
It has to stop being reactions and has to start being anticipation. You need to prepare for the option that your opponent's going to go for, which makes reads all that more important. And generally speaking, the better player, the more familiar player, the more comfortable the player is in the matchup, the more they win online. And SB just running out of Elwind again and again. He's spending so much time off the stage because Whammy does not let him survive on it.
It's really telling. You can see how often Whammy meets him with the air-to-air. Every time the SB tries to go for an option, there is a button ready and waiting. And he lost like 3 instances of Elwind just attempting to get off the left-hand side. And then when he had no Elwind, he was like, I'm going to recover high because that will give me the most time to drift. And Whammy said, well, that's the most obvious answer, so here I am to meet you.
Yeah, Whammy was looking for a catch on the roll-in with an up tilt. If he'd found that, that would have been a guaranteed waft kill, but just about missing with the hitbox, and SB finishes the stock. Whammy taking 3, though, with a 2-0 advantage.
Matt, the slowest up tilt waft I've ever seen, but it looked so purposeful. He's managed to empty hop, just land right behind him over and over again. So the fact that he this time decided to just push a button instead of go for another short hop or any other option showed that he was fully aware that the shield was going to get dropped. Maybe SB was thinking that the command grab was going to come out, drops the shield to maybe mash a button, and instead trades with that sword up tilt and loses his stock very, very fast as we see the same bans come out from Whammy again here.
Yeah, man. Interesting. Wario banning out the FD, he can do some really spicy combos, some nice extensions with without the platforms interrupting. But of course, you don't want to be against a Robin on FD and Lilat going away because people don't like Lilat. Again, that's odd situation there. Perhaps replace it with another stage. I don't know.
Yeah, one like a WarioWare, so he can kill you with up to what?
Maybe.
At literally 0.
Look, okay, if everyone can kill at 0, then it's balanced. All right,
that is fair. I mean, that's the philosophy behind Rivals of Aether. It's like, oh, you got hit once, that's a you problem. To be fair, Smash is a humble beginnings. A Smash 64 definitely had that same mindset of don't get hit.
Yeah, what is an air dodge?
But we are going to the Kalos Pokemon League. Here, basically the next biggest stage available. Less platforms, but they are consistent ones here. The question is, will SB get ledge trapped here over and over again? Nice use of the bike to extend the down smash hitbox.
You see Whammy's occasionally looking for a landing up air. That hitbox is so hard to land.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's not a huge up air, and like compared to the size of some of his other normals, definitely one of the smaller ones. Not quite microscopic as some people will try and have you believe.
No. But still, like, it's giant above him. So when he's trying to land with it on top of someone's head, it's a very, very difficult thing to go for. But it just sets up into so many combos. And he's whipping out the bike again.
Yeah, definitely reminiscent of Smash 4's iteration of Cloud, where the up air could pretty much do everything. It could kill, it could combo start, it could file your taxes, it could get you to grand finals. Anything you ask it to do, it can do. And it could hit from the floor, because of course it could. I do kind of miss that though. As much as Cloud is still a strong character, and anyone that tells you otherwise is lying to you.
That was untackable, right?
Pretty much. I think if he'd held down to reduce knockback, he would have increased the ability to do the tech window. Obviously, having the walls all the way down the stage will increase his ability to tech, but the shield button not ready. He just rolls behind the bike to deal with that thunder. Wario, a man of money, not a man of magic.
Little nice combo there, SB getting off of the arc fire. But again, small little wins when you're losing the majority of them aren't enough. And that waft is still available, and you can see Whammy clearly looking for it, but getting caught up by another fire, evening it out. Only 36 deficit. It's not too bad for SB. This is looking decent for him.
I think one of the things I've noticed about the way SB is playing is when he does do a option on shield, he doesn't stay grounded. He's very used to the sort of online ultimate where people will jump out of shield. There'll be a lot of like the whole short hop neutral. We're not seeing any of him landing on shield and then choosing to go for turnaround jab. As you can see that Whammy just opts to stay in shield, stay grounded a lot of the time, and then air to air where he feels that SB's gonna go for a sort of arcing swooping button. He doesn't press the button on the way up, he tries to press it on the way down, and that's why Whammy's winning a lot of these air to air trades.
And even though SB is the one playing Robin right now, it feels like it's Whammy that's the one reading books all day, reading the book of how SB plays, because this has just been so clean from him.
I really like the attempt at changing up the recovery that SB went for. Tried to throw out a long-lasting button to give him the ability to shoot to center stage, but Wario, even a man of his size, can get the hustle on where there's cash to be won.
Another, waft still available, I should say. Still looking for the confirms, and again, as Whammy's demonstrated, he does not need it to win anyways. 61%. Good air dodge.
It there. I think that was a bit optimistic there of Whammy. He didn't get the grounded hitbox. He went for the one that anti-airs, and there was a clear SDI to the right. But Whammy was going straight up. He's sort of just going for the hit confirm rather than going for like checking to see the actual situation. But no bother.
To see if that actually becomes a huge mistake or not.
Yeah, you know, this is SB's back against the wall. Although he is playing from center stage, this is definitely his last gambit. Maybe this is going to give him the final push that he needs, but he needs to not get command grab or back air here.
Yeah, trying to avoid hits means pressing shield more, but pressing shield more means getting chomped more. SB has to do the high level rock, paper, scissors, maybe throw in a Spock if he wants to win it, but Whammy with the edge guard takes it 3-0.
And another 3-0 here on the side of our higher seeds. It's looking like we're going to be seeing some bubblegum colors in the winners finals. But
like
honestly,
that.
really solid play there from Whammy, showing that definitely not someone to be slept on. We didn't get to see too much of him. There was actually a stream before the Newcastle LAN, but unfortunately wasn't able to tune into it, whereas we've been seeing the other 3 players weekly and we know sort of more what we're used to. But I guess that also means that Whammy has had the ability to scout these players, as we look at Browboy and SB going to be playing for their lower bracket life here for 4th place after the break. But I'm looking forward to seeing what we get here. Obviously, only 4 people left in this bracket. We're soon going to be trimming that number down to 3. And definitely don't go anywhere, because there's more Smash to come.
Yes.
Download games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite. Available now from the Nintendo Official UK Store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Cheeky bit of Animal Crossing, but now we're back for some real games, some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Nintendo Switch and Switch Lite, in fact, which is a thing now that exists. We're on to losers round one. It's Browboy versus SB. I'm Ollie again, and I'm joined by Elixir as well as the rest of production. Let's look at this bracket.
Yeah, so 3 O's on both sides of the winners bracket. Nades and Whammy putting on a show for us, showing that they are definitely a cut above. But the question is, in the time-old tale, that Naruto versus Sasuke, that, you know, that protagonist, you know, whatever cult reference you wanna make reference to, we've seen these two players play against each other so many times in online, and they're constantly going back and forth. Who do you think is gonna take it today?
You know what? I'm saying Browboy. Because of how those defeats went, it felt like Browboy got outclassed by Nade, whereas it felt like SB just got destroyed by Whammy.
Yeah,
like every encounter it felt like almost, and so I'm basing it off of the mental.
I can see that. SB also does have the downside of having literally just played and lost, so Browboy is going to actually just be coming in off of a little bit of a break, enough time to reset, and obviously his loss, whilst the scoreline doesn't say it, was much less rough. So you see SB once again finding himself off stage. This time makes it past the PK Thunder, putting Browboy back off stage.
SB getting caught and trapped off stage multiple times today, but you know that habit I was talking about earlier, Browboy always looking for the PK2 on himself, gets punished, so he did have a substantial lead, and it's gone already. SB punishing that nicely. And
that just shows sort of like the matchup history between these two. This player matchup. They know each other's habits, and we saw that the recovery paths were scouted ahead of time as we see the drag down into the grab. Testing to see if SB was mashing. Instead, mashing on his way down is going to eat the yo-yo and be escorted with the 5Y combination.
Yeah, that feels really bad. SB just maybe a frame or two off of getting the punish for Browboy going for the PK Flash, which is an unconventional option and is very laggy, but just didn't land in time and loses his stock for it.
All right, catches the rollback there with the PK Fire. Excellent stuff there from Browboy as he's building a 60+% lead. Nice get-up attack. Risky, but he times it correctly.
Ooh, good aerials. Hitting hard, taking Browboy off stage, but the defense isn't coming through. Now, this matchup, again, Psy Magnet is a big factor for Browboy because he's able to absorb the, I think both the Arc Fire and the Arc Thunder as well, right?
Yeah, he's able to absorb everything that isn't the Levin Sword itself. Clean. And put right to work there, the back air. Going to be catching Brow Boy out of shield. The only thing from 11 sword that can get absorbed is the down smash. The little shockwave can be absorbed because that one is actually made of energy. And now
that's big. Oh no!
I don't think that was what he wanted, but he's going to get the back throw and he's going to catch the DI, giving the perfect cross-continental flight there.
Was that 134% kill from like past center stage?
Yeah, it definitely looked like it. I think SB was maybe waiting for a forward throw and had the back DI and was definitely escorted to the circus.
Brow Boy goes for that back throw every time, boys. That's something we can certainly watch for. Trying to get back to stage, trying to see if he can get some credit for his stock before it falls here down onto SB. Okay, healing back. It's quite nice. You can't ever count out Ness in this matchup until he is dead because of that healing factor.
Right, I like that Brow Boy doesn't commit to the downer, even though he does have the extra stock to play with. As Robin's recovery naturally throws out a spike hitbox as she attempts to come back, there was definitely a very poor risk-reward. As we see the forward air, anti-A, yet again, SB only 53% here.
This is comebackable. Excellent parry.
As both of them going to trade their angled firewalls at each other.
Oh no! Too low.
I don't know if that was the fear of the PK Thunder that caused SB to go low. We've seen it twice today where he's been trying to skirt through something and just gone far too low. Maybe forgetting how far that recovery can actually go, because it does cover a decent distance if you're going straight up or straight left. Just a rough way to end it for sure in the first game.
SB feels like he's in his own head.
Yeah, definitely not the like very solid showing. He hasn't been able to play his game yet at all today. So I don't know if it's the nerves. Can't really call it the online, as this is the format that we've seen him thrive in, getting the second place in the qualifier, only losing to the undefeated Nades. Definitely can't use the online as the excuse. It might just be the pressure of it being the top cut. He didn't actually make it to top cut last split, so this will be his first appearance.
But it is a best of 5, and we are going to see at least 3 games. The next 2 meaning opportunities for SB to try and recover, being able to go to his stages of choice. And again, they're familiar with this matchup. Maybe they've made some slight tweaks between the last time they played each other, but adjustments will come throughout the series, and I definitely don't expect to see SB, get 3-0'd. If that happens, that'll be shocking because, he is a good player.
As we are going here to the Kalos Pokemon League, I think this is a decent stage. It is it does give him a little bit more room. The platforms on the other side currently, it does make it slightly harder for Brow Boy to actually throw those PK Thunders through to try and edge guard him. However, if he's standing on the platform, it's very easy to curve it around.
Yeah, man, it was a really nice 52% string there from Brow Boy. Needs to try and find another one again, or just continue looking for these trades. And again, the healing coming through from the Psy Magnets, just not working out. I say it every time I commentate these two playing against each other. SB's greatest strength is that sword. And he needs to try and utilize that, weaving it through the traps of his other spells. Maybe catch Brow Boy looking for a Psy Magnet and those sorts of things. And we haven't seen it that much so far. Let's see if he can pull it out.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of autopilot there. Gets caught jumping, and it's going to get a back air to the skull to end that first stock. Brow Boy up with only 67% on him, which could actually go lower in this matchup. SB going to try and make that number climb, though, before he resets it to 0. I don't think he took the jump with that anti-air, but Brow Boy going to air dodge back to the ledge, so possibly that resource was taken off.
Here we go, 103%. It's not quite kill percent, I don't think, for Brow Boy, especially if he controls the center of the stage like he currently is. SB gonna have to fish for just a little bit more before he looks for the kill with those 11 sword aerials.
We're seeing a little bit more of the SB we're used to, though, where he's managing to get good reads on the air-to-airs, catching Brow Boy in the air, and the dash attack, that bronze sword, it's not particularly sharp, but if you stick that point directly into someone, you're definitely going to pop them like a balloon.
Yeah, but I think Browboy, if he'd held up a little bit more, might have or should have been able to survive that. It didn't go right off the corner of the stage, so...
Yeah, it's one of those rough ones. Because of the DI mechanics in Ultimate, you want to hold up usually in order to aim yourself towards the higher part of the blast zone. But in this game, holding up also increases the knockback that you're taking. So you have to make that fine line between, do I adjust my knockback in the upward direction at the risk of increasing it, or do I just hold straight in?
Yeah, SB, again, continuing to just... He can't recover. That's usually one of his greatest strengths. Every time I cast him, I go, wow, look at this man. He gets back to stage every time. But today, it's just not been happening. Browboy forces him to tech, makes him up B again, then catches him with the yo-yo to take a stock lead.
Good job of it. 1-0 on the scoreboard, and trying to make this 2-0. Needs to make sure he doesn't do anything questionable like that as he runs into an L Thunder.
Online lag.
Yeah, the sun was in my controller.
I've not heard that one before. I think I might have to steal that. You know what? This is off topic, but I've had a lot of good phrases recently I've had to steal. Another one was like, why'd you do coursework last minute? Oh, because diamonds are made under pressure. That's a back throw. That's a kill.
And there's some decent DI, but he did have to burn his air dodge, but he kept his jump there, so he was able to at least change the way his trajectory was coming back, not having to be forced into the up B, but not respecting that up air is going to take a stock even that low on the stage. Browboy up 2-0 here in our losers round 1.
It didn't feel any different to game 1. It didn't feel like the adjustments came through from SB.
There were definitely sparks of life there where we saw that SB was starting to get his own game plan shown, but it never really lasted longer than a brief, like, 5-second engage. Definitely another one-sided game here on the side of Browboy. SB hopefully going to come online. You know, diamonds are being made under pressure. This is the most pressure he could possibly have. On the verge of being 0-6 here in finals. Definitely not the scoreline he wants.
Last chance to stay in this top 4 bracket, and we know he's a good player. We know he can come back. We've seen him beat Browboy before.
He's beaten Browboy pretty handedly in some of the exchanges that they've had. But I don't know. We haven't really seen the SB that we're used to so far, as we're going to be going back to Kalos Pokemon League, not opting to go for the stage switch. I think this is smarter than switching to Town and City. One of the very small things that this matchup has is when a Earthbound kid uses their PK Thunder 2 and bounces off of the stage, if they input up B immediately, they can actually get a second one out. That is harder to do on this stage because the wall goes all the way up, and often the PK Thunder will just hit straight into the wall as they bounce and stop them from actually being able to recover whilst they're doing the loop around.
That's all going well, but yeah.
If you have to first get the Earthbound kid off stage and actually attempting to recover, as he gets basically 0 to death by Ness, asking for that Mother 3 remake. Maybe put Fire Emblem to bed for a bit, as he goes for it all, and then we see it. Nice bounce off.
Yeah, Browboy looking for the down air spike. That would have been a monster play if he'd found that, and SB.
Lucky for SB at 0%. But even then, it still sends a message that Browboy does not care. You know, you guys may
He's
be
styling on him.
You may be practice partners. You may have played each other many times in bracket. Have that shonen protagonist friendship, but I'm a style on you if it's going to get me a crate of monster.
You know what it is? Browboy just unlocked Super Saiyan 3. SB still on Super Saiyan 2. It's just not fair.
Yeah, and it's that power scaling not working out in his favor in the slightest.
Man, how do you come back here as SB right now? It's a simple question. It gets asked a lot by commentators, but at the end of the day, it's the one thing we can ask right now. What does SB do to try and make it 5, let alone game 4?
I think he needs to slow things down. We saw the L Thunder finally take a stock at 160. He's built 70% here, but it feels like he's burning his jump out of low percent combos a lot, and the disjoint isn't working out in his favor. No tech there.
Oh, no punish. Okay.
I think Browboy was a little bit too early on the draw. He saw the no tech. I think he saw that the air dodge had been taken out, so there was no resources left online. But definitely could have just waited, as this time he uses the magnet to stall and takes the stop.
Browboy is just tracking everything SB does. There was a back air onto the Arc Thunder, followed by another back air, takes him off stage, catches him with the forward air. Again, SB's movements, they've just been too predictable today for both of his opponents. And now on his final stock, potentially, of this top 4.
Robin's win quote, maybe a true tactician has nothing to fear, always 3 steps ahead, but currently SB looks like he didn't know that there was an exam today and is rocking up to class in first period and wondering why everyone's studying. It's definitely looking underprepared for today's matches.
And oh, okay, diamonds. SB looking like a diamond right now. Nice snipe from him. Just needs to secure this final stock onto Browboy. This is the start.
He may not have known about the exam, but this is definitely his strongest subject, is edge guarding. He said, you know what, I'm gonna be okay. Let me take a look at your notes real quick. Your game is in, and we're down to our final stock. It's still before the exam.
That's the percent lead. This might... Is this the first time SB's had like a significant... Okay, it's gone, don't worry.
A significant 6%.
Yes.
You know, we're at 10 though, double digits, 10% deficit. But he's at least given himself hope. You can see that SB's playing with a lot more confidence now, as he's going to use the rapid jab, and even though the parries come out, I think Browboy knows that SB can hold that jab even longer, even though it was parried, as he forces the air dodge out.
SB, this is looking good for him. Doesn't find the arc fire, but keeps catching Browboy with those aerials. It's the sword. We talked about it before. That's his strength. But he has lost charge on it. He needs to gain it back, so temporarily he needs to slow down.
All right, gets caught jumping from the ledge here. Burns his double jump, air dodges high to that platform. The stage pick coming out in his favor. Now, how does he touch the ground? How does he get back to center stage? Holds the shield button and avoids it with the air-to-air forward air.
Wow, right in the corner. Browboy getting a touch of healing there. Looking for the final hit from both of them. SB on 89% is gonna do it. Taking us to game 4. He's still in this.
And there we have it. With the adjustments from SB, all he needed was that offstage L Thunder to give him a little bit of that pep.
I'm hyped. This is good.
I'm glad to see that we're finally seeing like some kicking from SB. He's not gonna go quietly into the night. 0-6. It's like he felt that drive where he had his internal monologue. Is like, is this how it's gonna end? I've worked so hard to get here, and I'm gonna get dumpstered like this. No, and he's gonna power up. It's like me. I refuse to go 0-2 in any game I care about. I'll get knocked into losers round 1. It's like, all right, streak is not ending.
Beast mode. Let's go. Now it was the episode of the anime where it's just filler. It's just looking back at things that have happened in the previous season and being like, all of that just to be beaten here. No, SB said, and
all
I called
the production budget going into a single set of animation. Calling you out every seasonal shonen anime that we've had here. But SB finally getting to ban stages.
Yeah.
Finally.
What does he ban? Small stages?
Probably a boxing stage.
Yeah.
I would... even though Ness can obviously camp, he obviously likes to take things slow, I don't see him opting to go into the brawly, very short, like, blast zone stages. So I expect that probably Smashville will get taken off. If Yoshi's story is on, I'd expect that to go, as we do go to the Triplat instead, but one with the slightly extended top blast zone.
Yeah, the other option would have maybe been Lilat, but also who wants to pick Lilat? So this is the stage that we expected. SB.
Yeah, it would be insane if Browboy took himself to Lilat.
Yeah, right, he needs to do what he did in the last stock, I guess, of his in that game 3, continue that style of gameplay, and so far 70 to 18%, it's working for him.
Yeah, I think he just needed to remember that the reason that he is here is because he fought his way through so many competitors here in the UK scene, all the unis given the opportunity to compete online, and he was one of the 3 survivors of that gauntlet, and he needs to play with the confidence that got him here.
Yeah, and he's got the lead so far. It's not massive, but it doesn't look like it did before. It feels like he's got maybe his confidence back, and he's starting to make the plays as the aggressor in this series, and he's the one forcing Browboy off of the stage.
And we're starting to see some of that patented Robin definitely according to Keikaku. He trades with the down B off stage and then has to up B again. And that causes the Elwind's tome to run out, which puts Browboy back off stage. Definitely all according to plan. 100% if you asked him, he's like, yeah, I meant that.
Yeah, SB looking so much better, stalling his recovery there to throw an L Thunder at Browboy, knock him away, make his safe recovery happen. Good DI on the back throw means he's going to continue with this stock. Can he get back? Yes, still good DI.
And now we're seeing where making sure that we didn't go to Yoshi's story and instead, yeah, but it should be back by now. It definitely isn't as slow as it used to be in Smash 4. As we see the Nair out of shield from the Levin Sword, and SB definitely playing like the person that we knew, come to love watching play online. One of the less represented Fire Emblem characters.
You know what, this is the part of the cast where chat goes, wow, cast is biased towards SB. It's Browboy that's now in the situation where he needs to pull this back. His opponent's made the adaptation, now he needs to adapt to the adaptation. You ready? It's time for the 3D chess. What can Browboy do?
Yeah, honestly, it's definitely got that, oh sorry, my little brother was playing sort of feel. He definitely, we're not seeing the same tactician here. Nice DI there for Browboy and using the Psy Magnet and makes it back to stage off of that Elwin. Probably not what SB wanted. Rolls in, but does get punished for it.
Yeah, that was almost stylish edge guard there from SB, but still having 100% lead. Nothing to be upset about. He's lost the Levin Sword.
And Browboy staying grounded here, making sure that he doesn't get air-to-air by SB. Now that SB is awakened and actually performing the ways that he's supposed to, Browboy is now not being able to autopilot those aerials. So now he needs to avoid the Levin Sword and doesn't do so. Swiping the rainbow does SB.
Can I get a hitbox question mark in chat? Yes, I can. Except I don't know if we do because we got 5-minute delay.
Yeah, I'm sure if we have Alpha Kenny, our head TO in the chat, we're going to be seeing his personal emo, the Alpha Kenny bruh, on that hitbox as the back air comes out, and Bravo saying, yeah, you may be playing with a little bit of sauce, but, you know, the show's named after me. This is the Browboy Chronicles. You are just the secondary supporting cast. I'm going to need to put you back where you belong.
Final stock situation. This is what these two constantly come to every time they play against each other. And this time it's SB that has the advantage. He's looking for the game 5. He doesn't want his run to end here. Browboy needs to find those combo strings and indeed does. Double PK fire, but can't extend it further.
Yeah, I think because if you're going to play with the fire, I'm going to need to bring it to
game 5. Here we go.
This is what you want to see. Obviously, SB banned FD and Yoshi's. It'll be interesting to see if he opts for the same bans here. Take off that very small Blast Zone triplat and also get rid of Final Destination. I guess maybe to give him some more room to slow things down, to circle camp if he needs to.
I
don't know where
DSR
on? If it is on, it would probably be the modified one where you can only not go back to the last stage you won on. I'd be surprised if we had full DSR on, blocking out any stage that you previously won on. But I don't know if the stage was really the problem. Surely, yes, Battlefield stopped those early kills from coming out on the side of SB, on the side of Browboy even. But I don't think, apart from that slight Blast Zone thing, there was much of a problem with the way the stage worked out there. So I don't really know where Browboy's going to take us.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, there's a couple options. There's Smashville, there's Yoshi's Story, there's Lila, and there's Battlefield. If those are all legal, of course. So one of those was open, probably Lila.
So we're going to go to Smashville. I guess we were talking about how SB would not want to go to those boxy stages. We want to give himself enough room to run around. We said that Smashville was probably one of the stages he would want to avoid. So it does make sense that Browboy, thinking along the same mindset, is just going to force that brawl. Yes, SB is awake now and isn't just going to roll over, but I think Browboy has decided that he's just going to keep matching the heat that SB is bringing.
And so far, it's working out for him. Nice strings coming through, looking for the edge guard, but PK Thunder getting dealt out. There's the yo-yo. PK2 doesn't connect.
I still like it though, because it puts a lot of distance between him and Robin. Robin, for whatever reason, to SB, was able to make sure that he got the distance. He catches SB trying to even things up with the yo-yo, blocking out the sky. I'm sure the Yo-Yo World Championships will be very proud.
Wants to. He's got a lot of heals as well from the Psy Magnet and not been punished for a lot of laggy options that he's gone for so far. Down it! There it is, baby!
He said, you know, I didn't want to do it to you earlier. I just gave you, you know, the demo of that string before when you weren't really feeling it. But now you're awake and can fully appreciate it. Have the full tape on me, boy.
That was a monster play if I've seen one. Brow Boy, he decided I'm not getting a 3-0 reversed. It's not happening. I'm taking this series. SB, we fought many a time, but today in this top 4 final situation, it's going to be me that's the victor. Let's go.
You know, SB trying to put his name on the anime opening, and instead he's just going to be having one of those defeat flashbacks. Drop the saturation of the screen for those SB fans. They are feeling Mike.
But things like this are quite nice. 40% for free.
All right, throws the 11 sword too early, though. Unfortunate there. Not going to be able to keep up the pressure, but he does 2-frame. The PK Thunder forces the air dodge, but the 11 sword isn't back yet. And now he said, you know what? Your string was kind of nice, but let me show you what I've been working on in the back.
This is a perfect stop. 55% deficit, but if he can mimic what he just did there, he might be able to continue through. But Brow Boy fishes him with the back air. It's him going through to that losers round 2.
A JV2 stock there to finish things off, but both of those players decided to turn it up to 11 when the final hour was nigh. So unfortunate there for SB, going to go 0-2 in this top cut, but 4th place in the country, nothing to turn your nose up at.
No.
And, you know, if you're going to get eliminated, at least get eliminated by someone that you play week after week, someone that you're at least going to take it to that final game, final stock situation. So fantastic stuff to both play.
Man, that was actually disgusting. And again, you know, commiserations to SB. He brought it back. He did show us what he's made of there towards the end, but it wasn't enough. We are going to throw to a break, and when we come back, there will of course be the winners finals, I want to say it is. And
yes.
Yeah, that is Whammy versus Nades, and we haven't seen these two go against each other before. We don't know how they compare skill-wise. Nades is the favorite, but after having seen Whammy play, wow, I'm excited, and I hope you should be too. We'll see you in a bit.
Download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him.
Yeah. Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite. Nintendo UK Store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island. Start a community of friendly...
And we're back once again with the Renegade Master. I'm Ollie, joined by Alexa, and we're going into winners finals this time with Nades, with Whammy. Nades, of course, being the expected victor for today's singles tournament, but Whammy coming in as the dark horse with his Wario, playing clean.
And I was talking to Nades before this, and he's feeling a little bit shaky about it. He didn't have the cleanest play against Browboy, but obviously he was able to get the 3-0 result, sticking to that clean scoreline. I was wondering before the break if we're going to be seeing another 3-0 from the side of Nades, if he can keep that clean sheet, but he's not feeling as confident about it. Says he doesn't actually have much Wario matchup knowledge.
Okay. It's, yeah, we discussed it a little bit during the break. We think this matchup is very much decided by Waft. If Wario's generally going to lose most trades. I think he's going to get poked out, he's going to get zoned out, but if he can get in and take his time building up that Waft, if he gets in and pulls off those Waft combos successfully, that's his win condition. But it's being able to pull those off, and of course Nades has all of the tools available to himself. I think particularly Bomb might be a big one, as well as that Boomerang, to try and avoid that from happening. Of course, your DR and SDI, which he's already demonstrated to be very, very good, but like you say, he hasn't got that much practice in this matchup, so does he know the correct DI for these combos?
Yeah, I would like to imagine that he at least knows like up and away being somewhat optimal for just like combo DI, just like getting out of it. Up and away is what you want. But you can still adjust for those. You can go for different strings, which will mess up the knockback, and maybe see if you can get a reset. We saw him actually go for a couple of them. Browboy also very similar as well in that respect, where he didn't go for the tried and true combos and instead tried to go for extensions.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, is in the matchup against SB, against Robin, it felt like he didn't need Waft. He when he got the guaranteed combos, he went for it, but most of the time it was him using it as a fear factor that resulted in him finding other strings. But by having the opponent trying to play around the setups for Waft, he was able to just go for Chomp a lot of the time. But Nades, we know he's a good player. He likely will have that foresight to how I can play against this style, and we're straight into game.
Yeah, this was actually a gentleman's start to Pokemon Stadium 2, neither of them wanting to go ahead with bans and instead go to, I'll talk about Stadium, I'll talk about the console. I mean, I want to play some Sonic Riders, the original, not the other trash. You know, speaking of Sonic, this man is moving swift. Good DI there from Whammy.
That was so clean from Nades.
Nades was like, you know, I'm kind of worried. I don't have any Wario experience, and he's going to be going through this so fast. I don't think he's going to get any Wario experience if it keeps up like this.
Yo, Bike was stuck on stage, so Whammy was forced to go with inferior options to try and actually get back horizontally to stage, and Nades covered them all with the arrow, with the up B, easily taking that first stock and now lapping him in percent.
And this is why, even though Whammy putting in an excellent showing and obviously did manage to put in the offline result, unlike anyone else has been able to, this is why Nades is still the #1 seed. We are playing in this online environment, which obviously does play to his advantages, as it's what he's been playing and winning on. There's no jump there. Whammy being forced to use the bike to make it back to center stage, but Nades, unable to recatch his grenade, is going to give him that center stage.
I think it's really crucial that he has that to recover in this matchup, but you want to be building up Waft. Like, Chomp, still not getting the kill, man. Yeah, so you don't want to give this space to your opponents.
Down there off stage to try and get the multi-hit to connect, but it actually traded with the disjoint of Nades' up B. So something that he has to keep aware of. As we see, the Chomp connects for the second time, gets the prioritizing the floor, so that way he can't get carried further by those Nair strings.
Yeah, it's really hard for the second hit of nice ledge trap there from Nades, covering a lot of options, but it's really hard for Wario to find the second hit of Nair if you're DIing down in a way like that. I think he has to switch things up to like a fast fall and then chase up with it rather than looking for the second hit. But also there is an option for Whammy to go for here, but it's difficult stuff and he has to adapt. And of course, Nades can just switch up his DI when Whammy adjusts to it.
All right, and now does he pop the up B? He doesn't. He recognizes the DI is too far away. And Nades playing with advantage here. And honestly, he's looked really solid, really clean. There was a risk of him losing his stock to the Waft earlier before, but he was able to drop the stock before it was lost, and currently still playing with everything in the tank here as he's playing from the ledge. No Chomp there, not going to go for the command grab, instead trying to finish it with a conventional button. And there. The forward tilt sort of treated like a sword where it doesn't have a proper hurt box on a hand like one would expect, so actually able to beat out that spinning Beyblade.
I really like how Nades is going for the Zair as an option a lot of the time, because it is maybe the highest range neutral option that you can go for.
Full screen and grab me. Absolutely get off me.
What a read.
I mean, I respect it, because sometimes when you're playing online, your opponent will put on their jogging boots and run full screen at you.
Yo, but
and you're like, there's no way he pushes a button.
What if I hold shield here?
Yeah, what if I hold shield here? You never know what randy option this Wi-Fi player may. Oh, he got me.
Yeah,
dang.
Right. Going into game 2, not optimal for Whammy, let's just say that. Was the stage an option? Do you think they're going to Gentleman's again? If not, what stage do they go to?
I think with the Gentleman's, it's definitely like a comfort thing. Both players are happy to play on that stage, but now that the first game ended in a 2-stock and Whammy really wasn't able to get anything going, I think he's going to opt to go for an actual personal stage. I don't think Gentleman back, like, even if the stage didn't feel like a problem for you, you're playing to get into winner's side grand finals where you have that extra set cushion against whoever's left in the bracket. So you want to take every advantage you can get here while you can set yourself up. So Nade's banning Final Destination and Battlefield. We're going to go to Smashville, another popular starter stage from the previous game.
Anything for the dub. Going for the small stage. We saw it work out for Browboy in the game 5 of the previous matchup, and of course Whammy in this situation right now, trying to see if he can pick up some games for himself, because we though Nate, what a string! Oh no, that's close.
And that's Warrior's weight coming in there against him for getting the combo, but also working in his favor to make sure that it didn't result in the stock being dropped. But if you're going to down air onto this man's shield, you can bet you're going to be getting an F smash in return as the fireworks explosions come out. Stuck at the ledges, Nades.
Nades doesn't want to lose a game this entire tournament, does he? We're not just talking top 4. We're talking the entire tournament here.
Yeah, he said if Naxty is going to be chilling in chat instead of chilling in bracket, I'm going to make sure that he comes back for the next split. Saying that this is going to be free if you are not here, my man.
All right, Bike on stage again, so we know what happens if Whammy ends up off stage, but he gets broken, so that's nice for him.
And this is actually a stage I don't think I would have let Whammy counterpick to if I was Nades. As much as this has obviously been working very much in his favor, I think that's down to just a player thing. With Wario, he gets so many conversions. The up tilt and nair conversions are so good with that center platform that I would actually want to avoid giving him the option. It's like with Ike.
Wow.
You don't let him go to Smashville because of the nair conversion center stage. I think if Whammy was actually getting to play, this stage would be working out very well in his favor.
It feels like if Nades gets you above him, you're dead.
Yeah, we see even when he doesn't touch a button, the fact that he has so many options with the projectiles to cover, as well as decent floatiness so he can actually stay in the air with you. And most importantly, the disjointed long but just about drops. Maybe some good DI down there, but the boomerang coming back. Gonna set up for that up smash.
I just don't know if Whammy's playstyle is working here. He just seems a bit too aggressive. He's going for the option that gets him closest to his opponent every time, and we know that doesn't work. It might be the optimal strategy, but it's not working.
And my man Mini Kill, I'm sure somewhere very happy that the run-up B on the ledge still works at a high level and isn't just that I showed up to casuals for Society on Wednesday and hit people with this because it kept working.
The range on that up B is just silly. It might even... does it cover roll-in?
It can, depending the spacing that he had there pretty much covered everything except jump. And even then it can actually catch some ledge jumps because some characters just have really bad ledge jumps.
The maybe correct option is to go for drop, jump, up air or something like that to like, if your hitbox can reach him through the stage, or just wait.
Yeah, honestly, it's one that punishes a lack of patience because you think that the neutral getup will give you, it will give you some time to like put your shield up, but instead the long-lasting hitbox on it just catches you. The roll on, the back hit catches you and still kills because as long as that final hit connects, your stock is gone. It's a rough one. And I think also because Young Link's one is smaller, some people misjudge it. Obviously, Toon Link, much less common. He's caught now.
Patience is the key word here. I think Whammy needs to start executing some of it. His style is very, very good against the players that cannot deal with it. When you're in their face, when you're choking them, when you're not letting them have options to escape, it's good. But when the opponent does know how to deal with it, by usually pressing up B, it doesn't work. Instead, switching character to Pokemon Trainer and going, you know what? I'm going to get in your face with Squirtle because Squirtle's even more of a choke champion.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Whammy realizing that he wasn't getting many opportunities and found himself out of options playing the Wario. So instead, he's chosen to give himself the character that has the most options possible. 3 whole characters tied to 1. Well, 2.5 characters tied to 1.
Hey, come on, dude. Don't talk rude about my boy Ivysaur like that. You thought I was going to say Charizard, didn't you? No.
That's a man that actually plays the character and knows that Ivysaur is the weak link here on Pokemon Trainer.
And switching to it because Squirtle is not getting in, which was the issue with Wario.
The thing is, as much as Ivysaur can be the weak link of this team, she's also really consistent. She's consistent when you get going, but if you're not able to play your game, as we see another Z-drop bomb into forward air, to end the stock. Ivysaur is just a bigger, slower beater that doesn't get much going if she can't get in. And usually she gets in because you're playing scared, because Squirtle has sneezed on your shield and then done 300% to you.
Whammy almost about to die because of Squirtle's abysmal weight right now. It could have been a consideration to switch, but you need to get a combo with Squirtle right now, and that might result in his death. Game 3.
Can we
looking
confirm?
like a Nade's win.
Can we confirm that Whammy does have the controller plugged in? Hit by Z-Drop Bear, whiffed up air, and then got up smashed, and there was no DI. I'm not convinced.
Look, when you're put in a situation where you're getting rolled back against the wall, diamonds are made under pressure, and almost finding a 3 stock, but it seems like...
With Whammy. So very, very rough for the University of Sunderland representative, getting sent packing to the losers bracket on the end of a 3-0, where he's going to be playing against Browboy. And unfortunately, because of the way that we have the bracket set up, he will be playing again very, very shortly against Browboy, who's had some time to maybe relax his hands after that nail biter of a set. And hopefully Whammy gonna be able to recover mentally from what was just dealt his way.
Right, Browboy coming off of his Game 5 victory in that losers round.
Download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite, available now from the Nintendo official UK store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
It's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate NSE losers finals here in the spring split Mario matchup. I don't think we want to see that Pokemon trainer again. So Alexa, run me through how you think that matchup's going to go.
I think it's going to be one where we see a lot of air out of shield from Browboy if he chooses to approach, and the falling forward air in order to set up grabs. So there's going to be a lot of high-low mix as to whether they're rounded and their game starts playing a little bit more defensively. Obviously, Ness does have the projectiles, so he does actually have more options in terms of how he wants to mix up his game.
PK Fire?
I believe you can, but it's like, because of the angle it comes at, I think it's more likely to clip. I think if it was like a jump PK Fire, like off stage, and it was like, or if it was a PK Fire sent like from grounded off stage, and Whammy was recovering double jumping with the chomp, he could eat it, but I think grounded it might be a bit of a weird interaction. As we're going into Pokemon Stadium 2 here for our first game, and we're already seeing both of them landing with aerials in order to try and get things started.
Yeah, the other thing which we usually talk about with Browboy is, hey, that Psy Magnet, it's almost all of his matchups that he plays against.
So he can still use it to put some pressure on shield, possibly mix up his timings. But currently we haven't seen any empty hop mix-ups just yet from the two of them. Both of them quite happy to swing on each other's shields. I think we might start seeing Chomp if Whammy starts winning out these trades. Gonna walk the dog with the down smash, and he's gonna keep it nice and low, pops it a little bit too early. So Whammy gonna make it back to center stage.
There's a missed, clean conversion into the back air. Center stage catching him, probably not expecting to have to DI there for a kill. Nice stuff.
Yeah, definitely another instance of that buffed PK Magnet. Having the hitbox allows him to actually confirm into a lot of things. Unlike jab or down tilt in some jab lock setups, that short hop down beat actually sends less.
Oh,
so he needed to reset.
Plays.
That's an Alpha Kenny Bro moment, if I've ever seen one. The head TO with the all the tools here to sum up how I feel about that play right now.
You know, I got my eyes on chat for the next 5 minutes to see when that play shows up.
Yeah,
either way, still advantage Browboy.
Yeah, still advantage, even though that was definitely as far from a monster play as possible. That was looking like your corner shop rando brand 30 pence energy drink.
I'm keeping you in line here, dude. When I say shit, you just...
No. That's definitely some brand you've never heard of. Energy drink. It's like they've got like the monster logo, but it's like rotated 90 degrees.
He's gonna come to you at LAN and he's gonna have a go at you for flaming him. But you know, now's the time to compliment him for his 200 IQ.
Yeah, no, he was just setting up. He was looking at like that Civ 6 where the intelligence rolled too high that it rolled down to 0, and he SD'd, and now he's reset it a little bit. He's now back to maximum IQ nets, using that big old head to store some tricks.
How does I have no idea how it would work. How does Waft and Psy Magnet work? Is Waft energy?
I don't know, but Waft actually does have a physical hitbox on it. Wario does become an actual hitbox. So I would imagine that even if you somehow absorb Waft, I would like to think that the wagon it at least kills you. All right, gonna go for the PK flash and nice stall on his recovery, but instant dash attack gonna clean it up as we go to final stock. So this is actually Wamu's lead right now.
True combo.
Whoa!
Oh, dropped it. Unfortunate.
I think Whammy recognized that the platform was there and second guessed himself. I think because it was excellent DI, like genuinely perfect.
Really nice game, and Browboy taking the lead, also having an SD, seems from the get-go to have the advantage in this series. But of course, there is still multiple games for. He's got to readjust to playing against Toon Link to then Ness, and also readjust to getting his ass handed to him. To be quite frank with you, try and get the men.
He was playing well. The movement was there. Obviously, he dropped he didn't even pull the trigger on the waft. He recognized that he wasn't going to confirm into the waft. So like as much as we did come down to a final stock situation, and we could have maybe in an alternate timeline see Whammy 1-0 up thanks to the waft. Definitely got to keep in mind that one of Browboy's stocks definitely error 4-0 forward. But we're looking at a ban on Battlefield and Lilat here. Unsurprising that we see the Lilat ban on Browboy's side. Definitely trying to make sure that his PK Thunder actually functions on the stage.
Let's start things up.
I like that we haven't swapped off a Wario here.
Again, one of the things which we spoke about against Nades is he needed to exercise a little bit of patience, and I don't think it's quite as necessary in this matchup, but still maybe something to consider.
Well, Browboy's definitely someone who's happy to hold forward against you.
Well, not true combo, by the way, finding the back air and taking a stock lead.
And the good signs of life from Whammy. We did actually see him get whiff punished when he tried to go for a setup into an F smash. Whammy respecting Browboy too much, maybe. Not saying that, not recognizing that he maybe put a little bit of fear in the Earthbound representative.
And remember what they say about Wario as well. When you play against him, just treat it like you have two stocks, because a lot of the time that is the case. Waft will be live in a few seconds, or at least the max strength Waft. And there's that chomp again. I think that's an option which Whammy could consider looking for. It worked a lot against SB, and I think it could do the same against Browboy.
Yeah, we saw actually in the, not going for it there, PK Rocket, especially when he bounces into the floor to not have proper end lag, isn't too minus. And I think he wanted to make sure he had the correct side for the waft, because he was currently looking at wafting him all the way across the stage. And I don't think with a 3/4 waft, you want to be doing that cross stage.
Punished.
And Browboy taking his time to throw the bike off, but gets caught jumping, just about able to survive thanks to Whammy having his rage completely reset, so no additional knockback there.
Oh.
Catches the roll in.
Yeah, it's not gonna kill at this percent, unfortunately. He needs quite a bit more. What's the height on Kalos like? It's quite high.
It's one of the higher ceilings, yeah, for sure. I don't remember the exact unit. Unfortunately, this game doesn't have the units on stage like another indie fighter that's finally coming to Switch at some point.
Waft on deck.
Very heavily inspired by the game that we've seen here as we go for an up throw reset there. And I think he was actually trying to get drifting Nair. I don't think he wanted that forward air away.
See, he's maybe one up tilt away from getting a kill confirmed with it. Browboy having to space perfectly to avoid that situation. But if he holds shield too much, the chomp option becomes available. Finds him with a PK fire into a back throw. And he's in quite a terrible position, stuck on that platform.
And a good instance of using the PK flash there to jail Whammy. He missed the tech, so he was going to have to roll in one direction. And the PK flash very much discouraged going for it. But the way the Browboy set it up meant that he could go for rising up air. Speaking of rising, Whammy would like to do that if he's going to make it back to the stage. Dropping down 2-0 against Browboy.
Browboy, in that last stock, he sees, okay, I just need to not get wafted. It's pretty simple. And he doesn't.
And he does win.
Something happened to Whammy. He didn't make it back. It happens sometimes. High pressure situation, but we're here once again. Browboy with a 2-0 lead over someone. It's relatively close, and they could make a comeback in game 3. Do you think Whammy can do it?
Well, to even add more to our spicy voodoo, this man got 3-0'd by nades. The last person that got 3-0'd by nades and then was down 2-0 again on the switch to the Pokemon Trainer, which obviously didn't get very much done the last time it was brought out, is a mentally sound idea to Whammy, looking to hopefully make a reverse sweep, or at least take us to a game 4 here against University of Birmingham's Browboy.
I mean, PS2 does make the best games, so hopefully this will be a good one. Looking for those chomps, recognizing that they're a really good option, and they're working out so far in this game. Not doing too much percent, but every little helps.
Version, and Browboy will make it back to center stage. But Whammy in the second game got the lead off of a conversion using Chomp. So I think he really has to, at the end of the day.
Yeah, Browboy, getting caught out. What a beautiful 2-frame there from Whammy. Again, stock lead for him. He's starting to feel himself here on this game 3. Browboy maybe going for not the safest options and getting hard comboed. My guy, you have to hold left or right.
And it's definitely every single time that he gets a lead, it's because he's managed to use Chomp properly in a stock. And now he's playing with that energy. A nice drift back nair there, but it's going to get caught by that sort of assault jump. That assault jump side beat. He uses his double jump, so he is going to have to air dodge or commit to the thunder. Ah, that was some plot armor right there. This is definitely the Browboy anime. He should not have lived there.
Whammy has really turned it on though, and now he's got his waft enabled with the stock advantage.
I don't see him using it here, especially when he can do that.
Good.
I think that's what he wanted to go for the last time, but we saw for some reason the head manages to actually knock Whammy away and then still be active to actually trigger the PK rocket. He gets the read.
There we go. Oh man, there.
Excellent mash out from Browboy. Just a footstool instead of the nair, not what he wanted, and he stalls back into the bite. The bite actually does heal Wario in this game. Not entirely sure why.
This could be a 3-stock. Genuinely right now, 170%. One hit will kill him, but so will waft onto Browboy. It's even, folks. On stock percentage until the back throw.
Yeah, which does actually mean that Browboy now does have a slightly bigger window for the waft. He didn't go for it there because he recognizes he is at 0 rage. But to be fair, he is also pretty much off stage. I think that he maybe could have burnt it. I think he wants a proper confirm into it. As you can see, he's going for those frog splashes.
This has got to be one hell of a comeback from Browboy here, and he needs to stop falling for the chomps because they are working out for Whammy right now.
I think if Browboy... Never mind, you know, we're still living. Well, he was actually holding down, now that I think about it. That the knockback on that dash attack is one of those ones that DIing down isn't actually a bad option. And he was already committing to the down B. So, some decent DI ahead of time. Whammy finishing things without the waft. Very, very on brand for him so far in this bracket.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here before. Browboy losing game 3 after a 2-0 lead. I think we might see a game 5.
I mean, if Whammy plays with the fire that he had in that game, I could definitely see us going to that 5th and final game. But it was one of those situations, if Browboy was able to win that, it was a fully deserved 3-0, making it back from a two stock deficit.
The
Midlands boys are fully behind their Wario and competing with the Brow Gang.
Which is a difficult task because they show up in force in Twitch chat.
Yeah, before Browboy even started streaming, he was definitely popular in Twitch chat, and it's only gotten better since he started going live for the beginning of it. Got 2nd place at NSE Esports Championship. Yeah, it sounds better than 3rd place.
But it doesn't sound as good as 1st though, does it?
It doesn't sound as good as 1st place, but the man from Edinburgh Napier University is very much making that that elusive #1 at the beginning of the stream looking unlikely as we go here to final destination as Smashville and Yoshi's Story were banned.
There we go, getting the audio back in, very nice lads. FD, how does this work out? I feel like unless there's a lot of PK fire spam so far from Browboy, it could actually work in favor of Whammy not having platforms interrupting his combos.
He can.
That was nice.
That was nice. I mean, damage is damage. Yeah. I think what it is he's just giving Whammy less landing options. He's also taking away his own landing options. We see him taking the bike twice. Doesn't have a jump, but is able to make it back. Doesn't get 2-framed.
Yeah, we have seen him do that before with a clap, but this time not working out for him. Browboy recovering. Browboy off stage is very good, but this time the jump from ledge being called out by Whammy, and is continuing with the momentum which he gained in that game 3.
He recognized that Browboy is opting to go for an aggressive approach from the ledge every time, and recognizing that if he can block the projectile, he can go for something nice. Spot dodge there from Browboy. I think Whammy went for a big boy punish rather than going for just safe and simple damage on what was essentially free damage gifted to him.
Let's see, looking for a combo string. Still 30-40 seconds off of actually having waft, but damage is damage, as we like to say.
And he did read that roll in there, definitely showing that he is aware of the options that Browboy is considering as he tries to air dodge to the ledge and gets 2-framed. Whammy looking very, very strong here on Browboy's counter pick. Definitely looking like he too has had the flashback power up and is ready to take it to Browboy here on this 4th game.
Wait, so who's the main character here? Who has the plot armor?
It depends on whether we're looking at the spin-off here, the Whammy Warrior spin-off. You know, it's gaining popularity, I've heard. Very popular in the Midlands. But Browboy still consistent as always. Gonna go for the full setup.
Oh,
right.
That was All
right, Chief. I don't know which episode of the script you were reading.
Browboy is in a super tough situation right now. He's got to somehow finish up the stock and then get another one from 0 in a situation where back air, F-tilt, up air might just be able to kill him.
At the very least, the one silver lining we have is Waft is gone.
Yes.
Waft is no longer on the table.
Temporarily.
Yeah, nice attempt there at the 2-frame. Yet again, tries to go for the assault jumps there.
This is that patience that we're talking about that Whammy has right now. The correct thing to do here is probably just wait for Waft. Like, I know your opponent's on 160%, but taking time is fine. Chomp, again, coming in clutch for Whammy, not quite going to finish it off. Browboy's DI has been phenomenal.
And Whammy now just taking center stage, recognizing that he doesn't need to play in Browboy's range here. He has 170 PK fire. Browboy backing off this time to make sure that he doesn't overextend and eat a reverse aerial.
Yo, did my mans press chomp into chomp into chomp into chomp?
Yo, if it works.
What's his... Yeah, I know. I find it funny. Online play, am I right, lads? Back here, gonna finish it off.
He was eventually going to have to jump. There was no two ways about it. All of his offense had come from some form of aerial or just a grounded side B. So at some point, you just gotta keep pulling the trigger in his general direction, and eventually he's gonna line himself up with the crosshairs. So we're going once again into a game 5, but at the very least, we're on Browboy's counter pick.
This is good stuff. This is what I like to see, and I'm gonna put you on pressure now. Who wins?
I'm behind Browboy all day, every day. Friends with them, having gone over to go see them for some Smash 4 tournaments and just practicing with them in general. So I'm behind my UOB boy.
Either way, it's game 5, best of 5 series, losers finals. The winner of this goes through to try and take down Nades to claim victory. The loser is out. And it's a small lead, but still a small lead for Browboy. Words, still a lead for Browboy either way.
What's interesting to me is it feels like when you're getting hit by PK Fire, that move does way too much damage. But I'm looking at it, he got hit by 2 in the same string, and I say only 40%. Like, it hasn't taken Whammy like 6 engagements in order to try and get something similar. Doesn't get the dash attack there, so isn't actually going to be able to put any damage on the board for the double PK Thunder. But Browboy not shaken.
There's a bit of a habit after those PK Thunder 2s. He always spot dodges. If Whammy can read that with a, I don't know, a chomp perhaps. I've heard that's a good move. Then you might actually be able to start punishing those from Browboy because he looks for them a lot. That's such a nice combo.
I think one of the other things he could do is just go for a charged F smash. He's been the reason he went for F tilt, which whiffed because it does have a bit of startup on it. If he'd gone for the dash attack, the instant hitbox would have been able to punish. I think he was trying to go for maximum damage rather than just trying to get nickel and dimed. Because this time we see 2 pummels there and the forward throw, keeping Browboy at the ledge. This time goes for the ledge jump. Both times again. He's happy to do that because it means that he's not burning his very important double jump.
Oh, no.
I don't think he meant to fast fall past the ledge, and Browboy making the first unforced error of the second unforced error. Let's be real here.
That's fine. It's not over, though. 150%. You can kill Wario here. He's a heavy boy, but, you know, bike on stage, you get him off, and it should be recoverable. I wouldn't destroy the bike. I don't know if I would have done that.
I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to stale out certain moves to refresh the kill potential on the other ones. Down forward air, catches the jump, but doesn't get the dash forward, so he's not going to be able to go for the regrab here.
Waft is online, and it's whether he can... It's also finding the combo starter as well for Whammy. It's kind of difficult here, but there's that PK Thunder again being punished. Chomp again being a good option for Whammy.
No, interesting. Does Whammy go for the bike setup, hock into Smash 4, where they would use the bike to extend the hitbox and go for the very, very easy 2-frame waft? So we go for the PK Magnet turnaround. What does he go for here? Tries to go for the full yo-yo.
This is out. Oh!
You can see he tries to go for a faster button. The air dodge does come out, and he makes sure to stay in shield for that second aerial, as Browboy does keeps using the same timing there.
He's
tries to go for
definitely going to look for the, you know, it's the back throw. 140% center of stage. Don't know if it will kill the Wario, but that's obviously his most Browboy to jump high. Not working out and being punished. Oh, not too much of a punish, but either way, it's percentage lead for Whammy right now.
Does get hit by the bike from deep, which is unfortunate because now he's going to have to sacrifice stage control, but he uses the PK Fire to get back. And
oh, dropping up air. This is so tense. Oh man, anyway, it was the weak hitbox. Browboy, can he make it back? Can he get back on the stage? The dash attack keeps on 2-framing. Okay, he's recovered. 133%.
No, you can see he went for the air-to-air. There goes for the dash attack and catches some bad DI. Whammy able to complete the reverse 3-0 here against Browboy. Unfortunate stuff for the Midlands lad, but excellent play there from both of them. I think Browboy are probably going to be kicking himself that he threw away that first stock with the SD. But third place at the very end, nothing to sneeze at. Good stuff to both players.
That's upsetting to see. I do have to root for my boy Browboy because I have, you know, I haven't seen Whammy before, but also I did predict Whammy to win, and I get my Bubblegum Wario into the grand finals. So I'm very, very happy about that. But of course, we've seen that grand finals before. It was the winners finals, and it was a convincing 3-0 to Nades. So off of Nades, right? That'll be shortly coming up. We'll see you then.
Download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghost.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo available now in the Nintendo Switch Case Store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a desert.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's grand finals, baby. I'm Ollie. It's Elixir, and it's still production.
In winners finals, has lost a set and is on the verge of being double eliminated. If he does beat Nades though, as Nades hasn't actually lost a set yet, and double elimination requires you to lose 2 sets, we will effectively reset the bracket so both of them are in losers and will both be playing from a 0-0 scoreline for one final set. So Whammy does need to take 2 best of 5 sets against Nades in order to win this tournament, whereas Nades is sitting pretty, only needs to win out just a single set. And he's going to be bringing something a little bit special for us, at least for game 1.
Yeah, I know. Nice.
I've spoken to the man.
Yeah, this is a tough hill to climb. It's got a very, very steep curve to it, considering how the last time these two guys played, it went 3-0. And now Whammy somehow has to not only win a set, but win 2 in a row. And it didn't seem particularly close last time. So he's gonna have to play maybe the best 2 sets of his life. Maybe, probably.
I think he's at least going to be bringing this more close. And if the game 1 on the Alpha Kenny bruh pick, if I'm gonna call it that. Not repeat the garbage collection that was Winners Finals.
Tough words. Tough words.
Man got trashed. I don't know how you want me to put it.
Yeah. There is no subtle way to put it, but Banjo.
The Gahut Bear. He made the promise to me. If he was right before Winners Finals started, I said, "Yo, if you're a Winners Side Grands, funny Gahut Bear," and he said, "Fine."
Very nice.
And then after he won Winners Finals 3-0, I said, "So funny Gahut Bear." He's like, "Oh wait, yeah, I said I'd do that, didn't I? Here we are."
The interesting thing about this pick is I think is really, really good against Wario, to be honest, because you have the eggs and you have the grenade, and you just camp him out with your silly range. Like, Banjo, whilst being a goofy character, still has some really, really high highs. Wonder Wing being one of those as well, which we cannot forget. Obviously, it's not as good usually, but it's online. So I genuinely think Nades should be able to win this, even not on his main.
Yeah, I mean, Nades still hasn't dropped a game on this character. When he played, it was definitely less convincing in some of the games compared to when he plays his main, but it was still a very, very solid showing. So as much as this is, a throw pick, it's not a hard throw. So it's one of those softball throws, like, I'll give this one to you, Chief, and if it still strikes out, then that's on you.
Absolutely. I think the down, as you don't see.
I actually he was supposed to up tilt there. Like, I maybe panic inputted it. I don't know if he's using the C stick in order to do his tilts. As we see the trades.
As a wise man once said, when the berry does come through from Banjo, the counterplay is to rotate that stick, and even at 160%, yeah, I don't think it always confirms into stuff. That's a nice confirm though.
If you've played Mario Party 1, 2, 3, and you've annihilated your hand doing a circle mash, maybe you've played Sonic Riders on any of those consoles where the circle mash very important. You should not be dying to down throw anything until like 230. Like, okay, he just decided, you know what? You're looking hungry. I see you trying to chomp. I got the whole egg buffet, but how about some bird? You like some Breagle?
The forward smash is also silly with how long range it is.
It's a straight up sword, and there we go. See, if you mash out fast, it actually makes it easier for up tilt to kill you. So in the same way that Robs will sometimes go for a delayed setup because they respect your mash, it can get you killed. However, unlike Rob, where it genuinely is like a 50-50, with Banjo, you should still mash. Just mash for your life. The fish and chip shop is there. Let me pick up some prime quality fish, but let me get some cheesy chips as well. You know what, actually, gravy pot. Let's just spend all the cash. I got it on me. Student loan coming in on Monday.
Oh, thank the heavens. Yeah, I don't know if you've actually heard but Wonder Wing, so yeah, I just thought I'd remind you.
Yeah, just it's offline for now. However, Whammy graciously gives him
5 more Wonder Wings.
What's that? Stocks are up. Looking like the turnip prices right now.
All right, it's Wario though. He has wafts, so it's even.
All right, empty hop command grab. I like it. And Nade's slowing things down because he uses the grenade to interrupt his own grab setup there. And rightly holds shield, but he's going to get command grab for it. And the question is, does he pop the Wonder Wing? Yes, he does.
Oh, no way.
So winnable.
So, oh man. So colliding the Wonder Wing into the bike extended the duration of the ability, meaning it was more punishable, and you can't throw out a laggy move that gets even laggier against Wario with Waft when you're at low enough descents.
I know it's invincible.
I don't think we're seeing Banjo anymore.
It was so winnable. He could have finished on Banjo. He threw away his perfect set, 179% up on Wonder Wing full screen. Yes!
Oh, okay, cool. I respect it. And it's PS2 again. Makes the best games.
He knows that he SD'd on the end of that waft. That wasn't he was outplayed. He just straight up SD'd center stage. I Because I actually messaged him. I was like, by the way, the banjo promise is only valid for game 1. If you lose, like, do whatever. And he was like, I didn't lose that game. I just didn't win that game.
Well, we called it. We said it was even. It was even. Whammy pulls it out, and I think Nades is going to be a little bit more
respectful, perhaps.
Yeah, or at least press Wonderwing less, perhaps.
I don't know. I'm still expecting a 5.
At least from the other side of the screen.
Tries to go for the meaty ledge setup. Gonna trade, but I think he's gonna go high. Yeah. I think because Whammy has to respect Wonderwing. Nades hasn't actually used it to recover. Nice up smash scooping there. But the threat is always there. And that Dr. Mario forward air, more than happy to end the stock.
Just, oh, there's no bike though, is there?
That's gross. That's so gross.
That was disgusting.
He hit him with the whole buffet of, all right, I thought we were seeing Brow Boy for a second. I'm going to see the Wonderwing back. Tries to 2-frame it. The invincibility had run out there.
Of course, Banjo does also have the infinite recovery. It's much more difficult than Snake's, but it works.
If you grind the input, I mean, at least it works, unlike Toon Link and Young Link's one.
Yeah, unfortunate.
All right, we're going to see the back throw here. Shouldn't kill.
No. Yeah, that's the only thing. Wario... Oh, good tech.
And goes for the down air. Able to actually get away with it. Tries to use the Breagle bash. And he's just going to Wonderwing to center stage. We've got one more left before he goes, so why not spend the cash before that dash attack takes his first stop?
Yeah, so when Wario has the opponent at high percent, you've got your tilts, you've got your dash attack, which can be confirmed from down tilt, and you've got back air. And outside of that, you often do struggle to kill if waft isn't available. When your opponent's on high percent, you don't want to waft them. So that's one thing which, you know, Wario's bad at. That might be the one thing, that and range. Like, he's an incredible character, but, you know, it was demonstrated there. He looked for the throw, he didn't do anything, and then dash attack picked it up for him. Nice and easily.
And nice use for the nair there from Nades as he goes for those cross-up areas. Tries to go for a full run-and grab. But he's just going to play defensively whilst he is stuck at the ledge here. Going to go high and does opt for the Wonderwing. Going to see the full confirm, not going to kill though. We don't have 170% of rage, so that move's slightly less dishonest. Speaking of dishonest moves.
The eggs always finding him off stage, and there's no bike Nair going deep.
No, he took too long. The bike is there, but this up tilt should finish things.
This is clean. This is clean.
This is really, really solid gameplay from Nades. He's showing that he understands the recovery path that Whammy wants to take, as he didn't take the jump this time because Whammy actually delayed it, but he basically hit the exact same point as he did last time and forced a different recovery path where he could go down for the Nair trade. The only reason it didn't end up the same way, he has no jump. He has no jump.
The coverage of the Wonderwing 2-frame, why that hits below ledge, I do not know. It's not like that move is strong enough anyways, but that is the 1-1 tying up the series. Banjo taking the lead, which he probably should have in the previous game as well. Some no-nonsense action here, not getting wafted to death. Yeah.
Man. So he's not going to finish with a perfect golden golden scoreline, but at least we can say we can put like the scoreline with like an asterisk where it's just like waft.
Losses with Toon Link. None.
Losses with Banjo.
We ignore the 50-50, whatever. Okay.
It depends on who you ask.
Yeah. So let's look at this again. Nades, he's looking clean. He probably should have won game 1. He definitely won game 2. Getting victories, not just victories.
I think he needs to be more creative on the way that he recovers. We've seen that Nades has gone for a bunch of different options to keep Whammy guessing. Even when Whammy guesses right, sometimes he goes for the same option as part of the mix-up, but that's because there are other options.
Online?
And now they both mashing down air.
Dude, that... And if you let me land on you with down air, I'm doing it every time. So I respect the choice.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him do it with Toon Link like 3 times in a row. I was like, I mean, if you're gonna keep getting hit by it,
if it works, it works.
We haven't had to see Whammy recovering too much in this game, which is definitely a positive for him. As the Wonder Wing not getting the full invincibility there, gonna have to use the up B with no jump. This time with the ledge trump, so he does actually have one more jump. And now he's gonna air dodge to the ledge.
That was really, really well done. And instead of looking for the up tilt, he knows it won't kill and goes for the jab instead.
I think it actually would have killed. I think he just, you know what? I was about to say he was respecting the mash, and then he decided to up smash in center stage as an anti-air option before he'd even jumped. So the respect hitting at all-time 0. I think he still has one last Wonder Wing left.
Ooh, that was looking like some fancy stuff there with the grenade. Might have bounced back and cheesed out Whammy, but either way, is that his last Wonder Wing?
That is the last of those crispy golden feathers. Just like all the chicken shops, not be getting those wings for a little bit.
Waft on deck.
And he tries to just tries to hit him with the full forearm. All right, goes for the back air there to try and force him back to the platform. Whammy getting off of that platform very quick with the use of the bike. And now, nice mash out. This should...
What'd you do?
Okay, yeah, he went for the DI mix-up. The forward throw is actually stronger than the back throw, I believe. It's very quick as well. So your DI sometimes can be a little bit wild if you're not ready. Pushing himself to the 200 club. Welcome to your VIP membership, Nades.
Oh man, and again, this is what we were talking about before. There's the difficulties of killing as Wario. You only have a few options, but the back air, it made its mark.
Yeah, if Nades is gonna gift him that down air, really I think what that was Nades was having trouble getting his own conversions because he had so much rage and decided to gift Whammy a stock with the down air. This time at least making it look slightly less of a throw. Right. I like that Whammy was keeping him boxed in at the ledge by just up tilting away from him, because it's basically just a reminder, it's like, hey, this confirms into something that killed you at this percent before.
146% though. Grab down throw might probably kill at this point, so there's always the option to just spam forward smash as well from Nades, which seems to be going for 4 Wonder Wings still available as well. So this is a tough road ahead for Whammy right now. How does he make it back in this game? Because one waft is not enough.
Yeah, I think Nades wants to keep Whammy away from the bike. And there it is. Nice and simple.
Such nice footsies.
Yeah, your back throw may not have been able to kill me the few times that you've used it, but let me show you how it's done. And he's going to Wonder Wing back to center stage. He basically has a get out of jail 3 card, or get out of jail for relatively low cost card. Twice more. And the thing is, he can overshoot this ledge now because he has Wonder Wing, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't grab ledge, because he can just beefy side B it to keep the hitbox out.
Good juggling from Nades. Oh, avoiding the F smash.
Gets caught in shield because of holding the grenade explosion, which allows the Wonder Wing to connect from half screen there as he goes for the full run up. Once again, Nades says, get off me. No full screen run ups for you, my son. And he tries to go for the ledge setup and forces Whammy to respect it. Only a dash, a get up attack there to answer back.
Yeah, I imagine that's something that Whammy goes for because, again, having waft, he expects his opponent to press shield, so he just looks for the grab instead. But Nades not falling for it, not doing the small brain play, instead going for the forehead play and constantly playing around that run-up grab from across stage. 170% right now. Forward air not going to finish Whammy off, but he's got him in a bad position. Again, waft, it's been available for Whammy for so long, but at the end of the day, if you can't get the combo, you're going to get up smashed and take it to your final potential game of this tournament.
That was some conditioning. We've seen that a lot of the time, because Whammy is sort of like, he's not hard committing to Nair, and seeing if he can get a conversion like a hit confirm, he's been buffering spot dodge into the floor. At this time, just putting out a delayed hitbox in that turnaround up smash, spin to win to clean things up. I think the data has been collected. And Nades, I said only play it for 1 game. This man has decided that he's just going to play it for the whole set. He's going to finish it with style here.
It's match point. Game. It is match point for him. Grand finals. Nades looking to walk away with the champion title here for the NSE Spring. I was going to say League of Legends. I've cast that game too much. It's a Super Smash Bros. Ultimate tournament. And Whammy it's been a really impressive performance considering he was the dark horse. He qualified through LAN. We didn't know how strong he would be against the other contenders, and he's done well, and even took a game off of Nades, which you could argue was Nades' fault, but either way,
he did collect a win screen.
Yeah. It's hard to see how he wins it from here.
But you can also see some of the mental fortitude that he has.
Absolutely.
After getting 3-0'd by Nades and then being down 2-0 against Browboy, you can see the sort of mental fortitude that allowed him to perform on LAN with the ability to reverse 3-0 Browboy and take a game off of Nades, as gifted as it may be. When somebody gifts you a subscription to your favorite Twitch streamer, you take it. And if someone's going to gift you a W, we will gladly take those.
Twitch Prime, by the way, yeah, reminder.
Yeah, NSE is, I actually don't know what NSE's emotes are, but, you know, uni emotes in general just slap, because everyone has no chill.
I'll tell you what, the perfect time to check out a channel's emotes is during their grand finals of the broadcast. Whammy, looking for the chomp. It's been a good option against everyone but Nades, but...
And he's been living up to his name here. You know, we may not have those cartoony bombs, but we definitely have the firework display still fully on deck here. And one thing I want to see is we have basically seen no use of the chomp against Bite, which feels a bit wrong when you consider that two of the things that Banjo are using are literally food.
Does Nades play Snake at all? It feels like it would be in his repertoire.
A lot of Snake players do play Bad Snake, otherwise known as Banjo, but no, as far as I'm aware, Nades is a Toon Link and Banjo specialist. In fact, until I saw the Banjo, I would have said Toon Link one trick, and then he said, "Did you know this character has explosives?" And proceeded to 2-0 everyone.
Yeah, just the way that he plays with these projectiles is so nice, and his combos off of them, his setups are just really, really enjoyable to watch. And even online, he's just shown us such a good display with Banjo, with Toon Link, and again, the same can be said for Whammy. You know, he's played so well, and we're talking like it's over, but I mean, Nades, how is he going to die this stock? What is Whammy going to do right now to get rid of him, to end this 150%? Because we've seen Nades going all the way up to 200% before.
Yeah, it's definitely really, really rough for Whammy. You see him going for the up tilt there. I think he might be ready to end the stock with a waft if it comes down to it. However, simple back air is going to be all he needs.
Here we go. Look, he's got to find a combo setup here. He has to find it, but Nades is fully cognizant of that. He's watching for it.
All right, sends the bite directly off, so at the very least he's going to have that next time he attempts to recover. Doesn't get a punish on the Wonder Wing at all, gets stuck on the platform, unfortunately. They're playing these footsies very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's grand finals. It's maybe the last game of grand finals. You can see it from the way these players are interacting with each other. Playing so safe.
Nice use of the turnaround nade there.
Yeah, good straight hit.
I think the B reverse nades are honestly one of the most underrated thing. As a huge call out on the jump there with the up smash. Nades makes such good use of turnaround down B in order to give himself grenades when he needs them, and then B reverse it to give himself momentum when he doesn't care about whether the grenade is there. It allows him to mix up his timing so well, and also turn around so he can use that very strong single hit back air, forward air even, rather than the back air.
I genuinely think it might be stronger than Wonder Wing.
What, the forward air? I believe the forward air.
The B reverse grenade, like as an option, as a tool for Banjo.
Yeah, for sure. The fact that he can use it, and with the hard throw there as well, gonna use Wonder Wing to make it back, and the air dodge there. You see, Whammy had it scouted, but unfortunately wasn't able to connect to the down air, and a good.
Oh, you should be able to recover this.
Yeah, he should. There we go. That DLC tech coming through there for Nades.
Very nice.
Very nice. A lot of people thought this character was one of the less DLC characters, one of the more honest characters. No, which basically translate to one of the less good characters. But Nate's showing this character has options. And
okay.
Full run up back air there as a call out. I can't tell if Nade's misinputted down B or if he really just tried to Wonder Wing off of the platform and see if he could catch a roll.
Stock of his life, Whammy needs to find a waft combination here. He's looking for it. There's the 2 up airs, but doesn't get the confirm. Sent Nade's too high. He was fishing for another up tilt, but Bomb sends him flying instead. 127%. Excellent shield. Looking for it.
I think he realized that he didn't have the he either realized that he didn't have the rage in order to connect, or on the way down to down B, he managed to hit the A button instead and misinputted down there. We will never know. However, oh, doesn't get the jab.
That's it. A dash attack to end things. Nades is our victor.
He's avenged Browboy. Browboy definitely dying unceremoniously. No splash screen to some maybe wonky DI on a dash attack. And this time Whammy on the receiving end of maybe some wonky DI on a dash attack to end things. Fantastic stuff to Nades. Only dropping a single game. Quite literally dropping it like it was in his hands, and then he fumbled and it shattered into 1,000 pieces. But only dropping a single game for the entire circuit.
Well,
that's insanity.
We came in today and we did say, wow, you know, Nade's, he's a good player. He's probably going to win it. And he delivered. He showed it off nicely, but he also did it in style with the banjo.
Not forced to use his main the entire time.
Oh,
going for the crowd pick. Just the one game. Rare footage of Nades losing a game. But honestly, really, really solid stuff from the Edinburgh Napier representative. A really talented player. Definitely the favorite to win and living up to the hype. And I just honestly like that he was able to, he stuck on the crowd favorite. Some players may have been, you know, focused on the W and said, you know what, I accidentally threw that game, but it's tilted me enough that I'm just gonna switch back to my main. You've had your fun. Let's end this. But instead he stuck to it. But I'm sure the North of England gonna be Northeast is gonna be very, very proud of Whammy making it this far.
Absolutely, and all the top 4 players, you know, they did so well. SB, unfortunately, you know, last out of the 4 of them, but still, again, gave us such a good Game 5 series. And this has been a really good set of singles. And you know what's even better than that? We've got teams.
Yeah. So if you've grown tired of seeing the one-on-one, you want to see maybe people playing for their friends, you know, it got that team bond. People do like a team sport, is shown psychologically. We're going to be bringing you a little bit of variation on this 1v1 format, and we will explain it when we get back from the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon.
Finger guns.
download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite, available now from the Nintendo official UK store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
We're back, boys and girls. No discrimination happening here. I'm Ollie. I'm joined by Alexa again. We did just get off the back end of some incredible Super Smash Bros. Ultimate singles grand finals where Nades did take the victory, but it's team design, baby. It is what some could consider actually the superior of the two. I mean, I'm not one of those people, but still, it's very much exciting. I'm going to let my man Andrew here run through the teams.
Yeah, so basically the way the teams format works is instead of having a best of 3 game set, what we're going to do is we're going to convert all of the stocks that each player would have into a number. So everyone usually has 3 stocks and you have 3 members on your team, resulting in a total of 9 stocks. When you finish a game, if you just won the game, however many stocks you had left at the end of the game is how many stocks you will restart the game on, which means the players will usually just run off of the stage in order to reset to however many stocks they had at the end of the last game. You basically keep going until your team has run out of stocks, so your final player loses. This means that stock trades become very, very important, and the economy of how you have to play changes entirely around a team's strategy. There's a lot more thinking than rather than just, I need to win this game. It's, I need to win this game without dropping this stock, because ultimately stocks matter so much more than percentages in the teams format. Counter picks will work the same as in singles, where when you're coming off of a loss, you get to come in on your stage counter pick. I believe bans work the same way in terms of banning out the stages that you don't want to play on. I don't think anyone's sharing a Switch today, but we do have actually a full list of everyone that is playing for each team, so we'll be able to let you know who the player is just based on their character if it does come to a situation where we have multiple people running off of one Switch.
Yeah, so as you said, stocks are the most important thing in this game mode, which generally leans towards a less riskier play style in the cases where you have the stock lead, because it doesn't matter. I'm not going to go for this risk to take theirs, because if mine is gone, that's way worse. But when you're down, that's when you see people going for the nutty plays. Because
yeah, I have seen some people that have no regard for their own stocks. I sometimes play like that when I play teams, where it's like, these stocks are my team stocks. However, they are also my stocks, and stocks be going up. So we're going to be seeing Durham with the mirror match here. The previous team's champions, Durham Defenders T1, actually here to defend their title. And they're going to be playing against their sister team, which formed after Smash suddenly became much of a priority over at Durham after Naxty, our previous singles champion, won singles and also carried his team to a first place teams finish. Even though he wasn't able to compete in all of the weeks of singles in the online qualifier, he was around long enough in order to help his team secure top seed. They're going to be playing against Team 2, which actually managed to qualify through the LAN over at Newcastle. So they didn't both qualify through online, although both did play. R2DU2,
which is good,
are going to be rocking up against Durham. I'm sure that's not what they wanted. I'm sure they would have hoped to be seated on the other side of bracket so they could aim for a Durham versus Durham finals. However, unfortunately, they're going to be facing off against each other in the first round. They're going to be on stream first.
Do we? I see there's a bronze match in the bracket. Will that actually be on stream or just played for the fun of it? That's a.
I assume we'll play it on stream.
Yeah,
I believe we played the third match. Did we play third place match on stream last split? I don't actually remember. I think we did though. I think we played all the top 4.
Not quite sure. Right. Either way though, Durham Defenders Team 1 with Naxty, who was last split's singles winner, and the team also being the team winner. Again, we have a favourite coming into this. We saw how that went with Nades, so the expectation here is that Durham Defenders will walk away with the win. But if there's anyone that will be able to stifle them potentially, it might be that Team 2, because I'm sure they are all practice partners against each other.
All right, so we have Chex coming out with the Mewtwo, a Mewtwo Incineroar player for Team 2, and Neon Radish actually has been the lead more often than not for Durham this split. We actually used to see a lot of Speng, a Palutena player, kick things off, but instead Neon Radish is going to open for them. It makes sense. The Reflector on Wolf much more consistent than Palutena's one, and he hits hard, can 2-frame the ledge with his down smash, and teleport recoveries are notoriously easy to 2-frame, so hopefully just trying to push Chex off stage without a jump in order to just get easy stock cleanups here is Neon Radish.
Right, so one big thing is getting Wolf off stage in this matchup, which is something especially easy for Mewtwo to do because of just the amount of intense knockback on all of his abilities, particularly his throws. And you saw a demonstration of it with that smash attack that almost got the kill early on. Now, remember, stocks are important. They are the most important thing here, so you don't want to make mistakes like that.
Yeah, it would have been tragic if we were talking about how Neon Radish's game plan is get Chex off stage and down smash him, and then he just gets blown up by the What Are Those from the mythical Pokemon.
Oh man, but Chex has the option to go off stage and deal with Neon Radish. I think that's a big advantage he has in this matchup. That's where he constantly wants Neon Radish to be. But Wolf on stage is such a good brawler. It's the reason he's considered a top 10 character, because I mean, laser and dash attack and grab combos and all of the aerials, he's just nuts. Now, I'm not even talking about Nair, down smash, just so many tools. So Chex has to find those opportunities, those windows, which will be relatively rare with how Neon Radish is playing, to get him off stage like this and abuse him whilst you can.
A nice F tilt there from Chex. Going to be able to make sure that he does take a stock, but the ill-advised roll in going to get blown up. So once again, a 2-stock deficit. Well, 1-stock deficit for Durham Team 2.
Ooh.
And Neon Radish is going to be happy with this.
Yes, absolutely. And this is where he can play safe. If he wants, he can just camp projectile. Of course, there's a reflector on Mewtwo, but you can play around that. You can chase that projector or something like that, or reflect it back at him. Either way, the safe playstyle is probably what you want to be going for here as Neon Radish. Oh!
F-tilt taking away the Wolf Flash, saying that that move hitbox comes out a little bit too late for your liking. But no jump here on Chex, does burn his air dodge, but manages to drift back to the platform so he's not getting scooped by that up smash. And one thing to note actually also with the online format of teams is there is actually a timer. Normally in traditional teams, we turn the timer off as it just makes it easier for certain playstyles. That doesn't look like he was intending to do that, possibly trying to go for the side B. So now no longer happy with what he gets here, because even if he does get the W here, only a single stock deficit and some good use of Battlefield there and some decent DI, keeping Chex alive, misses the teleport cancel. But I like the heat, never mind.
Dash attack, horizontal launch distance, gonna clean things up. Neon Radish with 1 stock remaining, I should say, which means he will now enter up against the next opponent with that available.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they send in here on the R2D2 team, because they have Jester, who is a Yoshi and Richter player, probably going to be seeing the Yoshi. I don't expect you to be going for such a volatile character in Richter that can lose his stock so easily. And then we have Violent Quiche, who has the Bowser and the Roy. I think Roy personally is a better character online
Violent Quiche.
Yeah, he did play for Durham T1 on rotation.
Can we just pause and stop with game analysis here just to appreciate the name Violent Quiche?
Yeah, it's a good one. The man was violently segmented by a Ganondorf on stream, though. It's actually one of the few clips from the previous split finals when they do like the whole montage thing of just all the days. There is very much a clip of this man getting forward smashed at 40% and dying.
Well, let's hope there is not a repeat of that occurring this time round.
Well, in fairness, he does play two characters that can do the same thing, so I feel no pain for him.
No. Wasn't that like a Yoshi mirror or something like that we actually saw in the last
we saw a Yoshi mirror at some point, I think, in the single side of things. But I do remember, I can't remember which uni it was that they were playing against, but definitely a very good clip of an air dodge from Bowser at 40%, still dying to F smash. Doesn't matter how heavy you are. You air dodge into Ganondorf F smash, that is a gone stock.
So, stage counter versus Wolf. What are we thinking?
I don't think anything here particularly matters. If you go for a story, you obviously will make it easier to blow him off stage, but if you're just trying to gimp him, then you don't really need the big blast zones, because as long as he doesn't make it back, the stock's going to drop. Whereas you're opening up the opportunities for him to blow up your stock off of the hugging blast zones.
Is this one of the rare times where Lila is good?
I mean, it definitely messes with Wolf's recovery isn't great to begin with, but it definitely adds another factor into how will I not survive this. I think it really depends on whether we see Violent Quiche come out or if we're going to see the Yoshi of Jester, because the common format that we used to see a lot in the 3v3 setup was that teams, if they lost the first game, they would send in their carry player, often the captain of the team. So when Durham were down, say Neon or Speng didn't perform particularly well and they were down, if it was only by a single stock, then maybe we see some variation. But generally, if they lost the first one, they would send in Naxty every single time. And Naxty would do what he needed to do in order to clean things up. But sometimes if they felt confident, maybe it was only a one stock deficit, they would opt for a different player and then keep Naxty on the back burner as a cleanup crew. It's just interesting.
We do just have a slight delay trying to get the players into the lobby. Of course, this is online, so to prevent lag, I assume we don't have the players just waiting in the lobby spectating. And we're through to the next one, and as you said, it is Jester. So, reminder, this is teams. That means Neon Radish has to eliminate the stocks until what he had in the previous game, which is only one.
Which means the overall team count, you can see up at the top, that 6 to 7 isn't the stocks of the players, it is the stocks of the overall team. As R2 the U2 have lost a full player, they have lost 3 stocks from their 9, which is why Jester with 3 stocks represents them at 6.
3, 2, 1. I believe they're starting at 9:30. Yes, they are indeed.
All right, so interesting. The one thing I always liked to look at when I was doing the online format is who goes by the speedrunners 30 and who goes by 30, real 30.
It seemed like both of them went with real 30.
I definitely, well, no, I saw Neon Radish was halfway through the platform on that speedrunners 30. Nearly getting a surprise trade kill there. So Jester might want to slow things down. He's definitely playing with some speed, but he has possibly not got the seatbelt equipped. All right, he's going to almost make it through.
He's a big fan of the up smash on a landing enemy, and he's also a big fan of back air into back air when he thinks he can get the kill, and it works.
And I think this is already huge for T1, as even if Jester is able to clean up Neon Radish's stock right now, they would still be playing from a deficit of 6 to 5. Yeah. When it comes down to a 1 stock deficit in the first game, it's not so bad because occasionally Neon Radish could do something like that and you get a free F smash on him and end the game. However, in this situation, because Neon Radish took a stock, they're still playing from behind, whether they like it or not. And the player that comes in to replace Radish is going to be playing on their counter pick. which is even worse for the team that's trailing.
Yep, so now Jester's going to have to put on a really nice performance. Do you expect Naxty to come in now, or are you thinking he'll be the anchor in third position?
I would expect him to be the anchor because they're playing ahead. If they were trailing in this situation, they were down 5-6. Well, it would be impossible for them to be down 5-6 if Naxty was going to be switching in. But in some hypothetical magical scenario where they are trailing in this situation, I would expect Naxty to come in. However, because they are ahead, I would expect Naxty to be reserved only for if he is required to play. In the same way that Jaw used to sit in the back, less than sober, when his team was playing Cruise, and just wait. And just be like, yo, like, wake me up if you need me. If you guys can do it, good job. If you need me, I'll play. And they would play with 2 players and occasionally use Jaw if he was required. I think Naxty be chilling.
I'm correct in saying that Jaw is on the team Nair, who is in the bottom side. Well, not bottom side, the other side of this bracket.
Yes, the other side of bracket. They qualified second through teams.
Cool, good.
So this is their second return to the finals of teams. Last time they exited in the first round, and I'm sure they're going to be trying to make sure they don't do the same this split. Although they will be playing against BCU, so a Birmingham versus Birmingham setup. Not BCU, UOB. So that's going to be Browboy returning to the stream in a bit, alongside Guion and Izzy. All right, so never mind. My prediction was incorrect. It does seem, rocking the stay home tag, Naxty is going to be making sure that T1 stay in the lead.
So unfortunately, usually at LAN we would get the count in from the entire crowd, and it'd be cool, it'd be fun, and everyone would, you know, interact. But we can't do that. So instead, I want Twitch chat to count us in. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, boys. Stay at home. Naxty instantly with the C4.
Don't be like all those people in the background of Pokemon Stadium 2, not observing social distancing. As Naxty definitely trying to not be anywhere near this Yoshi right now, as he puts down all these explosives, looking like the Easter egg hunt, even though it is already over.
You guys out here practicing in the lab, and you should be practicing social distancing. Oh wait, that's doing the same thing. Good job, guys. Well done. If there's a life lesson to take away from today's stream, it's you should be in the lab instead of whatever you're doing right now. Other than watching this stream, you should watch this stream. Whilst also being
get that 2 monitor setup.
Yes.
2 monitor setup. And speaking of setups, none required there for Naxty. He just goes straight for a raw up tilt. It's like, this is a Yoshi. He's probably jumping.
Earlier on, I said Wondering exists. Today, I shall instead be saying up tilt exists for Snake, because that's a move which exists in this game. I don't know if you guys have ever been hit by it before at like less than 100% and died, because I have, and it's really frustrating. I'm not salty.
All right, Naxty going for the turnaround there, maybe seeing if he could get a roll-in read, but instead Jester choosing to opt for the ledge, which some might argue is the less intelligent choice, but that is actually why he got away with it, because Naxty was trying to cover the best option and was not prepped to cover. You never mind. Naxty's always ready to cover everything.
Up tilt before, actually. It's pretty good. Pretty good move.
Yeah, earlier we were talking about how Smash 4 Cloud up air was capable of just doing everything. It may be gone, but it still lives in spirit here on Snake up tilt.
Wasn't it
so many things?
Stronger in Brawl?
It hit further in Brawl. I can tell you that much. DI was better in those games, so
right, okay.
You probably would live longer. And also there was ways to momentum cancel in Brawl that would maybe have you not dying at 100% up tilt, but it was still a questionable move. Fun fact, actually a bug. Snake's up tilt. Snake used to be like proper big. When they imported him and they were working with him, he was like probably like Bowser size, just like an absolute thick boy. And then they realized that looked a bit silly, so they scaled him down. In doing that, I guess the hitboxes weren't scaled properly with the model, and all of the hitboxes were scaled down to Snake's size, except up tilt, which retained its original character size, which is why Snake's up tilt hits 14 planets away.
That makes a lot of sense. Why no fix?
Because at this point, it's a feature.
A fair game. Yeah, right. Like, what stage do you take Snake to? What's a weak stage for him? I need to know this information. Yes!
I mean, to be fair, that's probably wholly incorrect. Snake still kills you off the side insanely early.
He's just a good character, regardless of the stage. If you have Smashville, a small stage which you think you can brawl him on, he controls the entire center of it by having C4 on the platform. If you think, you know, Battlefield, try and tri-plat him, okay, he controls an entire left or right side of the stage by having a C4 on a platform. You go to a long stage, cool, grenade camping. He just does it all. Such a strong character. Leffen was wrong, Omega lol.
Man, this is a rough one.
Yeah.
For those that are tuned into the full split, they know where I'm coming from here, where we saw Naxty absolutely invalidate a man's entire existence in the Snake versus Bowser matchup. And NS, very, very talented Bowser, got absolutely rolled and smoked by Naxty. And we're seeing more of the same.
What was that?
That was the you're on the second team for a reason.
Oh my god, that was disgusting. That was so good.
This matchup
I've never seen that. Oh
this
my
matchup
word.
is so tragic.
What? Does Keish play another character?
He plays Roy, but in the crew battle format, it is far too late for him to be making that switch.
I'm sorry, people's ears, but I hope I moved away from the mic enough. That was disgusting.
Although, all things considered, he took a start, which is more than I could say for NS in some situations. However,
he needs to take 5 though, so.
Yes, you know, let's start with Naxty. I've seen many teams, noticeably some staff teams. You know, in fact, the man I was thinking about basically does that, where he does the thing where he doesn't recover to stage, even though he could. The good old OO ham and cheese SD, as he goes to the sour spot on that fair, isn't able to go for the snake bite bounce that he was probably looking for.
So I think we are getting a decent demonstration as to why Naxty won both singles and teams before, and is considered his team is considered to be the favourites for this team's tournament. It's a sight to behold, honestly. Yeah.
I have seen Naxty single-handedly mop teams when his team gets blown up. I've seen Team
Man. Right. Rest in peace, R2D2, Durham second team. Unfortunately, you encountered the wrong team at the start of the bracket.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Every time I go and I try to go and mention the match between Staffordshire University's Nemesis versus Durham T1, where Nemesis on the back of Lorcan managed to take like stocks from every single person except Naxty, and then Naxty mopped the whole team. Everything that happens, like forgetting where C4 is and blowing up and dying, or just SDing in the middle of the stage. It happens. But on the other side of things, we're going to be coming back from a quick break, and we're going to be moving out of Durham all the way over to Birmingham, where we're going to be seeing Birmingham City University face off against University of Birmingham. Don't go anywhere.
download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah. Come on.
Synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch, available now from the Nintendo official store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
Continuing with top 4 of the teams tournament of the new NSE, almost, don't worry, I'm good. NSE Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament. I'm Ollie. It's Elixir. We're joined by production as well. We just saw Durham 1 and 2 clash, and it went slightly in favor of Durham 1, which perhaps is why they're, the first team. And now we're going to be watching UOB versus Nair.
All right, so we're going to be seeing the main University of Birmingham University versus Birmingham City University. I believe these two have played each other in the online circuit. There were many weeks, so it wouldn't be surprising if they did. Definitely two very different styles of gameplay. BCU, definitely one that like to have their first player take a lot of stocks. They generally, when they do well, it's because their first player pops off. When they played last split on LAN, they used to send in Jaw rocking Ganondorf and just see like how many times he could hit F smash and like take stocks he didn't deserve to, and then just have the other two like clean up like as best they could. They would throw AJ on the banjo because that's 15 whole Wonder Wings. And if you've got the stock lead, especially if it's him versus one person, that's 15 whole Wonder Wings that you can use to just chip someone down.
I just remember watching that finals, and it was Wonder Wing, oh, Wonder Wing, oh, just over and over and over, and eventually worked out.
The man that we've alluded to when we had the Durham T1 games, but he is just the choke master supreme, Lorcan, assisting BCU in their victory and qualifying them for the split. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get to see them on stream because we had 8 teams last split. So we saw one match on stream, and unfortunately, BCU dropped off stream. This time, yeah, at least getting some stream time, which is nice in this online environment, something they're actually much more used to. The NSC split that they went to last time was their first actual offline event, and obviously finals was their second one, so definitely very new players compared to the prestige that's on UOB. Now I believe their banjo player AJ, Brock's Little Mac online, usually goes first and makes use of possibly some matchup unfamiliarity and just like that online presence to get away with some stuff. It'll be interesting to see, as someone that's given him coaching before, to see how much his gameplay has changed and possibly see if we got more of that cerebral play. But
the Lil Mac
promises.
Is a terrible character. It is, but if any of you guys at all watch Zero play against Samsora and MK Leo and somehow 3-stock them both with Lil Mac, which he can't even do with his actual mains. There's just something about that character online which just means me smash attack, me win is
Sometimes
a thing.
it just be like that.
Yeah.
Like even the caster for the last split, man, Keno, I've seen him in chat, the head of Fight Club that helps bring events that have been super fun, as like just no bias, and also helped us run the last time that NSC hosted a regional over at Staffordshire University. Keno, one of the members of the team, he also a fan of the Little Mac on Wi-Fi. Occasionally watching him take that character online for streams is a roller coaster. It doesn't have any breaks, but it is a roller coaster for sure.
Your chat's just catching up to the C4 play that Naxty just got on the Bowser. That was lots of monster plays being
definitely deserved. But you know, Naxty is a man that plays for style. He doesn't switch characters. Like sometimes you can just like PM him and he'll switch characters. However, Naxty definitely a man. When I message him like, why you gotta do him like that? It's like monster plays. I love Naxty.
I mean, if you get free monster.
Yeah, he just goes for unnecessary stuff sometimes. Like he obviously has a very defensive playstyle with like all of the grenade setups and B reverses and willing to not approach you. But when he decides to metaphorically press W and aggress, run, run.
It's like he just doesn't stop. He must be, well, not quite melee speeds of button pressing, but it's still really impressive. And he just constantly is in control of it. It reminds me of, what was the Japanese Snake player? Was it Shogun or something like that?
Yeah, Shogun. Shogun does not know how to hold the shield button.
No, but he knows how to press a lot of other buttons, and that's kind of what I get reminded by. Right, so Jaw, as you said, he's whipping it out with the hero, not the Ike, which he is known for.
Yeah, I think this is them reverting to the previous form, where they would send Jaw in and see how many stocks he could get the stinky cheese. So definitely when we see some Jaw getting something questionable with RNG, make sure to spam stinky cheese. It is a free emote on Twitch. So match that, because that is definitely what they're banking on here. As so far, the double kabooms really are putting most of the damage here on Guion, who usually is the lead for Team UOB. Not often the carry. Sometimes they actually bring him in second, though. It's either him or Browboy that usually comes in. Maybe they're opting to keep Browboy in the back, as he has had more than enough stream time.
So the discussion's sort of long gone now, but what side of the fence were you on with the ban hero thing?
I don't get. I think the character's dumb, but more often than not, it comes down to just like the player actually being smart. Like all the good heroes are smart rather than dumb. In fact, one of the people that we play against at Stas, who was the captain of our varsity team, is a hero player, and he's so insanely intelligent. And so far, then also, you know, Jaw, wow, making use of all the tools here. And Guion probably not ready for this matchup at all. Ike definitely a more standard character. Ganondorf, obviously Ganondorf. However, Hero definitely not nearly as common anymore now that his release window has very much expired.
True. I mean, a lot of people can't make up for his weaknesses. They just can't adjust to the playstyle correctly because he does have very slow neutrals, but you know, his upsides, the oomph and bounce and accelerattle and Kazap, Kafrizz, all of those moves are just so powerful. So if you just know how to utilize his strengths and avoid the weaknesses being displayed, this is a nuts character. I don't think, other than Piranha Plant, if you count that they've made an... Ooh. Oh, that doesn't kill. Lucas, let him out.
No, that was unfortunate, but up throws a kill here. Just stares him dead in the eyes like, why'd you live that other one?
Just hold it for a sec, like, yeah, no, I want this. And that's a stock. And like we spoke about in the previous match, stocks are the things that are most important. Kaboom, goodbye.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. I don't think UOB were remotely ready for the hero pick here. I think this is definitely Captain Jaw at the helm. This is honestly the most cerebral I've ever seen Jaw play in my life. Like, he is standing still occasionally, which is not common for him
as opposed to jumping and naring.
Jumping, I mean, even when he's not playing, like, I've seen this man hit 35 buttons. Like, you know, when you see people shadow boxing, it's like, that's some nice technique. You see Jaw like shadow boxing 4 people at once on the other side of the stage sometimes. But no, listen, he was standing still. He is ready to put the whole team on his back with the power of God and anime on his side. Gonna be top decking Kaboom 3 times into Guion, and Guion having no answer for it, which is surprising considering he has PK Magnet or Psy Magnet and the Twig, which reflects Kaboom.
It's a fast move though.
It's a fast move, but I don't know how. If he reflected it back, I don't even know if Jaw's shield will be up in time, because obviously the hero shield does
when he's idle,
but it depends on how Kaboom is handled, because he would have to be batting back the projectile before it explodes. And I don't think reflecting it resets the timer on the explosion, so it would just explode in neutral, which I don't know if that gets blocked by the shield. So we could have possibly seen YOLO F Smash, maybe send back one of the YOLO Kabooms and just eviscerate Jaw, but here in the timeline that we're in, a pretty solid 2-stock on the side of BCU.
Yeah, for sure. And Jaw's just going to look to do it again with his next opponent. Who do you think they'll send in next? Do you have any clues? Is it Browboy time, or is he third?
See, I'm used to seeing it go Browboy, Guion,
Browboy time.
Browboy, Guion, and then they win. But maybe regretting their decision to not send in Browboy first, as they are playing from behind. But, you know, Bradboy's still probably quite warm off of his third place here at NSC in singles. And honestly, the movement we're seeing from Jaw now is more or less what I'm used to seeing, where he's just
2, 1.
Doing this.
Let's go. I don't think any of those are speedruns.
Yeah, that was a full 30. I will say though, Team BCU actually do have a lot of cruise practice now, as a server they're in actually does host doubles and cruise often for like matchmaking. So they've actually had a lot more practice in the format. So I'm glad to see that that practice is being put to good use. Bravo not able to get the PK rocket.
Do you know how much these two have played against each other before? Because I know Jaw plays a lot online. Like, it seems like he's constantly looking for matches on Discord servers I'm in.
I don't know how much these two have particularly played in friendlies and grinding, but I think in bracket it went Bravo's favor. Yeah, because I believe during the qualifying week, where it was deciding who would qualify for singles, Bravo actually had to play against Jaw, and I believe actually beat him pretty handily.
All right, that's 4 stocks now, all right, for Jaw. So he's done his job.
He has indeed, and as long as he doesn't do something crazy like hit. All right, never mind. Nice mash out there from Browboy.
Fast on that.
Although I will say, even though I'm sure the boys have been improving, this team is very top heavy right now. A lot of these stocks being taken will come from Jaw. So if Bradboy is able to take this without losing any more stocks, even though he has actually dropped a stock, it is still very much, the pendulum swings back into Bradboy's favor, which is why I'm sure he was opting there for that that critical, but not getting it. Nice shield there.
Really, really nice timing on the shield. Again, that's difficult to do as a reaction online.
Speaking of online,
to Psy Magnet that.
Yeah, Psy Magnet, shield, getting caught by Bang. That one definitely a fast one. He does get the correct option, but unfortunately wrong execution there. The Axel Rattle allowing him to get him there with the punish, and Jaw working real hard. Tries to go for the full Kazat, but getting punished for it.
Is this second form of it Zapple? Is that what it's called?
I believe so. It's like
nice
Zap, Zapple, and Kazap.
Yeah, Zapple's so strong. Either way, Browboy picking it up, getting the back air, and putting a stop to Jaw's rampage. He picked up over half of UAB's team stocks there, and now it's on Browboy's shoulders to try and even it back up.
Yeah, this is definitely something we've seen from them before, where Jaw puts in the work against the team, like going first, doing what he does best, hit buttons, take stocks. And now it comes down to, can the rest of BCU keep the pieces, keep the Jenga tower from falling apart? It has been stacked up, the House of Cards, and now will Browboy be the light breeze that sends them crashing to the ground, or will they be able to withstand him? And also, Izzy sitting in the back. We haven't seen her at all yet online, because usually the Earthbound boys are enough to just clean up a team. Very interesting to see what she brings. She is playing the Peach, so a very technical character that does suffer online. Well, I say technical. A character that suffers online, but can still, honestly, if you're accustomed to the delay, can actually still put out decent damage output. Not often not often as consistent as we've seen, like Samsora, a fantastic player, second in the world. Definitely does not have the results. Yeah, awful online. Even when practicing, like actually putting in work to practice online and get used to the strings, he can do them, just not nearly as consistently. He's probably less consistent than people like Void, who like not grew up. Like the man may be young, but he's still like 20 something. Like he's practiced a lot more online. His Daisy much more consistent than Samsora's when it comes to those confirms. But there is a reason that Void has just gone back to the character he's been playing for years and years in Sheik, who's awful online anyway. He's going to stick to the comfort, terrible online character.
Yeah, the playstyle for Peach has to switch up. You can't really rely on the float cancel shenanigans as much as you can online. Offline. Instead, you rely on the other broken part of her kit, which is turnips. That's if you're not turnip spamming when you're online or even in person. To be quite honest, you're playing Peach wrong because those things are silly strong.
Yeah, some of them are game breaking. But also, I've seen. To be fair, I've actually played against a Peach online. I was playing in someone's stream in a rotation. And I saw someone like I'm playing Incineroar with a frame 3 reflector, and they still mashed. All right, Brow Boy forgetting how the things work. So we're probably gonna do a reset.
Yeah. Too anxious to just get into things.
Yeah, we're probably gonna do a reset. So I'll throw it back to us. You are supposed to SD away all of your stocks first, and then we do the countdown. Sometimes people forget, it happens. People are anxious to get back into it, carry the team on their back, but they got to make sure to warm up properly, do the stretches.
It had to happen once. It had to, again, I say it, I'd do it too if I were the one playing in teams, except I'm not because I'm bad, so that's all good. We'll just
it's because Kiel
reload the
don't
match.
have the rest of the team to support you, that's all it is.
Yeah, sure. Wink. Or they all graduated. Dude, imagine if we still had Ash. I believe he graduated, right?
No, he dropped out.
Oh,
which is like
either way,
that's a graduate whenever I want to.
Yes, exactly. Either way, an unfortunate circumstance for Kiel, but that's neither here nor there because we're talking about the NSE Smash Team's top 4.
Yeah, those should be jumping back into it very, very fast. I'm sure it's just reminding Browboy that he is required to SD. As we see, he's already managed to do one of them. So Wilt's actually going to be chilling on the other side of the screen here for Team Nair from BCU.
Nice. We do start at 9:30, hence the hello.
Yeah,
5.
This is usually when
4,
people get to mess around a bit.
2, 1. Clean start.
Full 30. There we go. That's what I like to see. Just pretend the previous mulligan didn't happen, and we're seeing the down B. This is okay. He does remember his down B exists and can be used. We're going to see a double touch here.
Oh,
Zelda can actually make it back as long as she doesn't air dodge down. Gonna go for a nice simple confirm is Browboy. These two players. Yes, obviously, there's only a single stock for Browboy, but I would definitely say that this player matchup is by far in his favor. Definitely, I mean, top 3 in the country as of today. Very, very strong player.
Yeah, but Zelda Online, though.
That is true.
Yeah,
Zelda Online and the
your
confidence.
Argument. I raised Zelda Online.
That is very true. But I will answer back. Not a stronger rebuttal, but I will say NES Online.
True. True. Okay, cool. Right. Yeah.
Right, apparently Nair wins that trade, which is surprising. And now we're going to see a punish. Sour Dare, actually. Like, as much as I think the player matchup is in the Browboy's favor, the actual character matchup. One more. All right. I'm honestly surprised the Welsh didn't just do that.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, a little bit too late on the draw there. I think that second up B definitely could have just gone straight for Fiore's wind. Maybe ended the game without dropping a stock, but there we go. Recognizing that you can DI that down to touch the floor and mash Nair out of it. He has no jump now.
Man, Browboy in, an awful situation. Not going to work out for him. UOB down to their last player now.
Yeah, so short-lived, but he was able to at least take one stock trading out before he disappears into the back. And this is looking very, very solid position for BCU. Definitely the adaptations we made, and also just the putting the players in the right order. They had the option between Wilch and AJ, and I think that putting Wilch in is definitely the better character matchup. We didn't really see too much of it, but Sour down air and Sweet down air for Zelda do phenomenal things against the Earthbound kids because it just pokes them out of their recovery, even if you don't hit the the strong hitbox even.
So, assuming it's going to be a Peach as the final matchup.
Yeah, unless she switched for a different character, maybe to play in this sort of online environment. I would expect to see the Peach. That is the information that I've been given. From Big Man, Alpha Kenny, V2, my favorite TO.
Yo, shout out to Alpha Kenny. Much love.
My least favorite Falco. Oh. Get some Alpha Kenny bros in chat.
I've not played against this Falco like one-on-one enough, but he has his combos. He has his confirms. I think he's labbed quite a decent amount, but
yeah, he's labbed that C-stick in the up direction pretty hard. It's insane. It's insane the mileage he gets off of that one button.
True. Wait, up, then back air?
No, just up tilt, then up air. And then more up air.
Ah, damn, dude.
And have you knocked them further enough away that up air won't connect and you should definitely back air? Up air again anyway. It's the mix-up.
Good stuff, yeah. See, I would have beaten him if I didn't kill myself all the time. So, I'm not challenging you. Don't take that as a challenge, Kenny.
Some might argue that Browboy also may have beaten Whammy if he also hadn't killed himself. But it's neither here nor there. In the words of Locus, you know, if you SD'd, I outplayed you. That's just how it is. So,
do I agree with that? Sure, I'll say I agree with that statement. If you SD in teams, does that mean the enemy team outplayed you?
Yeah, the entire enemy team just fully rattled you clearly.
Cool. Well,
I mean, teams is where people SD the most, obviously, because it's part of the format. But just sometimes just the pressure, knowing they're playing for not just them but for everyone else. Crews also used to be quite rowdy, where you just have the whole crowd right behind people yelling and screaming for their team, chants coming out, heckling. So the pressure definitely gets to you. Obviously, in this online format, we don't really get all of the rowdiness. And even then, last time we played online, the players all had soundproof headsets, so they didn't get to hear us yelling. They didn't even get to hear the crowd counting down.
Did we get confirmation if we're doing the third place match on stream?
We did not, but I'm sure. I would be surprised if we didn't.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about timing-wise, right?
No, never mind. That's probably going to be offline.
We'll see. Maybe we get some clean domination in the finals. Either way, there's definitely no thug finals. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely no time for that.
Unfortunate, but yeah. Well, really unfortunate. I wanted to style on these kids, but just got to dip out. Yeah, so we're just again waiting for these players to get into the lobby, pick the right side, do the stage bans, all that nonsense. You know how it goes, and then we'll be into the final 3 stocks, the final defense here for UOB. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I remember apparently the last time that Jaw and Browboy played, it did actually go in Jaw's favor, not Browboy, which definitely explains why he was able to put in the work. So we are seeing the Peach come out. And I like that she's thrown away the turnip, because you're technically not supposed to charge anything. However,
do they start underneath or above the platforms?
Usually it's above the platforms. However, players sometimes take liberties, because there's no like official thing for it, but most people consider neutral start.
1, go. Yeah. The old Mewtwo King neutral start. Gimme. Alright, well that's the wrong direction for the turnip, but that's fine.
It's okay. Alright, so we're playing things nice and slow here. Doesn't get the presumably Nair out of shield, instead of getting back air. We're seeing Float Council down there get punished with the back air out of shield.
Yeah. So far, everything going Wilch. How do you say that properly? Wilches? The plural? The possession of Wilches? It's going in Zelda's favor, okay? That's what we're talking about. And considering there is a stock deficit in this individual game, not regarding to the teams, and obviously Wilch is looking to get those 3 stocks, that's a pretty good thing to see. So not enough turnips, I don't think, just so far. And walking into a lot of these knights isn't going too in favor of Isabel.
The dash attack actually led her skirt under what we like to call the Uni Fighting Games admin, Jeffrey. The Phantom Knight, ready to escort you from bracket if you are late. I'm sure Jeffrey himself, the real Jeffrey, definitely wanting Isabel to put in some work here in the back air, reaching Wilch. She does have to take all 5 stocks with this Peach.
Yeah, Isabel is finding difficulty getting past this. Is the knight into the exploding flame thingy, whatever it's called, and then it's another knight, and then it's another exploding flame, and the one answer that seemed to sort of work was a low-profile dash attack with the correct timing, but that doesn't combo into anything. So there needs to be some sort of use of the float mechanic to find a way in, and then you have to make the most of getting the opening, which usually means finding float cancel combos, especially with a turnip where you can do some Z-drop stuff. But it's online, that's hard, even for, you know, some of the best players in the world. So it's a difficult situation, and Wilch living at 156%. Just doesn't seem like Isabel's going to get in with anything but dash attacks, so that's going to stay stale and just continue to keep Wilch alive.
Yeah, so definitely rough for the UOB final player. But UOB and Wilch playing this very, very nicely as the golf swing finally takes a stock here off of Wilch. And now we're going to need to see something come out for Isabel. See the dash attack and tries to read the jump away, but isn't able to chase down with the forward air. Dash attack on shield. Somehow safe.
Need some grabs coming out there. You need a down throw, back air, start up those combo strings. But one unfortunate thing which we have seen is the Peach Bomber isn't an option for approach, because that knight actually body blocks it. So that doesn't work. So yeah,
we see the trade coming out there. Even though the stocks are technically in Isabel's favor, overall, because the team stocks are down, you don't actually want to trade against Wilch here unless it's trading without losing a stock. And that was an attempt, but the back air out of shield gonna punish.
Yeah, so I'm thinking what you need to do is you need to float in at the height just above the knight. And also, if you're close enough, it will be just above the flame as well. And then you fast fall in and probably look for a grab. That seems to be the option that would work most of the time. Dash attack, you know, it's being prepared for. Wilch knows it's what's incoming, so the shield is there every time. So that's what Isabel needs to try and do, but it's not happening. And finding a stray forward air is nice, but it's not going to end things. And Wilch might just be able to get a clean 3-stock finish, or at least take the 3 stocks to finish Isabel off, and there it is.
All right, so Wilch and the Knight able to clutch things up. So Nair winning with a 4-0 scoreline, escorting themselves into the finals where they're going to be playing against Durham T1, who are looking pretty poised to defend their championship title. But good stuff from BCU, taking it over University of Birmingham, and showing that the team's practice that they've been doing in various servers has been paying off.
Right, so we don't... No, assuming from the bracket that we see on screen, we're not going to have the 3rd place on stream, and also based on timing-wise. So we assume that when we come back from the break, we have our finals. We have our team finals. It's going to be, you know, the previous splits winners, Durham Defenders T1, up against the Challengers UOB with Browboy.
No, BCU.
Wait, no. Yep, sorry, Nair, BCU, yes. Jaw as their anchor. It's going to be an exciting one to watch, so make sure you stick around.
Download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
catch some ghost.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite, available now from the Nintendo official UK store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
Yeah, well, I'll see if I can sneak it in.
We're back for the last time. We believe, well, at least us, me and Elixir here, for the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Teams tournament. We're in finals, and we've got a barn burner for you guys. It is Naxty's team. It is the winners of the previous split. It is Durham Defenders Team 1 versus Nair.
Yeah, so definitely a big shift in position They came through the Midlands qualifier last split and then crashed out in the first round of the NSE LAN finals. But this time, they actually missed the first week of teams, which for many other teams was basically oh, actually no, they signed up very, very late. They were very close to missing the first week of teams, but last minute sign up, able to get some points on the board and slowly climbed until they were second place in the qualifier, and now fought their way to the finals of the NSE Spring Split Championships here for Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo Switch to bear their fangs against Durham University's T1 defenders, who definitely the favorites going into this final game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're probably going to see the standard start of Jaw versus Neon Radish. Am I correct?
Yeah. It depends on how they're feeling. I think personally I would send in Speng first, because I think the Palutena has a better matchup against Jaw. Just as a character, I think it does well against Jaw. I don't know what he personally thinks of the matchup with his characters, but as someone that is very clued in on Jaw's habits, I would personally like to have the buttons that Speng would have access to. However, it looks like we're going to what we see more in the grind servers of not have Jaw start and instead throw Wilson. He was just playing last, so probably is the warmest of them. And whilst we're getting a little bit of a slower connection, the Zelda is in her zone and we're ledge trapping Neon Radish, already taking a stock. And this is also sometimes what we see when we see Neon play. Just we've seen him definitely been on the receiving end of some beatdowns. As much as he did look consistent against R2D2, he does occasionally get blown up.
Final Destination is huge here for Zelda, I think. It gives so much advantage. When Wolf goes off stage, how does he come back?
Well, he doesn't have many options making it back to ledge as is, and just landing in general, one of the few things that Wolf struggles at. A very, very solid character, but his recovery, definitely his one weakness. So a stage that doesn't allow him to mix it up, definitely ideal here for Neon Radish.
Nice.
Once again catching the 15th jump from ledge in a row.
Oh.
The timing there just a little bit off for Neon Radish.
Yeah, someone's connection not too hot, but that's fine. You just have to deal with it during these trying times.
And we're back to our regularly scheduled 60 FPS gameplay.
Nice. Delicious.
Oh, it feels so smooth, so clean. Feels like an entirely different netcode. A nice footstool there to keep the resource. Goes for the second hit of down smash, but a little bit misspaced. Now, now that the connection is slightly more solid, we are seeing Neon put in significantly more work now that he's able to actually react to things.
The internet ain't too good. What if I just smash attacked? Oh, no punish on the dash attack there. Could have easily been a shield grab.
I think he tried to up smash out of shield there, but unfortunately, it not coming out. Is he going to try and up the out of shield? Nice roll back and then up smash out of shield, recognizing that one of them was going to have to play chicken.
That's a... Oh, that doesn't kill? Does he get back?
Yeah, no, Zelda's S smash not actually that strong.
It was combined with the knight though, like... Oh, okay, cool. Back air on shield works. If they're going to try and shield grab as the punish.
We've been sent back to us, Kenny requesting that we throw it back to the cast as well. So we're going to try and see if we get some connection issues sorted out.
Yeah. That seems fair, to be honest, because, yeah, it's quite unplayable if you're dealing with considerable lag, and there is a significant advantage for certain characters, the ones that are less combo-based.
Yeah, for sure. And recovering online, difficult enough with Wolf, a character that doesn't have the best recovery just in general. Trying to do that when you're afraid that your up B may turn into something different that could send you into free fall and kill you. Definitely a rough one.
This is a good call from the admins. Shout out to admins. Also, shout out to production team, by the way, because they've just done a pretty splendid job so far. I've got no complaints, you know, and that's you know, it's production's one of those weird things where it's like if they do their job properly, you just don't notice it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the same with like admins as well. Running tournaments definitely not a job that anyone actually wants. It is a rough one. If things go badly, you know about it. If things don't go badly, yeah, we move on. And that's pretty much it. Really, us beautiful people that get to lend our voices to productions are really the only ones that get any form of credit if things go well. And even then, that's not always the case. Really, it's the players that actually get the credit when the tournament pops off.
Cool. So they're going to take 5 to 10 minutes to try and see if they can figure out where the lag is being, you know, sourced from. See if they can sort it. See if they can fix it.
They're doing a test on both consoles. I'm sure I could guess which side the lag is coming from.
No.
No,
we can all guess, but we don't need to say.
Experience. Vast experience. I can only assume where the connection trouble is coming from.
If any of us have played online against certain characters, it is often the case that their internet connection isn't the best, but we're not making any assumptions here. We're gonna test it.
Well, I would say, you know, whilst we're testing the connection and we got some spare time, if you've enjoyed the sound of our voices for this whole broadcast, you're enjoying the commentary, make sure to follow us. Is it this hand? No, it's this hand. Make sure to follow us down at the Twitter @. We very much appreciate it. Let people know that it's been a fun broadcast. And you'd like to, if you want to see us both at more events, like the wonderful British University Esports Championship hosted by NSE, and with a little bit of extra help from Nintendo, we are more than happy to throw our voices if you toss a coin to your caster.
We do get by with a little help from our sponsors. That should be a Beatles song, I think. Also, if you are at all interested in CSGO, that is coming after these finals. We'll, of course, remind you after the games are finished. But, you know, if you didn't know about that and you do enjoy a little bit of high-intensity gun gameplay, then go ahead with that. Unfortunately, it is not Valorant, which I know is the flavor of the month currently. But, I mean, you can't really have a tournament for a game that just came out, can you?
Well, you can definitely do 10-mans.
You can try. Yeah.
I was part of a group that was hosting 10-mans, trying to get university students that have access to Valorant playing some, and I was able to lend my voice to them yesterday, which was definitely a lot of fun. The game has a lot of promise, and hopefully we'll be seeing a circuit of some sort between unis in the future. I don't imagine that the game's just going to peter out and die. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing a really good job. Like, based on how they've been responding to things, clearly that game it's game sensing issues, but they seem fixable.
And even then, even the characters that live like C tier, like the one C tier agent, didn't seem particular. Like, they just seem selfish rather than bad. They didn't provide as much team support, but they're still a character that's able to perform well. For CSGO, you're looking for the more traditional aim-based positional tactical shooter. It's going to be University of Bath versus UWE Sea Stags. I'm not actually sure which university UWE is, but they're playing against Bath's A team, the number 1 seed versus the 12th seed. Bath were on a warpath in the loser side of things. They lost to UWE 2-0 in round 3, and then just proceeded to upset every single time, beating the 2nd and 3rd seeds back to back.
So
on their way to the finals.
Just a quick update: we're testing the players to see if they're causing the internet. They're also testing the spectators because of how Smash seems to work. The spectators can affect if there's any lag or not, so it could be the issue that perhaps it's one of the admins spectating.
Yeah,
so we
possibly Kenny.
Having to test everything because obviously you want to identify the cause of the problem and eliminate it, and if that is an admin, then so be it. So just taking a little bit of time.
Interesting. because you only really need one person to spectate, unlike other esports where you might have multiple camera angles and things like that. Smash is at least blessed to be very simple in its spectating format.
Yes.
And unlike previous ones of Smash 4, we actually do have a spectator system, as opposed to before when you used to have a Jigglypuff just SD 3 times, so they're still in the lobby so they can spectate. So very we've at least we're making leaps and bounds. As much as people may give flack to the game's creators, we've made so many improvements just over the courses of the games, and the support that we've been getting from Nintendo has been increasing little by little as well. This circuit wouldn't be possible without the support from Nintendo. We may not be able to use all of the setups that they usually lend to NSE events because there are no LAN events that require setups. Everyone's working from home, observing social distancing and mandatory isolation. But we're still able to bring the circuit, and Nintendo have been a great help for that as well.
Can we also just say, like, yeah, people have complaints about Smashes Online, which is fair, it's valid a lot of the time, but the rest of the game, the
valid.
balancing has been really good.
Yeah, there are some characters, like Bayonetta, that need their kneecaps restored.
Yes, yeah.
But like, honestly, really solid balance. There are a lot of characters that in other games would probably be considered unviable, have been balanced to a point where even if they struggle against a lot of the top tiers, they still have their viability for them. So it's real nice to see that the team behind Sora and the other pro players that they actually brought in to help balance and make balancing decisions have been putting in work and trying to keep the game as fair as possible. The fact that Joker only received a very, very small change shows that they are cognizant of what makes a character strong, and don't just say, one person's winning every tournament with this character. This character needs its like left leg just removed. They're keeping it realistic.
Yeah, buffs on the weaker characters are generally better than nerfs on the stronger characters, provided the stronger characters aren't so silly. If Nintendo just so happened to be watching, remember that snake up tilt that I just spoke about a little bit earlier? You might want to a little peek at that, just a touch, just a tad.
I can see that chat has finally caught up to the gameplay, because they have called him out straight away. Like we restrained ourselves in calling out Wilch for definitely being the source of the lag, but chat is not having it. Chat called him out frame one.
Doesn't necessarily appear to be that it is him though, which is why there's still testing going on.
Just speculation based on previous acquired data.
Yeah, rewatching this though, I absolutely agree with the admin's decision to remake this, because this is...
We did our best. The players clearly did our best through it, but not great. Not great at all. So we're gonna do our best, because you can't, like, as much as maybe you would DQ in another format, because it's teams as well. It's kind of rough, because if one person has bad internet, you don't want to DQ them, because that really hurts the whole team because of like one person. And unlike normal, where you'd be able to say, hey, can you all go to the same uni, you're all clearly friends enough to team with each other, can you all just like chill in one person's house? Maybe tell the caster what characters you play, so that way when you're all on the same Switch, I know who's playing. It's really annoying, like when it's not a team like UOB or BCU or Durham, Tsunami, any of the teams that, you know, I have casted enough that I know all the players. When it's Jimmy and his 3 housemates who I've never seen before, and they're all rocking the Shovel Knight icon Switch, it's like, all right, I'll call the first player whatever the Switch name
Jimmy
is.
won.
And then they don't swap out, and then Jimmy goes back into the ring under a different character. It's like, uh-oh. It's annoying, but you know, it's just how the format be sometimes.
Cool. Right, we have confirmation. We're going to throw to a break because we do need to restart one of the stream PCs, I believe, or something like that, just to check stream console again, just to check that's not the source of the lag. So we will be back shortly. It won't be too long. We'll see you in a bit.
download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite, available now from the Nintendo official UK store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah. Come on.
Synchronize. They're beating us.
Synchronize.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
Welcome back, one and all. We are back here at the British University Esports Championship with the Smash Ultimate Cruise between BCU and Durham University. We tried to start our first match, but we were having a couple of internet-based issues. Smash notorious for its lobbies, but now equipped with the power of an Ethernet cable, we will be able to go through this, hopefully lag-free. But according to AJ, defending Wilsh, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and Kenny with the confirmation. So now I believe it. Cool. As much as we like to character stereotype, supposedly, unless it's all an elaborate cover-up story, had nothing to do with the lag. So we'll be hopping right back into it. And hopefully it has been sorted, as it seems like we're going back in at a full 60 FPS. And this game, is the clean gameplay we want to see.
It's brought to you by the network adapter, which you should own if you play online. If you don't own it, you're an awful person.
Yeah, especially if you're playing a fighting game, and I don't care what people say, Smash is a fighting game. Smash is a game significantly hampered by not having an Ethernet connection, and that, honestly, in 2020 should clarify as a fighting game.
Yeah, right. Complete reversal of what did happen before was that Wilch had a huge first stock against Neon Radish, and unfortunately, this time round, it's him that falls. Unfortunate SD, and Neon Radish has the lead.
Yeah, it seems like when he's actually able to push buttons, he's more than capable of 0 to deathing 0 to deathing Zelda. Obviously, some momentum would have gone from Wilch during this downtime, but that was a huge scoop. Whoa. Going one more. All right, and the neutral B, definitely the Wi-Fi Zelda's button of choice in disadvantage. He is getting blown up for every single mistake here.
Stop jumping from ledge. Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, but he did go for the next less good option, which is the roll on, and gets blown up for it again. Less than 20% here on Neon Radish. There we go, we got the 40.
Styling right now on Wilch. Durham Defenders, first player showing, you know, why it is that they won in the previous split and why they are looking like they might be able to win on this one as well. That's fine, it happens, I do it too. You just forget to touch the controller, whatever, it happens, and that's Zelda.
Oh, there we go, gets the wolf flash. Yeah, he made sure to not keep his jump. I think he had faith that he would be able to DI in on the Din's fire and survive it. Wilch with no jump, forced to teleport, gets scooped up with the up smash again, maybe trying to catch the DI. He has no jump now, and goes for Jeffrey to keep Neon Radish off of him.
Jeffrey, of course, being the knight, for anyone that missed that.
Ah, yes.
This is last hit, and the tournament winner.
The information that you just received, entirely worthless now as it is being swapped out. And Wolf with a statement 3-stock here for the side of Durham Defenders T1.
Yeah, way too many repetitions of bad habits there from Wilch that just got immediately picked up by Neon Radish. To be fair, maybe they could have taken the time whilst the lag testing was happening to re-watch and see if they could spot any flaws, but both teams could have done that, and it feels like using that that breather certainly went in favor of Durham Defenders. So yeah, 3-stock, that's pretty commanding.
And to bring it honestly back to this, you know, Ethernet connector, when you've got one of these, the download gets completed so much faster. Honestly, every single bad habit was like fully downloaded, fully called out by Neon Radish. And it comes down to the experience of the players. As we've mentioned in previous times where we've had some free time, Wilch and AJ for Team BCU are definitely much newer players than the rest of the players playing in this match. Starting with Ultima only getting their first LAN in the Midlands qualifier last split, and then their second LAN environment being the finals. They weren't able to attend Wake Up on Trent due to deadlines, so even though they did have a regional in their own backyard, they weren't able to attend it. So the LAN and those high pressure environment situations are not something that they're accustomed to, and I think when they get to play to their strengths, they definitely perform better than this. But when it comes down to the lack of experience, I think that really does show when you see consistent jumps from ledge getting blown up, consistent trying to push a button into disjoints and getting blown up for it. I'm sure Wilch will want to do better than that in future. Definitely young players, it means they are in, I believe, their first years, so they've got many more years of the split to come, so I don't think we're going anywhere. We've been able to work through an entire pandemic. I think we'll be able to work through anything with NSE and Nintendo.
Is it your time?
I wouldn't. I would probably, for AJ's sake, throw him in now. I would not want AJ to have the entire hopes of BCU on his back. It did work out at the Midlands Regional, but that was also when he had 15 Wonder Wings in the pocket. I think throwing him in with the Little Mac is indeed the play, and it seems like... Wait, AJ picked this stage. Why would you pick this stage? FD must have been banned.
I guess they're questioning how they want to approach this, and Neon Radish is doing the absolute correct thing,
which is not approach.
Camping a ledge and being ready to back throw.
Yeah, AJ definitely someone who also does have some very, very poor habits when it comes to that. You can actually see the jump ring already being expended. He did try and double jump out of that situation and burned his double jump immediately. Another Mac, a character that desperately needs his jump. No, all right, he jumps already, and unfortunately, Wolf stepping forward actually makes him miss the punish. He had literally everything correct.
Right, down tilt is what we'll fish for here because it does confirm into a KO punch. Not quite reaching there, so options gone. Back throw, standard.
Unfortunately, I think I can count on maybe one hand the number of up smashes the number of KO punches I've ever seen AJ actually hit. He definitely lets them fly. Luckily, he does actually down tilt more. Definitely something we've been trying to teach him, to down tilt into those, but often not hit confirming them. Again, not having the experience. But he's playing much more patient now that he's slowed things down. The F smash on shield not the greatest option. But
absolutely.
Okay, now I'm liking the stage pick more.
You could. Okay, so for those people who might be questioning right now and asking, why is Neon Radish camping? Because that is what he is doing. Because fighting Lil Mac on stage is simply the wrong thing to do. If you want to exploit the character's weaknesses, because his strengths are very, very strong, if you want to do that, then you camp him. And that's like, you're just playing wrong if you aren't willing to do it. And that's why, because it forces the Lil Mac to approach, and when he's in the air, he is just a completely different character. And if you can get him off of stage, then you can keep him off of stage and kill him at any percent. So I think it's lame. It is lame, but it's also, it's the right thing to do. An unfortunate SD from AJ.
He uses his jump this time. Make sure to press the extra button, that's it. This is why I would prefer for AJ to go in second rather than third.
Well, that's Lil Mac for you.
And Durham Defenders, the score does actually say 6-3, but it is 9-3 currently in their favor. This is just how you play this matchup. I think, as I said, AJ's recovery habits are definitely very exploitable, and it seems like Neon Radish is actually switched on right now. So definitely, it took him a while to punish Wiltsh's habits, but he seemed like fully ready to go to punish AJ, burning those double jumps immediately and getting blown up for it. It's a rough one.
It is time for Jaw to come in and somehow 9-stock.
Well, what's tragic here is it means... Actually, no, I refuse to believe they're sending in Naxty second. Like, when they've got a 6-stock lead, you don't send in Naxty second. You let Speng play. Like, please. Let him play. I think because they had 4 players last time, they actually did the rotation. I think they played Violent Quiche in the first match they played, and then they ran Speng in the finals. Now Speng obviously just like fully on the main team because they have 2. It would be kind of sad if he missed out on finals just because his team cleaned up. It's honestly a thing that they've run into many times in the online bracket, where Tsunami, they just have games with someone. He takes 7 stocks and there's no stocks left for the third player. They just get to thumbs up and say GG's at the end.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, there's you want to say it's an anticlimactic ending because it's complete domination, but it's probably one of the best demonstrations of skill disparity that we've seen so far. This is showing how to play Smash.
And it's like, for context, both of these teams were number 1 and number 2 in the online format. I personally think that the third member of the team should have been Team Tsunami, returning to the online qualifiers, but they had an absolute mad one on week 2, and that hurt their score quite a bit, to the point where they weren't able to qualify, and that's just what it was. Nair were consistent. They beat a lot of the teams under them and got the points in order to qualify. And if some may say they had an easier road than others, and if that easier road has gotten them this far, then, at the end of the day, they collected the W's that they want, and they finally hit maybe when you're under-leveled for the boss fight. They managed to scrape their way through a couple of close encounters, but this is definitely a matchup they were not ready for.
Well, okay, here's a question. How's Neon Radish versus George? Because that's the first thing that has to be considered. You don't go into this going, all right, I have to beat George, and then I have to beat Naxty, and I also have to be... I'm forgetting the third player right now, which is rude of me.
Speng.
But Speng, yes.
Well, you're forgetting him because we haven't seen him all day.
We've
literally seen 2 people.
Yeah, so you it's true that that's what's going to happen, but you have to think of it instead of, right, I need to play this person. Cool, I've done that. Cool, I need to play this person, you know? You think of it, take it one at a time. So, it's Neon Radish versus Jaw. How does Jaw win this? Do you think he wins this?
Against Neon Radish, yes, I think he does take the W. I don't think he'll be able to do it cleanly without like losing a stock. Chat has only just gotten to Wilch starting to play. Look forward to seeing you soon. I think that Jaw should take this against Neon Radish, especially if he goes Ike. I think if Jaw doesn't try and do the hero cheese strat and instead plays his main, I think the quite frank raggo-ness of his Ike will catch Neon off guard. The just disparity in skill, again, #1 player in Cyprus is Jaw, like compared to the previous two players that he just fought. I think the skill disparity, especially if we end up going to Smash Bill, will allow... That's the closest shot Jaw has to 3-stocking. But otherwise, I think Neon will at least trade out one stock. And even if Jaw goes on an absolute mad one, he has like some serious plot armor. When we've played him, especially in doubles, he goes like full on like freakish plot armor. Even if he achieves that, I don't think that he 3-stocks both the other players and comes down to one-on-one with Naxty. I think if he reaches Naxty, he's on his final stock.
Seems like we've got some more technical difficulties again. Maybe just restarting of a feed of some sort. So we're just waiting on that for more confirmation. But there isn't too much more that we can really discuss. We just have to see if Jaw can make the once-in-a-lifetime run back. And it is... I said it earlier. I said it about Whammy. I was like, this is an impressive hill for him to climb. He needed to win somehow 6 out of the next 10 games that he had to play or something like that. Now Jaw has to win 3 in a row and he only has 3 stocks.
Yeah, it's definitely a large mountain to climb, but as I've alluded to before, that is kind of what happens when your team is top heavy. We saw VCU play against UOB, which obviously also had a top heavy team, but that was really split in a 2-1. This is very much a 1-2 split in terms of all of the weight comes from the Ike hero player, whereas at least with University of Birmingham, their split was across 2. We didn't get to see an impressive showing from them at all, really. Kind of got mopped by Jaw. But this is where some of the beauty of teams comes in. You can't just throw a solid player with some lesser players and run like expect to do crazy well. Sure, yeah, obviously second is nothing to sneeze at. But once you start matching up against the teams where there's consistently good players rather than one breakout player, it really changes the dynamic of how the game is played. We saw Wilch put in decent work against UOB as well, which is like something to point out. Like he had a solid showing against Browboy. He played the matchup very well. But when you start having players of Neon Radish's caliber, even like under Neon Radish's caliber, say we take R2DU2, when you have anyone from that team, I think if they're switched on, maybe warmed up, I think when you start stacking your roster on one side, I think that's where the weaknesses of your team definitely get exposed.
So we are going to be throwing it to a short break. Again, trying to resolve technical issues. Not much that can be done here. Hopefully we'll be able to be back shortly so we can see if Jaw can make the run back. Stick around.
There you go, you got it.
Right, folks, we're back, and we've got some slightly disappointing news, as you will have seen from Hibbo in chat. We can't actually spectate Jaw attempting to make the run back in the finals, as the spectating switch has been overheating or something like that. It just doesn't seem to be cooperating properly. So what they're going to do is they're going to delay the final games that need to be played until they can have an effective host switch or something like that. They'll record the sets, then we'll commentate over that offline, and it will all be uploaded to YouTube or wherever it ends up being, which is, it's unfortunate that we don't get to see these finals live, but at least we still get to see them.
Yeah, it's better late than never, and thankfully, as much as it is anticlimactic, there is a very, very, very steep hill for BCU to climb. So even if we don't get to see the resolution of it, I think some people can walk away knowing probably what the final score line is going to be, but definitely make sure to check out the VOD so you can see how it finishes. Find out if Jaw chooses to commit to the hero, maybe RNG's his way 9 whacks in a row to finals, but we'll just see how it is. It's unfortunate, but that just be the life that our game has in this online environment. Hopefully next time there won't be a pandemic so we can play on LAN, but we're doing the best that we can. Thank you, everyone that's tuned in this far and made it through some of the lag issues and just stuck with us. If you've enjoyed the commentary, make sure to follow me and Ollie on Twitter and our various socials. Make sure to follow NSE if you haven't, and definitely follow NSE on Twitter, because that's where you're going to find out where the VOD is. In the meantime, we're going to throw it over to Counter-Strike Global Offensive as the finals between University of West England and Bath are going to be playing in that coveted finals for the BUEC. Until then.
download the games you want when you want them on Nintendo eShop.
Let's catch some ghosts.
Oh, you can go through because you're good. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yes, I've got him. I've got him. Yeah.
Come on, synchronize. They're beating us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
This is Nintendo Switch Lite, the smaller, lighter, more affordable member of the Nintendo Switch family that's dedicated to handheld gaming. Choose your color and pick from a massive variety of games. Nintendo Switch Lite, available now from the Nintendo official UK store.
In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you can enjoy life your way. Get a fresh start on a deserted island, meet old friends, and make yourself a home. Explore and shape your very own island, start a community of friendly faces, and discover the joy of something different every day. Animal Crossing New Horizons, only for Nintendo Switch. Download now from Nintendo eShop.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
you don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finals of the NSE CSGO Spring Championships. We have a momentous matchup today for you. It is going to be Bath A versus the UWE C Stags in a best of 3 series to see which side is going to take home that £500 worth of game credit. Bringing you the action today is myself, Protalis, and I'm joined by Dr. Pi. How are you feeling heading into today's matchup?
Oh, it's a very exciting matchup. Thank you for joining me today for this very exciting game. The 2 strongest teams, in my opinion, in University CS coming head-to-head in the finals. And it should be a very tough matchup for Bath A here. As coming into this series, UEC Stags has been completely undefeated in the NSE Spring Split. They haven't dropped a single map, Protalis.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible for them. They're looking completely on form. They've already won 1 university championship in this spring split, and they're going to be looking to take home a second today.
Yeah, the UEC Stags just looking unstoppable right now, winning the Newell Spring Split, winning the CSGO Stay-at-Home Series that NSE hosted last week, and now they're looking to put another title under their belt, and you know, it's only Bath to stop them now, and Bath is probably the best team to potentially do that. However, it's going to be a tough game for them as they already have come up in the NSE playoff brackets this season, and Bath got knocked out or knocked down to the lower bracket 2-0 in a very swift fashion here.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly going to be a tense one, and perhaps one that will be decided on the maps. We do have the vetoes just about ready to go for you. And we were talking a little bit about this before the broadcast, Dr. Pi, and we were expecting something tactical to come through here. Vertigo ban in the first instance from Bath, pretty much expecting that. UWE taking out Mirage. Now, interestingly enough, that Inferno pick coming through from Bath is an interesting one. That's a very strong map for UE. And the Nuke pick coming through from the University of Western England, not too surprising. They prefer the tactical ones, and Overpass as a decider, that could be up in the air as well. So what do you make of these vetoes overall?
I think the vetoes have played out particularly well for both teams and hasn't kind of given any team a disadvantage, being the first 2 maps being Inferno and Nuke are both maps that both teams play quite actively. And we have seen Bath pick up a victory against the UEC Stags on Inferno, and so that is a map that they're looking to do. However, in that map pick, Rico, one of the star players on the Bath A side, had to drop over 30 kills to drag him to that victory. But coming on to Nuke is also a map that Bath like to play, so curious one that UE have decided to pick, but it should be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tactical series. I know for a fact Inferno, Nuke, and Overpass are pretty much the staples of UE's map pool at the moment. They certainly love taking it there. They've been having some dominant performances on Inferno recently, and they've got a lot of momentum coming forward into this series as well. As you were mentioning, well, as we've already mentioned, they've already won 1 championship, and in that stay-at-home cup, they only dropped 1 map throughout the entire day. So they are certainly going to be hoping to bring some of that magical momentum forward with them.
Yeah, and with star players on the UE side like Crit and Magic, that UE team is just looking to roll over with that dominating firepower with some tactical strategy behind them, being that backbone to their team. I think they're a very difficult team to play against, and having played against them on Inferno myself personally, it's going to be a very tough game for Bath.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one as well, because presumably if Bath are going to be the side picking that Inferno matchup coming forward, you're going to have UWE starting on that CT side, which is now the easier side of things, especially with the nerfs of the Krieg, etc. coming through, making it ever so much more difficult on that T side. And I know for a fact that UWE, they can put on an absolute clinic on Inferno if you don't take them to task and really stop them in their tracks. What seems to be their weakness are unorthodox pushes. They like to go tactically, they like to set up their executes into the site, they like to depend on utility as you traditionally would. So if you can get some good reads on the game as you're a Bath player, go for those unorthodox pushes and just punish them when they're perhaps slightly unaware. I think that is going to be the secret to success here for this Bath side.
Yeah, definitely. So Bath really need to change up the pace, keep it dynamic, keep it unpredictable. Do not play to Yui's game plan and take it into their own hands if they want to kind of take this map away from them, especially since Yui is such a regimented team and Bath, they play a little bit looser, a little bit more puggy style. I think it's going to be a little bit of a clash of styles coming into this matchup. So we'll see how things pan out. But last time I saw them play on this map, it was Rico with the AWP rotating from A and B, just taking picks and taking fights and keeping Yui guessing and keeping them having to play with a lot more respect than they normally do.
Yeah, indeed. That's absolutely right as well. And if you're looking at it from a perspective of your tactical team versus your puggy team, it means that Bath, as that slightly more puggy side, they're going to have that extra level of reliance on the individuals, right? If they get shut down early as individual players, they can't get the ball rolling, they've got poor individual statistics, they're really going to struggle to come up against that tactical prowess of UWE, especially when you look at these maps as well. You know, Nuke and Overpass, two of the more tactical maps in the pool. They've avoided Mirage, they've avoided Dust 2 of the series, even Vertigo to an extent, which UWE like, is one of those more puggy style maps. They've all been removed. So if you're looking at it from Bath's point of view, it's going to be so important to get off to a good start here on Inferno, not just because it lends itself more to that individual aim power, but also because you need those individual stars to really wake up early if you want a chance of going up against this side.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it really will be a series of who's turned on at the start. And we are going to go straight into things. Bath A starting out on the CT side. KM picking a full set of utility upon this CT pistol. And with a couple of nades picked up on the T side, we'll see where they set things up here. However, they have gone into Banana and they're just slow playing it now. And Bath, they've got full mid control, so they should be expecting this site hit to come in any moment now.
Yeah, indeed. Just going to be holding. They're actually going to push mid for information. They could catch them completely unawares. Rico's going to get the first K-on, peeks around the corner, but struggles to land his shots. Crit will punish in kind, and that's going to leave it in the 4-on-4, but these Ts are soon to be sandwiched in. Magic's got a lot of work to do here. Rowan removes him swiftly from proceedings, but the CTs still have to wait for this smoke to dissipate. Rico gets one through the smoke, assisted by Rowan at least, and Twirl and Crit now in trouble trying to hold this B bomb site. No plant gone down either, and they've got 4 CTs to fight. 2 headshots in quick succession from Twirl. It's going to tag down 2 of these CTs, and that's going to leave Bath just to back off a little bit, not face, make these Ts walk into them, and hopefully punish them with the crossfire.
Yeah, Yui trapped in here. Bomb not available for pickup just as of yet here, and the CT's just waiting to pounce. Don't want to play too aggressive here, but they have picked up the bomb, and they're going to try and start the plant now here as the CT start to encroach. Crit takes down 1 here, looking to close it out. And the 1 versus 3 here, the CT's all low, but finds another headshot. Reloading, and will get taken down there. And the UEC Stags, they lose the pistol around there with a nice execute coming in. It just felt a bit lackluster with the flashes.
Yeah, indeed, and I don't really think that they were expecting Bath to do what we were talking about in that pre-game situation, right? They went in very aggressively in the pistol round, they probed for that information, and as soon as they were aware that a contact B play was coming in, they were straight on the flank. All 3 players from A, straight up Banana, to immediately try and deal with things and create that chaos within the B bomb site. It worked absolutely perfectly, but now there's going to be another task for them to try and deal with. Crit and Twirl got a couple of kills each, so they're going to be able to buy up the AKs into this with Worse Than Me also investing as much as possible. It's going to be a complete force buy here, and to be honest with you, Bath just have to be careful because we know UWE can do work with those 2 rifles should they need to, and if they get a little bit too aggressive, you know, K-On on that MP9 going forward unnecessarily, he could be punished at range.
Yeah, definitely so here. However, the CTs are pretty prepared for this, picking up several rifles for themselves. Curious to see that none of the 2 players that Rico and Rowan haven't picked up the A1S. They're still rocking the A4, so it's going to cost them a little bit more money. However, with these rifles on the CT side, they should be better equipped to contest against the T-sided rifles. And if they do upgrade and win this round here, they should be on a very strong buy coming in here, but they're playing very passive. They've given up a lot of the map control. since they have a fairly little utility. However, the T side, only one smoke in hand. So they're going to have to find a pick in. If Bath A give it to them, it could be quite unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I definitely think UWE at this point in time, they are going to be looking at finding these high utility players before they can deploy those grenades. You know, if they can try and remove that defensive utility with some early headshots, it's going to be so much easier because they have one flash and a smoke to make an entrance into this A bomb site here. They've got 3 players to root out with such a limited amount of utility available. It could be a huge challenge. Every player from Bath right now playing as passively as possible. Mystery taken down in the early instance, and now UWE are going to decide to wrap around onto this A bomb site. Has the information. He's called for the rotations over from the B bomb site, but they don't need them. Rowan with 2 big kills, starting to shut things down here, and UWE, was this force one gamble too far perhaps? They look for the kill on the site. Craig finds it, turns around, but can't find it yet through the smoke. Heavy damage Delta has, but he has to hold his position for now as Rico is able to deal with the player on the Galil. But it's a 2-on-2 situation at this point in time. 2 AKs up and all the CT utility being expended.
Yeah, another Moto smoke coming down, just locking out the CTs for now here. Rico taking a lot of spam through the smoke. So CTs, they're still looking ready to retake this here. However, the crossfire has been established by the Ts. Not the best crossfire here, as there's possibility to get quickly traded out, but we're going to see will CT start running in here. Ken picks up a first, and Rico not there to trade out as Crit picks up a 2K to close out the round, and the Ts, they take it back on that full spy.
Yeah, that's an excellent decision there from the leadership of UWE. It was certainly a gamble. I don't think they were expecting to be so overwhelmed in the pistol round as they were, but the fact that they were able to keep the players up and farm out those kills towards the end of the round meant that they could just push their money into a position where those rifles were available, and now they've completely taken control of that economy. They've punished Bath down onto just the pistols, and they'll be looking to start putting some money in the bank at this point. They don't want to allow these Deagles to steal the rifles away and save them forward into future rounds. They want to keep as many of them up as possible, and in an ideal world, send Magic in first and have him just eviscerate everyone with the MAC-10 for that bonus cash.
Yeah, definitely a good idea to send Magic forward with that MAC-10 just to spot out any potential stacks here. However, has taken a lot of damage here as Magic comes and chimes back through with the bedroom. That's 2 MAC-10 kills. However, back on that B side, Kaon takes down 12. And the Ts are just going to hit that A bomb site. But bombs left in T spawn here. Amateur mistake. As the CTs do seem to be getting cleaned up. And it's a bit irrelevant as Rico couldn't get the AK out in time. And Crit picks up another couple of exit frags. And now the UEC stacks, they're looking quite strong into this matchup. And Bath A, after that strong pistol round, they seem to be playing with a bit too much respect here, Brutalis.
Well, we'll have to see whether that is a trend that develops throughout this map or not. It was certainly, an extreme gamble for UE to pick up those rifles in the second round. Perhaps it caught Bath a little bit off kilter, and it was a 2-on-2 situation at the end. It was a relatively close one, with actually Crit having to clutch it out with the 2 kills for himself in the late round. So they could still yet be competitive here, but for now they've burned the majority of their money away. Going to try and hold Banana against this aggression. Crit's the first man in, and he's hopefully going to try and farm some kills. Haz will take him down. Rico with another on the USPS. If these rifles are salvageable, that is an excellent economic boon. It looks like just Kaon able to get away with the opening AK for now. Meanwhile, the A site completely under UE's control. So I think the strat here has to be from Bath. Save these AKs forward. We got a little bit more than perhaps we bargained for from that Banana hold, and that is just going to allow them that extra bit of utility heading forward into the next round, which hopefully this time will be able to deal with the UWE aggression. As before, the utility on the A site, like I mentioned, it was not able to be deployed in time, and unfortunately then the retaking players, they have the flashes, they had the smokes available, but there's some of that had been salvaged from the CTs at that point in time, which meant UWE were able to hold things out well.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see what Bath change up on this next buy round that they're going to come into. Saving these 2 rifles will help out their economy a lot, allow them to buy a lot more utility. And then coming in, thinking back to that second round here, they played very passive because they didn't have the utility to expend. However, picking up 3 kills here is quite good for their economy. And damages the T-side economy a little bit. You want to try and start to whittle that down coming into this series. You don't want to let the T-side build up too much cash as it just proves too daunting. Craig is still opting to carry out the Gallo. Magic going to pick up the T-side up on Inferno, so we'll see where he gets to put that to good use, hopefully. However, on the CT side, we will see a full kit of utility, maybe not full set of nades, potentially. However, they're just going to go for the double B nades here.
Decent damage dealt at the start of the round by them as well, and yeah, crit down to just 51 off the back of it. He's going to be nice and softened up. Twirl as well in that one-shot headshot potential, and UWE right now not taking any risks, clearing sandbags before they do anything else, and doing a good job so far of burning out that CT utility, at least towards the B site. There are very few smokes left over. Twirl! He's got the sixth sense. Rico removed from the round with a wall bang, and that's going to isolate things now into a 4-on-4 as Kaon has actually found him in exchange, but it's going to be a full wrap onto this A site now. Rowan gets one before Magic is able to tag him down, and Mystery's done well here not to give his position away. No sound cues removed, but doesn't matter as Craig has the angle up from apartments, and right now it is going to be the tight one for Haz to try and hold here on the A site. Won't be able to do much with it. Galil removing him from proceedings now, and that is going to leave Kaon alone. 1-on-3 situation, just has to save that AK, and UWE starting strong again here on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, the trades come out in middle there, Pratalis. However, Mystery did back off to site and put himself in a position to get taken down by Craig in apartments there. So not an ideal setup, leaving Haz alone. So a bit of a lack of teamwork and a lack of communication there. I'd like to have seen potentially the Bath A players contest middle a little bit more together just to ensure those trades come out, because there was a couple of 1-for-1s on the map, and they just really didn't follow up on that. And when the CTs are just trapped alone in sight, it's just a free UE round from there on out, and they are going to take it 4-1 now, putting the CT side back onto another low by potentially forcing up a little bit here. So I'd like to see a change of pace. Magic's got the AWP, maybe with the pistols, you can go for a bit of an aggressive mid push here, take into second mid, fight it, contest it. Just turn something, kind of turn up the pace here, but they are going to pull out a lot of rifles now. We'll see how they can put those to good use. However, early mid smoke from the Bath side means their utility is going to be a little bit less.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right with regards to Bath needing perhaps to turn up the aggression a little bit here. I don't think you're going to be able to get away with just holding those default passive CT setups against a side like UE. They are just going to punish you. They are incredibly well drilled on this map. They have the tactics to boot, and if you just sit in the sites and wait for them to come, they know exactly how to route you out of the necessary defensive positions. They'll burn your utility way in the early instance and then convert what little they have left into a round victory, whether it's through overwhelming numbers or the correct nades. How on earth Mystery with this finally does get the kill onto Worse Than Me? That could have been perhaps slightly more disastrous, but that is a free kill for the CZ. 4 rifles still up and kicking for the CT side. It looks like UE want to try and crack this A bomb site, but once again, the bomb is very far away.
Yeah, but they finally have this man advantage, and the UE side are forced back. Rowan takes a little bit of damage. However, Tor's looking for an entry over towards that B bomb site. Will he be able to find it here? The flash full whites him, and there's a lot of utility being expended, but Tor's managed to sneak out to this pool. Crit takes down Rowan over towards A, and now they're splitting forces in 12.
Surely.
He's found an exit.
He's gotten away into CT spawn. That is a nightmare. Craig with a double on the A bomb site now, and all of a sudden Twirl is in an amazing position to hold for the rotates. You can see Rico perhaps cognizant of it for now, but can't get the positioning right. Eventually Kaon will deal with him, but that's eaten up a lot of time for these rotators now, and I don't even think they want to consider it yet. Again, Bath are going to have to save these rifles forward through the round, and UWE, despite losing the pistol, have picked up 5 in a row in quick succession.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for the Bath A side here. However, it seems to be a bit of a setup issue for them. This is their default setup with Kaon and Rico over towards B in that 2 default setup. However, Kaon and Rico are the 2 best fraggers on that Bath A side. And we know this. With only Rowan really being able to contest them for fragging power on that A bomb site, UEC side, because they keep hitting that A bomb site and just trying to roll over the weaker players from that Bath A side. And so I'd like to see Rico pick up the orb or just rotate over, play a bit more dynamically, get to that A bomb site, try and get that early kill, and force them to play a bit more respectfully.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be the objective, as Bath's economy really hasn't been able to get, running away at all. No AWP's been able to pick up so far at the start of their CT half. Very limited utility throughout the majority of rounds. I don't think they've had 5 M4s/AKs/A1Ss on the board at any point in time. They've had to rely on an SMG or a FAMAS, and kits also limited. Just one on each site going to have to be picked up, which could be a crucial few seconds eaten up in those late round situations. And we know that against a side like UE, the tightest of margins can really make a difference. But for now, I like the temporary adaptation. They've placed Mystery towards outside. He's in the quick rotation position, and he might be relied upon to move very soon as UWE gear up for this execute.
Yeah, UE just playing passively towards that banana setup and go throw one CT smoke over now. Going to bait out some counter utility, and they don't have a lot of counter utility left on that Bath A side. And this looks like it's going to be a potentially very explosive hit over, and there's no rotation in hand. So when these smokes come down, it's going to all be on Kaon and Rico over towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, indeed it is. And UWE right now just waiting for the time call. By the looks of things, 30 seconds appears to be when they want to go into this one and deploy the necessary utility. They are going to keep a hold, deploy it now, and then begin their assault on this B-bomb site. 2 heroic defenders with a lot of work to do here. Kaon and Rico. How much can they get done? Rico is the only man left to try, and he won't get anything either. Crit removes his head, and already it's a 3-on-5 situation. Smoked out at the B bomb site. Bomb just about to go down, and to be honest with you, it's another unlikely situation for Bath to try and contest. Has will get one through the smoke at least, and that's actually turned it into the 3-on-3 situation. Bath might be tempted to go for this one now, but it would really break their bank if they did decide to push it and were punished in the late instance. Worse than me, with only 1 kill at the moment, holding the upper position. Will double those so far, and even triple them as he removes Rowan from proceedings. But Mystery left in the 1v2, the crossfire up against him, and that AWP waiting in the wings on Banana. Time ever so limited, and he'll get backstabbed by Craig, giving UWE their 6.
Yeah, there's a retake that Bath had to pull off there. With the scoreline being 5-1 down, they really need to get around on the board. No more time saving. They've got that maximum loss bonus, and they've lost 6 in a row. They really need to start getting some rounds on the board if they want to have any chance coming into this map. It is their map pick, and they are on the favoured CT side, and they haven't picked up a round since the pistol round. So it's going to be a very tough challenge for them, but they have forced up a little bit, getting some deagles and some smokes. But the banana control hasn't been too impactful from Rico and Kaon, and it doesn't matter now as picks get pilled on both sides of the map. And like that, Bath A look very dangerously close on losing this off very severely.
Yeah, UWE's T-side on Inferno is certainly something to behold. Kaon tagged down low, nearly removes 12, but won't actually be able to convert things here, and they must know there's only 1 player left on the B-bomb site. They certainly will be aware that they are up against just the pistols. And I think if you look back at history, the only round that Bath have won, they went super aggressive up mid in that pistol round, went for the early flank, and it wrapped around and won. Kaon now gets the first headshot, the second, the third, Kaon! That's an insane play, brought it into a 3-on-2 situation. The 2 extra deagles now going to rotate over from the A bomb site, and single-handedly, Kaon has given them a chance. He's going to look for more through the smoke. No damage yet. Getting greedy, perhaps too much so, as Magic will eventually remove him from the round. And perhaps these rifles look to control the situation now. Magic tagged down low to 57. Mystery and Haz looking to see if they can finish what Kaon started. More tags coming through, but no frags as of yet. Magic incredibly low. Has to land this shot. Has one more bullet. Could save the round here on the Deagles, but Magic, by the skin of his teeth, keep the UWE streak alive.
Oh my god, Kaon, what an insane 3k there with the Deagle. 3 bullets, 3 headshots. And he almost cuts down the UEC stacks, who look to stand so tall over Bath A there. But unfortunately, just wasn't enough. 5 damage really separated them from getting their second round on the board. And you'd have to be heartbroken after A momentous attempt that was, and they are going to go for an early mid peek here, but it doesn't matter as Crit takes down Rico over towards B, and now it looks to Kaon to stabilize once again.
Yeah, already UWE taking the early advantage. They've got Mystery on that AWP now, but how much is he going to be able to do with it? That's the question. It's round 9 in the half, and Bath really have not been looking like they've had any semblance of momentum that they can garner together at this point in time. Mystery just has to go big with the weapon. It's a significant investment. The economy is going to be wrecked after this round. Once again, he will find the first, going to try and retreat back to site, will make it safely, and that's at least going to even it up here. Rowan sticking around to see if he can find some more, but eventually backs off to a more passive position. Tags yet found.
Oh,
Mystery,
no.
though, not going to make the follow-up flick, and it's a 3-man stack on the A bomb site with the second player rotating over from the B site, but 12 found one, Craig the other, and now it's all on Kayan. Come over from that B bomb site. He's found 2 quick kills yet again. 12's only on 8 HP here, so the real threat is Magic, as he's been doing work in back-to-back rounds here. But on 41 HP, he has very little margin for error. Magic has a smoke to hand now. That's really going to make it much more difficult for him, and he might just back off the back of that grenade, to be honest with you. Not much more can be done. Picks up the AK, gets out of there, and UWE, it's another close one, but they keep the streak alive.
Yeah, really tough round there from Bath A. A round that looked like it could have gone their way. However, Craig, a player that hasn't really been the star player for UE at all throughout the entire season, a player that I usually criticize for not being able to frag out too well, but he has come into this series with all guns blazing, stepping out and taking down multiple people from that apartments push, and he's sat at 9-4 right now for his team, and he's proving to be a very useful player to come out and get those entry fives coming into that A bomb site, taking down players such as Haz, who's that kind of dedicated pit player who's having a very tough time so far in the series.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think there's only been 2 rounds so far in the half where Bath have actually been able to find that opening kill. And Crit, he's got so aggressive. Magic as well. He's found the AWPing shot. He pushes straight through those Molotovs. Smoke deployed on the defense, and I mean, yet again, the opening picks, they go UE's way. Seemingly Bath have no answer for this. Just 3 rifles left up. One of them is a scout to boot, and again, the Sea Stags take control of the early round, and they really put the ball into Bath's court, but they seem to never be able to return these serves.
Bath A, almost being able to even it up there. However, Bath A, they've always been playing on this back foot. Magic consistently getting entries with the AWP over towards the A bomb site, and Crit taking frags for free over towards B. However, Kaon looks to step through the smoke. He will line up too, but he cannot find more. It's on to Haz, and a 1 versus 2 situation that he definitely has to win for his team right now. This is the time for Haz to step up. A player that is new to the roster after the substitute taking down that IGL. Bath A brought in Haz here, and this is the time where he needs to show up right here, the finals. He's got to find it here right now. Magic on the open troll, tagged down low with the AK, but Magic holds out from the dark positions, and we have 9 rounds to 1. And Bath A, if they can get the next 5 rounds, I'll say the half has been decent for them, but now is looking to be absolutely painful.
The likelihood of Bath winning the next 5 rounds, it's like winning the millionaire jackpot on a scratch card at this point in time. They haven't found any gun rounds yet. I don't see how they'd be able to suddenly find 5 in a row. Crit looking perhaps to get aggressive yet again, and Bath, they should be aware that overconfidence should start to play a part at some point in time, right? At some point, you're going to get over-aggressive. They're going to start making mistakes, but if Bath aren't there to punish in the right positions, then it's really going to be meaningless. They can do whatever they want. Worse than me, tag down low, but is able to find the frag. Grenade not going to be able to convert onto him either now, and Mystery on the glass cannon AWP. Kaon going big, but Twirl able to trade that out, and again, it looks like there are flashes in the pan for this Bath side, but it's never able to be converted into something meaningful.
Yeah, they're clutching at straws here, always going for these plays, but Yui's so ready for them, and Rico has to step up there and retakes Banana on his own. and brings it into a 3-on-3 situation now, which is a situation that Bath hasn't been in for a long time, but they have no utility and no information. All the players are playing so far back. And if they decide to hit B here, which they are looking to do, the rotation will take a very long time. And the T-side players still have a full kit of utility to throw down. The CT smoke's going to go down, and they're just going to try and contact in quickly. It's on to Rico.
Rest of me, the first man around, but Rico able to find him. No more, however, as it's just the low HP player to fall in the early instance. And Bath now in the 2-on-2. Do they go for this mystery? The ever so slightest of gaps in the smoke eventually covered up by that UE utility. And there's still a Molotov to be deployed to try and force these Bath players out here as they look to go for things. It looks like they want to go for the boost over the top of that smoke. Craig has to be the player looking for it, and he does get mystery down, has his position now known. He can't even pick up the AWP just yet. He shot it and eventually gets taken down. 10 rounds in a row for the Sea Stags on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, really tough stuff for the Bath A side, with Mystery, Has, Enrico, and Rowan all sat in single digits so far. It's only Kaon fragging out, and we've seen what incredible aim he has got. However, it's just too much for him to handle. He isn't able to kind of consistently get 5, so Bath A are not able to put rounds on the board, and they've lost 10 in a row now, and they're down on pistols. A very hard round to win. If they attempt to kind of get a way in, it's going to have to be from some of these star players such as Kaon.
Yeah, you can see him dancing around the flames, trying to force a play, but ultimately has to fall out of it before the damage is too great. Mystery, the next man to be peaked. Actually, two players there to support, but Craig's going to get them both. None of them are able to land the shots, and that is going to mean that actually all of Bath rotate over towards the A bomb site, and this could be a little bit premature here. UWE haven't decided to execute anywhere. And eventually, it looks like this stack is going to pay off somewhat, but right now the rifles are continuing to do work. Kaon through the smoke, nearly all three ever so low, but eventually the rifles, they do so much work, and the Sea Stags, I mean, they look like they're on calm oceans at the minute because they are just unstoppable.
The only things missing so far in this game, other than Bath A, are some tactical pauses. You're 11-1 down. Take a timeout. Take 2. Calm down. Think about your approach. You know? But they are going to go for that double up setup here. And so late into the game, it's going to have to work out. And finally, Rico finds a frag over towards B here. And this is a very odd boost. We don't see Boost looking down into second mid here. And Mystery could get caught off guard. Very aggressive position here as the smoke starts to fade. Ken will find another pick over towards B, and now they have a 5-on-3. They need to fall back, and they need to hold on to this 2-man advantage right now if they want to secure themselves a second round.
And they've actually gone for the gamble stack over towards the A bomb site. 4 players rotated in very early, which means that if Rico goes down over towards this B bomb site, Bath are going to have to scramble back over to the other side of the map to be able to hold out for the defense. It's just a case of whether or not UE are able to have that tactical read on the game and be able to identify the correct areas of attack or not at this point. They're happy to play passively for the moment, continually deploying utility towards A. Craig's found one. They look to capitalize yet again, but they're going to have to make do with just the one frag for now, as it is going to be the 3-on-3 site attack over towards this A site.
Yeah, and there's only going to be 2 players towards A site here to hold on. Ken will find the first frag. Worse than me, managed to sneak his way into site, and Has cannot even pick up the frag. Has been so underwhelming as this dedicated pit player. 3 frags for him, you'd think. And now they've brought it into a 2-on-2 retake. Both T players are very low health, and any damage will take them down, but they got to find the damage first here. As Magic takes down Rico, Rowan has it all to do. No. Position is known, and Magic puts a bullet through his skull, and they lose a 3-on-5. Bath A, they cannot at all win any more rounds. They had the advantage, and they let it slip.
Bath had to deal 9 damage in that last round to be able to win it. And unfortunately, neither players on that retake were able to do anything. That was quite a large misplay there from Rowan. Just allowing the Molotov to spread into him gives his position away, and you know there's an AWPer on the site. He's on very low HP, so he's unlikely going to wait for you to swing into him. And the result of that is the 12th in a row for Yui. You wouldn't have expected this scoreline after just the pistol round. And right now, it's just an incredibly dominant performance, but they are just scrambling for whatever they can, because as things are currently continuing, they can't even afford to lose the next pistol.
Yeah, no, there's no more mistakes available for Bath to give away here. And they need at least one more round on this CT side. And it is a CT-sided map here, and it would have to be the strongest, the greatest of comebacks, and we'd have to see a classic Liquid era choke from UEC Stacks to give this map up as they look to come on into this A bomb site. There are 3 CTs here. However, they're all taken down, and Craig has been extremely impactful from this apartment's push and hasn't been cut down once, I think. And
yeah, he's done an excellent job on those entries time and time again, as you've been mentioning. And what can they do at this point in time? There's 1 round left in the half. They've done nothing. They
need 5 orbs, Protalis. They're all MM strike. Get it back. You know, just take your angels. But UEC Stacks, individually, they're all hitting their shots. And as a team, they're all working together. There's a little bit of what I'd say misplay in the pistol round. It was seen very lackluster. However, coming into the next 13, 14 rounds, they've just been hitting every shot, and they've looked absolutely unstoppable here.
Yeah. I mean, Bath, it took... Kaon had to get a triple kill through smoke with a Deagle for them to even look like they had a chance at winning a round. And, I mean, outside of that, things have just looked very tentative. Even when they have the advantage, you expect it to come through time and time again. Craig continues to entry over towards the A side of the map. Bath have not gone aggressive at virtually in any rounds here. Rowan at least able to reply with 1 on that secondary AWP, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to bargain for much more at the moment, as Yui, they'll just sit back, they'll play it passive, they'll attack in the last 30 seconds, and I mean, if anything of the last half that we've seen can be used as evidence, they'll just win the opening engagements.
Yeah, they don't even have to use a lot of utility to get these entry frags here given up, and more frags given up towards B here as Kaon holds on towards sandbags and cracks open again. I'd call him the Nutcracker, but he's just being so much more impressive. Just slamming into that B site, taking down Rico and Kaon single-handedly. You know, and with Yui holding on to so many nades, coming down into these late round situations is going to be almost impossible to retake here, as it's down onto Rowan with the orb, not the gun you want. And it looks to be 14 rounds to 1 for UEC Stacks, as there was a chance, but whew.
Well then,
tough game.
Tough game indeed, if you're a fan of Counter-Strike from Bath University. I mean, listen, we're on a pistol round now. We know that that's where Bath have had the majority of their success so far in the map, if not all of it. So we might be able to get to see at least a 2nd round victory for them on the board here. Interestingly enough, Rowan's going to pick up the Tech 9 with no body armor, and the smoke and a couple of flashes in the hands of Kaon. Twirl looking for info towards mid, at least in the early instance, but he could catch the bomb off guard if he's not careful. Meanwhile, aggression here, they founded the boost. Rico's able to reply at least. That's the important frag, right? Able to bring it back into the 4-on-4. That could have gone much worse, however, for Bath.
And the CTs are already aggressive down towards mid, and frags could be taken here, but the Ts are getting closed in. So they have to find a way into either middle or onto B side, and they are looking to hit that B side quickly as the flashbang comes in. Full whites to their entire own team here as Craig takes down Haz. And they're looking to hold this crossfire as the Ts have nowhere to go. Mystery takes down worse than me, but Craig with the 2nd frag into the round. And can Mystery find the headshot? He can. And they're in a 2-on-2 now. Maybe looking to pick up their 2nd pistol round in the game.
Yeah, Mystery, though, only on 1 HP, and Rowan has no body armor, so either of these take a bullet, and they're going to be incredibly ineffective in this gunfight, as both UWE players, they look to push from coffins, yet to make the steps, but the player spotted now, and this could be the play. Actually rumbled, the bomb making its way back over towards the A bomb site. All they have to do is find Rowan on this Tech 9, no body armor to boot, just land a bullet in the body, and he's not going to be able to do very much, but Magic will do 1 better. 1 in the head, and now Mystery. He's going to get the bomb down on the A bomb site, but yeah, 1 HP to his name, 1 bullet will put UWE 1 round away from taking 1 map in this best-of-3 series.
And he's already gone for a second mid peak here, and he's fully given up the bomb site, so it's going to be a very tough retake for him. Well, it's not even a retake for him, it's a post-plant situation to hold on to. Magic has got the kit as well, so it's going to be a 5-second defuse as they opt to go for it, and they are going to stick it here. Please peek out Mystery, and he will peek out too late as Yui Siggy Stags managed to pull off the defuse and put them on a match point of map 1, which is Bath A's map pick in the finals, the NSC Spring Finals. And Bath A haven't turned up at all.
Yeah, tell me about it. That is the absolute correct summary of events here. You've got it. If you're a Bath player right now, you're not even thinking about Inferno. Inferno was done 5 rounds ago. You're looking ahead. You're looking forward to Nuke and the strategies that you can bring forward there. At least something that perhaps Bath can sing home about is that UE up against their series against Lincoln on Tuesday. They dominated them on Inferno, but then it was a much tighter game in the second map. So perhaps that is something that Bath can be taking home in the back of their minds at least. They do have the rifles to boot in this round, and they are looking to probe for information over towards this A bomb site, but there is no margin for error. At a 15-1 scoreline,
but they find an entry.
Be impossible.
Oh no, but it's traded back. Mystery traded 1-for-1 over towards A bomb site here. As Rico looks to find a pick over towards B, catches the play jumping towards Dark. Will they be able to find the frags? Crave takes down the first player, and Rowan taken down swiftly after towards A bomb site. And the T's are hitting both bomb sites at once, and they are not finding these kills. And I think at this point, you know, just give it up, allow themselves to be taken onto the second map. You don't want to try and claw back into this game too much, as it's going to be too hard a feat, as Has picks up 1, and that is 16-1 for the UEC Stags on Inferno. 16 rounds in a row, and they have absolutely cleaned up Bath A, put them back in the bin, and they look to go strong into map 2, which is Nuke.
Yeah, indeed, and Bath have got a lot of mental recovery to do after that map. Let me tell you, they are going to be emotionally devastated. That is still a shock to my system, even as now we are going to see some of those highlights. The opening pistol round, the only one that Bath were able to win throughout the entire map here on the grand finals of the NSC CSGO Spring Series. And I mean, despite you saw those flares of individual performance, particularly from Kaon, who was doing the majority of that heavy lifting throughout the map, it does have to be said, but ultimately he wasn't able to be consistent enough to continue to have that dominance, even to string a round together, despite him being the playmaker in the majority. Here we see now insane play.
So good.
And they even managed to follow up with one more Deagle kill. You see him go aggressive time and time again, but they were just decimated on Inferno, and now they're going to head over to, I believe, UWE's map pick, and that is not words you want to be hearing if you're a Bath fan.
Thankfully for Bath, hopes and dreams, Nuke is a map that they do play. It is not a horrible map for them, so hopefully they can come into it and start out on that CT side potentially and get some rounds on the board, and that's what they need. Just a couple of rounds to make the series competitive. At this point, it's looking to be a very strong 2-0. I'd like to really see Bath come back and bring it to a third map. However, I just want to see them get some rounds at this point.
Yeah, indeed. More than one, at least. And when we were looking at the opening vetoes, to be honest with you, I was expecting that if Bath wanted to win it, it would have to be a 2-1 on Inferno and Overpass. And after the domination they received on Inferno, we'll have to see whether or not they are going to be able to recover. Ladies and gentlemen, Nuke will be your second map of the series, and we will be bringing that to you very shortly indeed. So don't go anywhere to see if UWE can clinch it out in 2.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NSE CSGO Spring Championships. It's the grand finals, and let me tell you something, the Sea Stags have got their stompers on. 16-1 on Bart's opening pick of Inferno. Nuke up next to see whether or not they'll be able to recover and take us to Overpass in the third. My name is Protalis, and I am joined again by Dr. Pi. And what is going through your head after witnessing the massacre that was Inferno?
I don't know really what's going through Bat's head other than lead at this point from every single player on the UEC Stag side. They were just fragging out, and Bat A had no way back in. There was glimmers of hope, and I mean, they were really clutching at some very, very short straws there. As Kaon picks up a 3K with the Deagle, they couldn't pick up that round 3 or 5 on 3. Couldn't capture that round. And at this point, Bath A, they just got to be thinking to mentally reset, come back into Nuke with a fresh mindset and a strat book that they must have downloaded online somewhere. You know, get the coaching, get everyone in, start fighting out, because this is where you have to show up now if they want to contest for the finals, the grand final prize of £500. They really have to show up now.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. You could see as that Inferno map continued to progress that you just saw those Bath players getting more and more tilted throughout. As the rounds kept falling away from them, you kept seeing just more individual mistakes being made, slight more misplays, giving away sound cues where they shouldn't have, going for really unnecessary pushes when you know you've been punished for walking into apartments literally every round and continuing to walk there every round regardless. And something else that we were mentioning that certainly has to change for Bath heading into Nuke is they need some of these players to really step up.
Yeah, players such as Haz and Mystery absolutely have to turn on their mice and step up and start shooting people coming into Nuke. over towards our A bomb site on Inferno, they were absolutely nowhere to be found and causing such bad misplays between their team. The communication's not there and the fragging is not there, just leaving their teammates to be exposed from angles that they shouldn't be and leaving them in very unfortunate and difficult positions to work back in. And a player that I highlighted as being that potential to frag out and really step up his team is Rowan, and he wasn't there in that first matchup, but his aim, I think it was almost there. It's just the team play and his CT teamwork. You know, they just need to step it a little bit and be a bit more cohesive. And coming into Nuke, that is definitely something they have to do and have to lock down those rotates, as we saw time and time again on Inferno. The UEC stacks were just hitting the site with no stacks ready. No information gained from the CT side on Inferno is a very hard game to play for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, at least now we should expect to see Bat's T side. It's not something we got to witness at all on Inferno, but as this is UWE's map pick, you are expecting Bath to start on the CT side as the easier one and hopefully build up some rounds so that they can move forward. But we'll have to see just which side that they have started on, because something that could be incredibly dangerous at this point in time is after just receiving such domination on Inferno, you head over into Nuke where you get the choice of the side pick, and if you allow UWE to start on that T side, while it is the more difficult side of the map to start on, they're in control of the pace again. They get to decide when the pushes come in, when the executes occur, and if you're already tilted from a first map, if they can pull off consistent utility executes down into those sites, then it's going to be a nightmare for those Bath players.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you did bring up there is momentum, and UE have it all. They're like a wrecking ball into the Bath A's frail house right now, and they're looking to be torn down. UE do not care. There's no respect. There's no mercy from them. They just want to get this over and done with and get probably the cleanest Uni CS finals I've ever seen. There have been some stomps in the past, but coming into Nuke, they have it all to do. And Bath A, they really need to come back. And we've got Mystery on the Julies and the kit. As a little A-pop coming out from the UEC stacks here. And great jumping headshots, Mystery and Kaon taken down. In turn, Rowan chimes back, but already 10 seconds in. But Rico finds 3 headshots and evens it back up.
That is the miracle work from him. Leaves it now in the 2-on-1 situation. Worse than me. Gets the first, though, and now it's about timing. It's about guessing the angle. As he guesses it right, knows the position now, and can't land the shots, unfortunately.
They found a round.
Well, they have found a round. It is the pistol, and that is the only one they managed to win on Inferno. But Rico stepping up to the plate on Nuke. Quad kill for him. And that is going to kick things off for Bath. Hopefully that is going to be a little bit of an ego booster for both him and his side as we head forward into the map.
And this is the round that they got last time, so hopefully they can hold on to the second round a little bit stronger. And I'd like to see the UEC stacks buy back in, and they are going to do so. The AKs and the Galileos already being handed over. And Bath 8, they really need to hold on for dear life here. They do not want to get themselves into a poor economic state that they were in the first match. They really need to keep all these players alive, take the AKs out of the hands of the Ts, and keep their economy up if they want to have a chance coming onto Nuke. The second map in the series already 1-0 down. It's going to be a very tough game for them.
Yeah, and they really don't want to lose this round of all rounds. It would be the mirroring of what occurred on Inferno, and your CT economy gets so much more out of control if you mess it up on Nuke than anywhere else. Kaon, he's gone aggressive with his MP9. There are players on the other side of the smokes waiting for him. They haven't been able to find him with the spam yet. That could reward him with some kills here. He'll get one, Rico will get another, but Craig able to reply at least for one. Magic hoping to be able to salvage a rifle for himself at some point, but he's just holding towards lobby right now for those pushes, presumably going to have to rejoin his teammates at some point just to upgrade his individual power. But with no body armor available, he's still going to be relying on those headshots regardless.
Yeah. And Bathe, they've got that man advantage now. Rico just has to kind of play a bit more patiently. Do not, at all costs, give up a second frag here and allow the T's to try and pick and choose where they want to go. They have got outside control, so I'd like to have seen a rotate down to that lower bomb site for the CTs to lock them off and keep them only towards this outside part of the map. Rico already rotated back into CT spawn, playing a very passive angle. This is nice teamwork from Bath A. They're playing very passive. They don't want to give up any kills here. However, I'm unsure who's on that lower bomb site. I don't think it's any of the CT players. This could be very dangerous, and I think the B bomb site is open for business for the UE side, and they're just going to roll on out. And as I started to praise Bath A, they've let it crumble again.
Well, yeah, the free plant given away now in the 3-on-4. Only 2 players with body armor, but Rowan on that shotgun is going to have a nightmare at range. Magic's fan has as well. Mystery will find him in kind, though. Crit to reply, but the 2 players left alive, they do have that armor available. Rowan still hasn't been able to switch out for that shotgun. That's going to be a huge problem. Excellent Molotov, though, for Rico. Means that Crit on 17 HP has it all on his shoulders. Now, the bomb, not quite planted for him. Has to give the sound cue away, but can't do it. Rowan will recover, and the shotgun will finish it off.
And they've lost 3 rifles there and given up the bomb plant, which might mean UE decide to come back into this 3rd round with another potential buy, dropping some AKs and picking up some gallows themselves. We'll see if they opt to do it, and I'd like to see UE keep the pressure up, keep the CT's backs against the walls, and they are going to pick up some deagles here, but not overly investing too much here. And so hopefully this will allow Bath a chance to breathe, you know, take the pressure off their chest and just allow them a little bit of room to work with. However, why weren't there any players on that lower bomb site, Vitalis?
That could have gone very wrong. If that Molotov was not to hand, that round could have been a disaster for Bath. But thankfully, the utility was purchased. And UE in this one, if they can find a couple of frags, get the bomb plant down, take rifles away, in the best case even, you know, bring them forward into the next round. If they can't find victory, then that'd be a great job. Rowan's found the first towards ramp, though. The rest of UE looking to pressure him again, but he's able to follow up, looking much more calm and collected than perhaps he was on Inferno. Eventually, those 2 kills do go the way of the T's, but the bomb is dropped by a flank.
3?
How on is it a 2-on-1 situation? As again, Bath continue to throw these kills away, and Magic, one of the better fraggers for the UE side, in the position to clutch.
Yeah, they've got the bomb control firmly in the CT hands. However, given enough time, Magic might be able to sow the seed of doubt in the Bath A's players, where he could have rotated back through heaven, or coming through hell, or taking from ramp, or coming from the T side of ramp. So the CT players might start to be a little bit doubtful here. However, they're going to hold strong. And Magic, he might be able to find a way in. The ball's almost connecting. And so much damage being almost there. And the CTs managed to find the 3rd round on the board. Again, a very difficult round for them. The T's are going to buy back in. The pressure is up. The boot against the neck of Bath A. And they're managing to hold on for now. However, Magic has pulled out that AWP, and we'd like to see him potentially go towards outside and take down some of these players that have been doing a little bit of work so far in the half.
Yeah, the CT economy as well, still under pressure. Has the only real player with some cash reserves built up. So UE have done a good job, at least, of managing that money in the early instance. But eventually, you have to convert that into round victories, because there's only so much economic damage you can do. 12 has to get the angle perfect here, but the shotgun will find it instead. That's a free AK. Salvaged for the CTs, and Bath looking a lot stronger already on Nuke than they were on Inferno.
That was a very aggressive play by Rowan, and I like to see it. It's very dangerous. Could have given that mana advantage up and given up that ramp control for free. However, he does manage to land the 1 pump there with the XM 1014, take down 12. Sets him up for a 5-on-4 now. As the T's, they've stagnated towards that outside control. No more smokes down, and they haven't crossed down to secret. So the CTs are yet to just kind of really do much, as Rico picks up the flag over towards Crit, who's trying to enter into mini. Smoke fully not there. Magic. Ooh.
This is a very messy engagement towards outside. Somehow Magic is still alive, and Utility going to need to be deployed to try and allow Rowan to escape with his life. He will be gifted it, but this round already a 3-on-5, 30 seconds left on the clock. Scraps of Utility to deploy, a couple of Molotovs really in one smoke. looking to be deployed over towards this A bomb site. But time perhaps too much of a factor for Yui at this point to consider. They'll struggle to get anything done, and they'll be under a lot of pressure while they do it. They'll commit regardless. Has on the upper position, whipping his spray, gets taken down, but his teammates will bail him out. Craig, left alone now, is punished by Rico in kind, and Bath will pick up their fourth.
Finally, Bath have started to get rounds on the board, and they are looking so much better coming in towards Nuke. And it's all off the back of Rico, who is 10-0 at the moment. A performance we didn't really find from him on Inferno, and one of the star players on the side of Bath A. He's really stepping up here onto the second map, and he needs to continue to shine if he wants to carry his team through to the third and final map of this best of 3 here. However, it is early days, and you know, as much as I want to praise Bath A for stringing 4 rounds in a row, we've seen how dominating Yui's T sides can be. Okay, and he will find that frag. Wilson me shooting many rounds of P250 to only land 1 shot, but T side, they've got quite a bit of map control to work with right now.
Yeah, that is the key factor for them. They do need some kills, though, if they want to find the round victory. That much is certain. And Crit looking to aggress into ramp, passively, casually, cleaning all of his angles, and eventually does find the player, but thankfully doesn't get taken down by that AWP. But Yui again, a minute left on the clock or so, and they haven't been able to find much yet. Well, can't face off against the repeak, and things start to look troubling for them. The deagle spam from Craig will get one at least, and Magic actually flanking from outside could provide a bit of a wrap around here into the A bomb site. Lines up the shot, and there's one up above as well. Has goes down. It's a 2-on-3. 2 rifles already recovered here. Crit the only player left on a pistol now, and this would be a horrible round for Bath to throw away. But Rico, he's still alive and kicking, and he's been the pivotal player so far.
Yeah, and he really has to step up here. Both CT players are on low health, and only 1 Molotov in the hands of Rico, and he's got an AWP on this retake. Is going to be a very tough situation for them, as the UE side have all but vacated. As Crit takes down Rowan, Rico has to back off and save here. And the A bomb site has been given for free. The positions there really relied on Kaon staying alive to lock down that mini and door position, as Has felt like he was absent in that push. Mystery sat over towards Hut, looking down into the doorway, and Has in that hidden heaven position, also looking towards the Hut doorway. And so nobody's really watched them walk out mini or squeaky door. And the site has been given for free, and it's just not ideal.
Perhaps Has might have been caught out of position there. It did look like he was trying to just maneuver around and put himself into a different angle and got timing. But the real question there was, where did the outside control go? Because it was ultimately that push from Magic in through the garage that allowed them to convert the kills into the round. Rico, the gap in the smoke won't allow him to find any kills, but there is another one, and he will be waiting for those feet. Amazing reaction times required. Oh, he doesn't even need them. He'll just shoot straight through the smoke. Get one kill Crit for his troubles.
And that's Crit, a very strong player for the UE side, taken down early on here. But they have got that second control, and Magic is down towards that lower area. So we'll see where the T's can group up, but they are grouping up towards ramp. So if Magic can lurk down and catch the rotates off guard here, could be a nice round for UEs to secure themselves.
Well, Has supporting Rico on the ramp push. Craig's taking him down, and the MP9 at range is going to have a real trouble defending this. Fire at his feet now. He's just going to have to back out, at least for the moment. And Rowan, the sole defender of the B bomb site, they push into him, but he's looking in space, which is not any kind of position that these UE players are coming from. And now it's a 2-on-4 retake in towards the B bomb site. Magic finds Kaon and he's able to recover the AWP at least, but Bath unlikely to be able to buy around it in the next round, as we're starting perhaps to see the Sea Stags wake up here on Nuke.
Yeah, it was only really a matter of time, it felt like, before UE could find out how Bath A are playing, find out what to do, and then start to pressure it and find the picks and the openings that they need here. And will he be able to hold on to the AWP? Flashbangs galore, and there's not a chance in hell with Has that white and that blind cut down immediately, as the UE Stags, they picked up a second round on the board, forcing Bath A back into a poor economic state where they have to take an eco round here. and probably allow a third round to be picked up on another heavy CT-sided map.
Yeah, Rico absolutely carrying his side right now. 11 kills for him. Meanwhile, has just the one so far in 6 rounds played as these pistols look to get aggressive towards outside. It worked before, but can it work again? That's the question. They certainly seem cognizant of it on this T side, but Crit's already made his way into Secret. Didn't expect Rico to be able to get so aggressive. He's got an AWP now. How on earth has that been allowed? Oh. Crit eventually puts him down, denies the remainder of those shenanigans, but Pistol already just creating some problems here, eating up some time, but it looks like the rest of the impact they have will be limited somewhat.
Yeah, and there was a little glimmer from Rico making a bit of a special play there through the smoke, picking up an AWP, but quickly taken down. Will cut the AWP out the hands of the T side here, but Magic with $11,000 will probably be able to pick one up, but we'll stick on the AK. Rico picking one up for himself though, so will not be engaging in any AWP on AWP fights. However, the VC Stags, they're looking very strong now.
Yeah, look at the utility as well for Bath right now. 2 smokes and 3 flashes. It doesn't look good.
They're not at all, and it's going to be a very tough round, and Kaon is always constantly getting squeezed from outside and from inner, and the rest of his A players are not there to help out, and that is really the issue that I see on Bath A's side as Rico finds the entry flag, and he's rotated over towards that ramp position, and finally we get to see Rico taking multiple different positions on that CT side and starting to harass the T's, but they're looking to come out quickly into this A bomb site. So we'll see if that hold from Mystery and Haz and Kaon is all there.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Magic right now. Magic has to be the player to position correctly. He's not looking at the right angle. Could get aggressed from heaven, but for the moment, he will be safe. He's going to be the linchpin to this attack. As soon as he gets one kill, they're going to pour into that A bomb site. A player's going to come up from the heaven.
Haz went down heaven, and given it for free. Magic has walked into this A bomb site. Ooh. And he will not find the first one tap, but he will find the second. And that was Kaon having to leave door. Haz flies up the ladder into the welcoming arms of Magic. And Haz has given that bomb site for free.
Yeah.
Given Magic the keys and just said, come on in, kill my teammates, and then kill me after. As what was that play? But Rowan, he evens it up now.
Indeed, 2-on-2 situations. They look to re-aggress, try and go for a clutch. Rico's found what he was looking for, and worse than me on the close angle. Oh, he gets 2 quick headshots. The round saved for Yui. Money in the bank. He doesn't even have to buy an AWP into this round because he's taken Rico's from him. And the CT side, now they're in trouble. No money to buy. They're going to have to take at least the partial eco in this round. You're looking like Yui are guaranteed the round advantage at this point. 5 nades purchased, looking to all be deployed outside, and they might find something as Yui have been pushing every round so far.
Yeah, Magic taking down Rico immediately. Crit chimes up to get those eco frags. As the CTs look to be very distraught now. Rowan finds one back with the deagle, boosts his stats up. However, has sat at 1 and 8. Kaon, where we saw some amazing aim over towards that Inferno map in the first map of the series, now sat at 3 and 8 and seem to have gone missing. And you know, when you have these star players, they need to be popping off at the same time, not one at a time. You need Jasper, or Rico, sorry, and you need Kaon all stepping up in fragging power, and to contest against the extremely dominant side of UC Stags, you need Rowan as well to chime in. As Rico takes a lot of damage over towards the outside position. We'll see how the T's progress here as they have started to develop their outside control.
Yeah, doing a much better job of holding things now that they have the utility to boot. I think Magic with the AWP in hand certainly going to be another benefit to that outside hole. And Craig, gifted the information, but not able to find the kill. Kaon will remain alive in Mini, at least for the moment. Grenades continue to tag him down, but he won't be removed from the round, which means that when a push does come in, he'll at least be a distraction, if nothing else. That Molotov going to have to force him away, though. Still has an angle to hold. It's not quite spread far enough to really force him off here, and see how intent they are at removing him. Rowan's actually going to get the first now over towards ramp. And that is perhaps the recovery here from Bath, as you have spent a lot of time getting outside control, but haven't found much for it just yet.
Oh, but the A hit comes in so swiftly as Craig and Worse Than Me find 3 frags together. That A bomb site is given up. And Rico, again, on this retake with the AWP is so difficult to do. And he really needs to find 1 frag for himself there at a minimum. And there's no multi-frag potential, it feels like, for those A-site defenders. With Kaon having so much pressure thrown at him early on into the take, with Molotovs forcing him into mini, lots of wall banging going on, lots of spamming, puts him down to low health points, and that means he's an easy kill to be taken down with Mystery, and has not able to find any kills when they walk into that A site. You know, Yui, they're hitting this again, and they found the weakness in Bath A's defense. They were 4-0 up, and now it's 6-4. The UEC Stags looks to be on for a roll in T side.
Yeah, 6 rounds on the T side, already fairly decent on Nuke as well. If they can really get that up to 8-9 rounds in the half, you're expecting them to have a breeze of a CT side. And Bath, they just have to stop the momentum train going right now. It's what took over them on Inferno and really allowed the Sea Stags to plow their way forward. The bank once again empty now for the CTs heading forward into the round. And Rico, it must be in the back of his mind that he is the playmaker of Nuke so far, and you can see it with his aggressive positioning. He wants to peek, he'll be rewarded, but Kaon goes down elsewhere, leaving it in a 4-on-4.
Yeah, and already dipping down quickly to that lower bomb site. I think a player that is Crit has managed to work his way all the way down and is holding that vent rotate, and that's going to be a very strong position as 12 Finds has quickly traded out by Mystery here.
Ooh. Rico wants to get aggressive towards lobby at the moment. Worse Than Me, he's going to have to guess that positioning correctly, as right now I don't think he has any idea that there's an AWPer lurking in hut of all places. Now has heard the scope, so will have that information to boot, but doesn't want to give his position away necessarily with the wall bang. And what do they decide to do? They must be aware that Rico's AWP is in lobby. They are going to go after. They don't want to send the bomb planter in first, but Rico, surely he must be aware in kind. He's getting flanked. Magic has found him, or he's been found by Magic even, as Crit able to deal with the situation, but now it's the 2-on-2 situation. Rowan looking to come up the vent. Crit tagged low by the nades, and the utility doing some work, but kills so far found by the CT side. Crit alone found by Mystery, and so far the streak has been stopped.
Finally, Bathe put another round back onto the board. They had a strong start, and then they went missing for a little bit of time, and it's taken a little bit of time for Rico to get that AWP in his hands, and for him to go, okay, now I have to play aggressive. Takes open that door, gets an early pick, and there's a lot of very difficult calls in that round, and it was down to a 3-on-3 situation. The retake was in hand, and Bathe, that isn't the round you ideally want to have to get a 5th on the board, but it is a round that they will take, and they will take any at this point in time here, as it is the dominant side. A Mystery going towards this heaven position, but the outside controls in, and Rico almost takes a lethal amount of spam.
Yeah, indeed. Thankfully, he doesn't go down though, and Kaon is actually the first man to get the frag. Magic falls towards that outside position, and it looks like they want to go for this signature A push again. Mystery finding Craig. That's good. Continual CT fragging, leaving Yui in that 3-on-5 situation now to try and come back from, and they really have to play off of each other as a team here. Crit's going to be lurking in towards that B bomb site this time to see what he can earn for his team on this part of the map. Nothing is the answer as Rowan deals with him, and it turns out Yui, they're just going to explode onto this A-bomb site at the moment. They have a lot of work to do if they want to take it. Worse Than Me's found one, but Mystery, he'll clean things up with Rico's assistance, and Bath, they're able to tie things up for the first time in this series, outside of when Yui won that second round on Inferno.
Yeah, and finally Bath look like they can contest against the UEC Stags right now, but there is one player still missing, and that is Haz. 1-10. I don't want to call him out for a poor performance, but I feel like I have to right now, as he is causing Bath a lot more issues, and I felt like if he stepped up his fragging power a little bit more, they'd be leading the way so far in this second map here. But 6-6 is a very decent and reputable scoreline for them, and if they can close out these next 3 rounds, I think their T side might be able to hold up against UEC Sag's CT defense. However, outside smokes do come down here, and they're gonna cross, but again, The spam from Kaon is so well timed and helps out Crit and puts him to sleep. What a nice guy has.
Yeah, but what he hasn't done is spotted out Magic's positioning. He could get a free kill here onto Kaon, straight into Mini, and now the explosion into the A site. Magic's found the second, looking for the third now. Onto Heaven, the Molotov will try and force him out. Has find a second kill, but the Flames will take him. 3-on-2 situation. Rico and Rowan to try and clutch things out this time, but Magic looking to put a stop to it. Rico with a very nice flick to start things off. 2 more needed. The grenade takes him down to half HP. Flash now will give his position away. But the AWP only has to ring out 2 shots to win the round. It's all about knowledge of the positioning here and what angles he's going to decide to take. Looking to move forward. Scopes in now, gives his angle away, confirms it at this point in time and sees the head pop up, but knows his chances of victory are ever so minimal and does a good job to get the AWP out, finds the player who hunts him down, but he can't win this round. The most he can hope for is this economic damage, and he will get all of the kills, but not in the required time frame.
Yeah, UEC Stags with some great discipline in that 2v1 post-plant situation. They're not peeking at all, prepared for the trades and prepared to swing out, but not giving Rico a way into that situation. And they will start to lead again. 7-6 now, 2 rounds left in the half. The CT economy is on its last few dollars here, but the double setup has been pulled out for the first time on the CT side. But is it too little too late, as there's some outside aggression as has decided to not get crunched in Mini again and will push towards outside here, but there's 3 Ts waiting. Will he find the timing in? The flash isn't good enough and he will get cut down and they're swiftly down, and Crit leading the charge.
Yeah, and double AWPs on the CT defense. The B site not really where you want to be playing around, especially if they're not positioned correctly. Rowan on point to try and defend. Spots the leg, but can't convert that into a kill. Worse than me has to back off now as Rowan will rotate back into B to his detriment. As Crit removes him now from proceedings, looking to go bigger, shoots off a bullet and perhaps gives away his aggressive positioning here as the second AWP will remove him from the round, but Magic's found has elsewhere, and it's 2 AWPs against 4 AKs at this point, and more importantly, those AWPs, they're not even on the right bomb site.
Yeah, UEC Sykes with a nice rotation there to the upper bomb site, swiftly dodging the double AWP setup from Bath A, and they need to save these here. Get pistols on the rest of the players in the next round, however, keep these double AWPs if this is a setup they want to go for. As the T's, they are starting to hunt again. Rowan picks up worse than mean, trying to whittle down the numbers here, but you do not want to give up a frag right now. Rico wanting to build up his stats once again with some more exit frags.
Yeah, all 3 going to be hunting Magic with one straight through the smoke. Perfect positioning. The flash blinds Rico, but his positioning is good with the crosshair. How many more can he get? 3 could be the answer, and it is. It's just a shame that all of these flashy plays come when he's trying to save the AWP at the end of a round. It's going into the last one of the half, so UE weren't worrying about their money whatsoever. And Rico will be able to drop 1 player and have his famed AWP to bring forward, but the buy is still going to be relatively dodgy for Bath.
Yeah, and Rico right now 24-5, but with about 10 exit frags in the past few rounds, has really started to go missing with these impact plays. His fragging and his aim is there, and he's going for an aggressive outside play, but this is like the phase split towards Mini as they go through the smokes and not around them. Yeah, and Rico, will he be able to sneak back over to the safe side? As there's a player up on Silo who has not caught Rico out as of right now. Can taking down Crit, and the CT is looking to hold on here is worse than me. Top of Silo starting to take a fight.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it does look like one of these UE players has dropped out of the server at this point in time as well. So it is going to be a 2-on-5 situation as we head forward into the round. Craig's found 1, looking to see if he can get any more, but misses the opening headshot and gives his positioning away on just 9 HP. He knows he has to recover that bomb, and he looks like he's going to try and head down to the B bomb site with it.
Yeah, 4-on-2 situation should be firmly in the bag for Bath A, but every time I go to say that, they seem to give it up. They seem to have a few holes in their net, as they are going to flash towards the hell position. Look for a pick here. However, the CTs are nowhere to be found. And it's Craig on Craig and Troll to try and find the frags. Keon has a Molotov thrown at him. They will find the pick onto him. It has. Not able to help out from the heaven position. Is also going to be Molotoved out. Unfortunately, it misses. So he can re-aggress, but they're going to hit that lower bomb site. And it's going to be a quick hit. Rowan, only person here to stop it. But now, we'll swing out, take down the planter. And that looks to be the round over. Troll, he has to commit right now with this bomb plant.
Yeah, he is going to get it down at least. 2-on-1 for him to try and deal with. But the AWP of Rico rings out too strong. Bath will pick up their 7th then in this first half. A much more balanced one than we saw over on Inferno. And what that is going to hopefully mean that Bath are going to have some kind of mental fortitude heading forward. They're going to be in a much better position. But look at that scoreboard. 27 kills for Rico. And 5 and 3 for Kaon and Haz.
That is such a kill disparity, and it's surprising to me to see Kaon on such few frags after his amazing aim we saw in the first map has gone missing in the second. Rico trying to keep his team in it, and he's doing a good job right now after losing the first map 16-1. They are going over to the T side, 7-8 down here. Less favorable side, however. The Bath AT side on Nuke, I've seen it before, and it is not the weakest thing I've ever seen. And hopefully, if they win this pistol round, they can start a comeback in and bring us to a third map and the grand finals of the NSA Spring CSGO Championship. It's Uni CS. Yeah.
Apologies there. So not quite sure what the side of UE are going to have available on the CT side here of Nuke. We didn't quite see what they had available on Inferno there, and that could be potentially dangerous for Bath if they go for those puggy pushes forward onto this map. Then they could have some trouble if it is a more tactical defense.
Yeah, and we'll see how they can use this smoke, flash, and nade on the T side. Potentially another A door pop, but the door's not blown off quickly, which will allow the CT side to secure their positions. However, given enough time, they may start to double guess themselves, but it will depend on what information the T's get. But Haz in a very far away position, going to start throwing these nades as the C's start to come on out here. Crit finds the first headshot and finds a second. Magic chiming in. 3 kills for Crit, looking for a 4th in the round. Rowan, 1-on-4, absolutely nothing he can do.
Yeah, indeed, and Craig gonna find it in the end. That is exactly what you were looking for. If they were looking, well, if they are still looking to 2-0 this series, the second pistol is a great way to start things off on this CT side. Bath didn't get that bomb plant down and didn't get very many kills either. So a force in this second round, perhaps not the best decision for them to take. And you can see UE not messing around with this buy at all the utility, as many rifles as they can muster. And look at that grenade. Artillery shelling down on the Bath side as the rifles look to finish things off. Mystery will actually get 2 kills, but Crit's Orb has arrived to stabilize.
2 kills, but 1 on his teammate means he's going to get swiftly cut down. The aggressive peaks from the 2 CT players on outside, and there's no respect. Rico still started at 27 kills. Hasn't got any on the T side so far. Needs to really step up now, as well as the rest of his teammates. 9 times as many kills as Haz. But UEC style, they've managed to secure that second round, but the T's are coming back on a 5 AK buy. Very little utility here, so they're going to have to contact it out for Bath A.
Yeah, you're really going to notice that kill disparity on the T side as well, because ultimately, Rico, the gap in the smoke, Magic's going to find it. The second with the tracers. That is the nightmare for Bath. The grenade looking to deal yet more damage, but 12's MP9 is what finds the kill, and that is great performance from Yui there. The slightest of margins of error, and, well, worse than me, actually does go down at least, but a 2-on-4 already for Bath to try and answer to.
Yeah, and there's a tiny gap in that smoke, and Magic saw the feet, and he got the double spray down there. The CT crunch on these weaker guns just allowed them to swiftly take that round. The T side looking lost for now. However, we'll see if they can get a footing back in to the second half, as they do need to win this map if they do want to take it to the third map in the series and have a little bit more contest for this £500 grand prize here. The matchup between Bath A and the UEC Stags.
Yeah, indeed. Bath A looking like they're in trouble. They're going to go for the partial buy in this one, just pistols and limited armor. Meanwhile, for the side of Yui, they had 2 players go down, but all 3 players who stayed up were able to salvage rifles forward, and that is going to do wonders for their economy. 6k or thereabouts on Magic and Crit combined is a nice little bit of bank built up, and you're presuming they win this pistol round. As long as they can limit the economic damage they take, they're in a great position to continue forward with this CT half.
Yeah, and Rowan giving his life up immediately, as well as Rico. T's looking to fizzle out of this round as quickly as they came into it. So CT's looking to keep these players alive and keep their economy up. Kaon will take down Crit, going a little bit angry, but... Oh, Kaon! Will he be able to continue here? As we did see some amazing deagles. Yeah. But can he find 12?
That could be the linchpin. We know that the deagles were what were necessary for Kaon on Inferno. He did get that triple kill, which looked like it would be the only other round victory for Bath. It does have to be said, but for now, the remaining players with no body armor taking a substantial amount of fall damage. And Kaon's got yet another one. He is a deagle machine. 12 falls as well now, and they look to enter into this A bomb site. The bomb does still have to be picked up by these Ts and maneuvered around, but Kaon has done a brilliant job to get things to this position. It's just going to be up to the time pressure now for Bath as they push in the last 20 or so seconds.
With Kaon flanking heaven, this could be a very strong position for him to crack open into this round, and he will find Craig. The timing almost unfortunate for him, but that A site is cracked wide open. It's onto Magic in a 1 versus 3 here. No armor on 2 of the players, but all 3 players are very low health. And it's on for Kaon's ace here, as he's got a 4k into this round with the deagle only in hand. Got an AK now as Magic. Rotating through hell. Will he be able to find anyone, or is he going for the save? Deny the ace of Kaon and go for that swift save. Save that AK into the next round. If we look at the CT economy, it is quite low.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, well, Magic, if he can save the gun forward and his armor, of course, then he's probably going to be able to drop that AK Crit as well with about 6k in the bank. So if he can save that, does deny the ace, which is what they were looking for, at least as the smallest amount of victory possible. But indeed, you're absolutely right. The money is going to be tight for these CTs, but they should be able to get a buy together around it.
But finally, Kaon comes back into the game. That is what Bath A need. Kaon fragging out and back on that deagle where it all started out for him on back on Inferno. This is what we really need from Bath A if they want to make this map contested right now. 11-8 down is not too big of a round difference, but they are on the harder side. However, they've got the more favorable economy, and if they can start to whittle down the CT economy and start to crack these rounds over and over again, they may be able to mount this comeback. However, you know, the UEC Stags, they're not known for choking, and they are quite a strong team. And it's going to be very difficult for Bath A to kind of come back against Yui here. And we'll see how they continue on.
Yeah, the idea now, they have to build on this momentum for the rounds that they've won in this T side, especially off the back of that big play. You often say that comebacks have to come from critical moments, and a quad kill with a deagle when they basically bought nothing else. The majority of players didn't even have armor. Kaon just took that round into his hands and just clicked on every head possible. Flawless positioning virtually from him. And the result of that is the round victory for Bath, and that puts them in an important round position, and here's why. The money for the CT's incredibly low. The T-side economy actually looking healthier here, which means UE would have to win 2 in a row realistically before they would be able to force Bath onto a total eco. And that perhaps is exactly the situation Bath want to be in. They have a little bit of breathing room, and if they can just continue to capitalize, then they could come back into this map.
Rico yet to find a frag on this T side now. 27 frags in the first half. We'll see if he can try and continue that performance coming in on this T side here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to find these frags here, depending on how UE play. However, a bit of poke damage on towards Magic. However, worse than me, got a nice position in secret here. Will catch Roan off guard. Nicely timed Pete taking him down. And the outside control swiftly cut out here. It's going to be very hard for the T side to retake that.
Yeah, especially without that AWP in a recoverable position. But Kaon outside, we saw the wonders he can do with the Deagle. What can he get done with the AK? That is the question. Nothing is the answer to it, as Crit removes him with that AUG, and UE looking to take control of this CT side once again. 3-on-5 situation. Mystery mistiming on the push, but is able to get back in time so that his life is not forfeit. And that is actually going to be vital heading forward. Twirl has found Has elsewhere. Rico will get one onto Crit, but Twirl retreating, flashing himself out. Actually not going to do too much other than keeping him alive, at least for the moment. Craig in position to deal with things, and eventually the repeat comes through. An excellent recovery there from UE. Despite the execute comes in, they all back off the positions, deploy the utility, re-peek in, and that is all she wrote. Magic and Crit, the 2 stars from UE on 21 apiece. Meanwhile, on Bath's side, no one's coming close to Rico, who's almost at his 30 bomb.
Yeah, and Rico really needs to step up, and a 40 bomb, I think, is needed from him if Bath A wants to secure this map right now. However, if Kaon continues up his fragging like we saw him on the Deagle, it might be possible. However, against Magic and Crit, it's a very tough fight, and you need 2-star players to contest the 2-star players on UE. However, they have brought back into this round. We are going to see Roan only on a pistol here. Yeah, they are gaining that map control slowly, but there's 3 players towards outside for the CT side, and 12 will take down Rico here.
That's the important kill as well. That's the top fragger off the board. Mystery looks lost with the AWP. Can't get anything done. Rowan now to Fallen. Well, that's the round all but fallen apart. Magic perhaps could have put it down, but he'll only get 1 for his troubles, as it's Has, the player you'd arguably least want in the 1v4 situation, to try and put Bath on 9 rounds and avoid the what looks like inevitable eco coming through. He will get 1, but it'd have to be a 1v4 ace in the round for him to find victory. The bomb going to go down, at least a Molotov to work with to perhaps give himself a bit of breathing room, but there's going to be a 3-pincered attack entering into his sight any moment. He's doing well with his positioning. If he can get up and behind here, but Craig cognizant of it. Exactly, and now that's 3 rounds from UE, claiming both championships 2-0 in the student scene.
Yeah, and UE, the rounds are getting a little bit down to the wire, but, you know, they're closing them out, and they are making this round difference harder and harder for Bath A to come back to. 13-8 is the score line, and 3 rounds away from UEC Stags taking the NSC CSGO Spring Championships without dropping a map here. And that is a feat that we probably haven't seen before. Undefeated runs. And with no need to really contest them, UEC Stags look to be cementing themselves as the top team for sure, as Magic takes down Has, as the rest of the teams look to run out towards the ramp, but Magic has no reason to fall back, maybe a little bit now. So he whiffs that second shot here, but the rotation's in, and Mystery cannot land the spray, and traded out swiftly. But you do not want trades on this T site when you're a man down, as it's on to Rico in a 1 versus 4.
Well, if you want anyone, you want him, but maybe not at that range. As now it's just 2 that lie between Bath and Dismay, and UE and Elation. Bath have bought I don't know in how many of the last 5 rounds. I think maybe all of them, at least all of the last 3, as they look to give no quarter to Yui. But unfortunately, they're getting the rifles out, but you can't get much done on Nuke without T-side utility. It's just a fact. It doesn't matter how good your riflers are, that if you don't have the smokes and flashes available, what can you get done? Worse than me looking to go aggressive is punished for it. But look at that Molotov damage. Mystery down to 4, has killed by it, and that is just, oh, what a throwaway of that advantage. Crit now holding outside to see if he can do even more damage, but that is horrendous play around the fire. It all falls apart.
And that is not the way you want to give up.
Series point given to the Sea Stags.
Yeah, and it's not the way you want to give up championship point. You know, they've run through a Molotov, 2 of them almost taking 200 damage in total, and the Sea Stags rotate swiftly and take down Bath A. The final round for them, you'd like to think, as they look to close out 16-8. We'll see how the Bath A side can come into this. Little utility on the board as door pop might be in swing here as Rico looking to get his 30 bomb and carry his team to another round here as Kaon takes down Magic is worse than me, trades out onto Mystery.
Kaon's going to pick up that AWP now. He might be able to find the follow-up. Whiffs the shot, actually, but he's given the space for his team to make their way into the B site. Unfortunately, Rico is going to go down. 12 gets a double even before being removed by Haz, who's now only on 15 HP, but that leaves it in the 2-on-3 situation. Haz is going to commit to the plant. The smoke going to prevent Yui from denying it, but Kaon knows he's better on the rifle. He's going to switch back onto that AK. And the positioning of Haz spotted out. Surely some utility can remove him, but the door swings open instead, and Kaon needs to get 3 kills to keep his team alive here. He's being aggressed up onto ramp. All position spotting him, but the opening shots are whiffed. And ladies and gentlemen, in very quick succession, they lose just 9 rounds in the series. But the UE Stags are your NSE CSGO Spring Championship champions.
Yeah, ultimate dominating performance by the Sea Stags. Put Bath A right down and make themselves cemented as the #1 team in University CS at the moment. We're going to see a few replays coming in here. Bath A, they got off to a good start, but you can't keep UEC Stags away for long as they are just so clinical. They just could not be stopped coming into this series. 9 rounds lost, as you said. Rico almost on a 30 bomb could not lead them to a victory here. So UEC Stags undefeated throughout the entire split. No maps dropped, and that is just a testament to how strong as a team they are.
Yeah, I certainly think they are going to be titans of the university scene heading forward. They seem to have everything that you could want. They've got the fragging power available. They've got a deep tactical map pool and seemingly willing to face off against any opponent. Rico, he was so awake on that CT AWP, but as soon as it transitioned onto the T side rather, just couldn't get that much done, unfortunately. And that's a real problem. When they did switch over, it was immediately noticeable. And in the second half, Bath only able to win 1 round.
Yeah, and Bath A, they looked like the strongest opposition that could have come up against UE. They've beaten them before on Inferno, and they've had close games. However, you know, when it comes down to it, they just were not up to the cut today. Commiserations for them. They put up a good fight on Nuke, but sadly it wasn't enough. And UEC Stags, they're just too strong, and they win that grand prize of £500 in game vouchers. And you know, it's all up from them from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely, it is indeed. And the only way is up for UE. And will any team arise in the next seasons to try and challenge them? We will just have to wait and see. There's just one thing left to do, ladies and gentlemen, on this broadcast this evening. And that's to say a huge thank you to Intel, Belong Gaming Arenas, Noble Chairs, Special Effect, and Monster Energy. There is going to be more University Esports coming your way tomorrow. We've got Dota 2 and League of Legends, those MOBAs starting at 12:30 p.m. BST. So make sure you're tuned in and make sure you're watching. Outside of that, it's a huge congratulations to the Sea Stags and a thank you from both myself and Dr. Pi and everyone here in production for watching, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.